Summit. This presentation is being presented by Greetings, African Brand Summit. This presentation is being presented by Ecotech Visions and a Toronto group based out of Cape Town, South Africa. My name is Damon J. Baptiste, the president and founder and culture ambassador of the New Orleans South African Connection and the CEO of Damon J. Baptiste International LLC. We have begun this journey of cultural synergy, whereas New Orleans and South Africa, a cultural connection forged by history and jazz. Thanks to all the cultural tourism, business, digital innovators, and embassy staffers, and past and present ambassadors. The Africa Brand Summit presents a wonderful platform and a partnership for NOSACON Inc. I've had the privilege to join the in-person summit in Johannesburg in 2019. Here are some of the past highlights that may have changed perceptions of how Africa is generally viewed in the U.S. Many past perceptions have been stereotyped in a non-favorable manner. Our actions have been hands-on approach of how we can correct the wrong negative perceptions. This is how NOSACON is led with action through cultural exchanges facilitated by NOSACON to bridge the cultural divide and to help improve perceptions. A more positive image on Africa. A brief overview of myself and my long tenure of doing business with Africa. And when I first was introduced, one of the panelists spoke about this being a time in history, and I've definitely seen audiences on the first time panels have crowds that were not full to capacity, and after the third or fourth year, see the audiences definitely pick up. This was a very special time for myself because in June we've done a partnership with the city of Johannesburg and opening up a school in the city of Johannesburg to work with President Mandela, the late Mandela, and some of his great legacies and policies. I'm going to start off by reading a very special cooperative endeavor that was done with one of our former partners that has an expanded partnership called the Port of South Louisiana. I was a consultant, started being a consultant for the Port of South Louisiana in 2008, and it led to a trade mission that we went over to visit every single port in South Africa. Does anyone know that South Africa, well, have anybody heard of a company called Transnet? Well, Transnet is pretty much like the governing body of the airports and the owner of the land of the different ports. It's the biggest port on the African continent. And I'll read this particular MOU and I'll tell you what some of the outcomes that we had from it. Cooperative development agreement between the Port of South Louisiana and the New Orleans South African Connection. Whereas the Port of South Louisiana is the largest tonnage port in the United States, serving as the center of trade and shipping on the Mississippi River, whereas the New Orleans South African Connection, Inc. is a 501c3 nonprofit organization promoting music, art, culture, film, digital media, technology, trade, and education for economic development and tourism between the USA and Africa, whereas both parties agree to work together in an effort to enhance future economic growth in the United States and other foreign countries such as South Africa, Brazil, Dominican Republic, France, and Morocco by forming business, educational, and cultural relationships. Whereas the relationship established herein may contribute to the mutual understanding and enhancement of international trade and further the beneficial relationships between the port, the United States of America, and other foreign countries in the field of both cultural and economic development. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Port of South Louisiana and the New Orleans South African Connection do hereby agree to cooperate with one another in an effort to further enhance the future economic growth of the United States of America. Did you get that? I would like to give a round of applause to the Port of South Louisiana for establishing the framework We had a gentleman by the name of Congressman Bill Jefferson that wrote the Al Gore Act, and it was a very, very important act to initiate economic development trade with Africa. There's also a center called the Ron Brown Center. Ron Brown was one of the top government liaisons with Africa that died in a plane crash some time ago. And another great African American name is Reverend Leon Sullivan that used to take major trade missions. And this was before I started going to South Africa. My first trip was in 1998. That was my first trip. And if you could imagine the schedule I was on, it was almost like an accident. I was on the schedule. I worked for the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival for 25 years. And then I went on ahead to help develop this festival called the Essence Music Festival. Has anybody?
Thank you. It is an event that celebrates the cultural exchange between New Orleans and South Africa, an event some local leaders say could shed light on solving the city's escalating crime problem. Joining us live in our studio, we have Mr. David Batiste Sr., and we also have Damon Batiste, his son, representing Batiste Cultural Arts Academy here in New Orleans. Gentlemen, thank you for being a part of our program. And we're here to talk about the first annual Black History Cultural Celebration. And we talked a little bit during the break, and I know that there's a strong connection between New Orleans and South Africa. Let's talk there, and then we'll talk about addressing crime.
Well, as a president and cultural ambassador of the New Orleans South Africa connection, we thought it would be a great way to let culture be the lead to solve some of the social ills that that our city is facing. And since New Orleans does have a sister city relationship with Durban, maybe there's something that we can learn through culture. I mean, South Africa came from the apartheid movement. We came from the segregation movement. And I think as we did many school tours over the last 2 weeks, we saw how the kids embrace the culture of KCAP and the great voices, but it was more than just song and dance. It was about being proud of who you are.
Exactly.
During Black History Month, and also connecting all the cultures together, and we want to celebrate that.
Would encourage more younger Americans to want to come to the African continent for studies and to expand their horizons. Areas of private-public partnerships are focused in the areas of African-American fashion exchange to include manufacturing, creating economic development opportunities including reciprocal investment, developing an economic summit in Africa with associated initiatives, and our specialty to continue the develop of a festival for cultural exchange where the world meets Africa. For more info, visit nosacon, NOSACONN.com, and all social media handles, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. We also have the past history under the archives linked to this site. To send an email for questions, go to nosacon@gmail.com. Thank you. Enjoy the Africa Brand Summit 2020. Greetings, African Brand Summit. This presentation is being presented by Ecotech Visions and a Toronto group based out of Cape Town, South Africa. My name is Damon J. Batiste, the president and founder and culture ambassador of the New Orleans South African Connection. and the CEO of Damon J. Baptiste International LLC. We have begun this journey of cultural synergy, whereas New Orleans and South Africa, a cultural connection forged by history and jazz. Thanks to all the cultural tourism, business, digital innovators, and embassy staffers, and past and present ambassadors. The Africa Brand Summit presents a wonderful platform and a partnership for NOSACON Inc. I've had the privilege to join the in-person summit in Johannesburg in 2019. Here are some of the past highlights that may have changed perceptions of how Africa is generally viewed in the U.S. Many past perceptions have been stereotyped in a non-favorable manner. Our actions have been hands-on approach of how we can correct the wrong negative perceptions. This is how NOSACON is led with action through cultural exchanges facilitated by NOSACON to bridge the cultural divide and to help improve perceptions. A more positive image on Africa. A brief overview of myself and my long tenure of doing business with Africa. And when I first was introduced, one of the panelists spoke about this being a time in history. And I've definitely seen audiences on the first time panels have, crowds that were not full to capacity. And after the third or fourth year, see the audiences definitely pick up. This was a very special time for myself because in June, we've done a partnership with the city of Johannesburg and opening up a school in the city of Johannesburg to work with President Mandela, the late Mandela, and some of his great legacies and policies. I'm going to start off by reading a very special cooperative endeavor that was done with one of our former partners that has an expanded partnership called the Port of South Louisiana. I was a consultant, started being a consultant for the Port of South Louisiana in 2008, and it led to a trade mission that we went over to visit every single port in South Africa. Does anyone know that South Africa, well, have anybody heard of a company called Transnet? Well, Transnet is pretty much like the governing body of the airports and the owner of the land of the different ports. It's the biggest port on the African continent. And I'll read this particular MOU and I'll tell you what some of the outcomes that we had from it. Cooperative development agreement between the Port of South Louisiana and the New Orleans South African connection. Whereas the Port of South Louisiana is the largest tonnage port in the United States, serving as the center of trade and shipping on the Mississippi River, whereas the New Orleans South African Connection, Inc. is a 501c3 nonprofit organization promoting music, art, culture, film, digital media, technology, trade, and education for economic development and tourism between the USA and Africa, whereas both parties agree to work together in an effort to enhance future economic growth in the United States and other foreign countries such as South Africa, Brazil, Dominican Republic, France, and Morocco by forming business, educational, and cultural relationships. Whereas the relationship established herein may contribute to the mutual understanding and enhancement of international trade and further the beneficial relationships between the port, the United States of America, and other foreign countries in the field of both cultural and economic development. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Port of South Louisiana and the New Orleans South African Connection do hereby agree to cooperate with one another in an effort to further enhance the future economic growth of the United States of America. Did you get that? I would like to give a round of applause to the Port of South Louisiana for establishing the framework. We had a gentleman by the name of Congressman Bill Jefferson that wrote the Al Gore Act, and it was a very, very important act to initiate economic development, trade with Africa. There's also a center called the Ron Brown Center. Ron Brown was one of the top government liaisons with Africa that died in a plane crash some time ago. And another great African American name is Reverend Leon Sullivan that used to take major trade missions. And this was before I started going to South Africa. My first trip was in 1998. That was my first trip. And if you could imagine the schedule I was on, it was almost like an accident. I was on the schedule. I worked for the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival for 25 years. And then I went on ahead to help develop this festival called the Essence Music Festival. Has anybody?
Thank you. It is an event that celebrates the cultural exchange between New Orleans and South Africa, an event some local leaders say could shed light on solving the city's escalating crime problem. Joining us live in our studio, we have Mr. David Batiste Sr., and we also have Damon Batiste, his son, representing Batiste Cultural Arts Academy here in New Orleans. Gentlemen, thank you for being a part of our program. And we're here to talk about the first annual Black History Cultural Celebration. And we talked a little bit during the break, and I know that there's a strong connection between New Orleans and South Africa. Let's talk there, and then we'll talk about addressing crime.
Well, as a president and cultural ambassador of the New Orleans South African connection, we thought it would be a great way to let culture be the lead to solve some of the social ills that that our city is facing. And since New Orleans does have a sister city relationship with Durban, maybe there's something that we can learn through culture. I mean, South Africa came from the apartheid movement. We came from the segregation movement. And I think as we did many school tours over the last 2 weeks, we saw how the kids embrace the culture of KCAP and the great voices, but it was more than just song and dance. It was about being proud of who you are. Exactly. Doing Black History Month and also connecting all the cultures together, and we want to celebrate
would encourage more younger Americans to want to come to the African continent for studies and to expand their horizons. Areas of private-public partnerships are focused in the areas of African American fashion exchange to include manufacturing, creating economic development opportunities including reciprocal investment, developing an economic summit in Africa with associated initiatives, and our specialty to continue the develop of a festival for cultural exchange where the world meets Africa. For more info, visit nosacon, nosacon.com, and all social media handles, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. We also have the past history under the archives linked to this site. To send an email for questions, go to nosacon@gmail.com. Thank you. Enjoy the Africa Brand Summit 2020.
Good morning. Hi. Hello. Is this on? We had a big party last night. I think that's why a lot of the people are still trying to wake up. It was a good party, though, for those who were there. Lunkendo, I didn't see you. Where's Mr. Mo? The Labour was there. Temba wasn't there. Temba, were you there? Can you hear me? My friends from the Cities Network, you were not there at the awards dinner last night, which went really well. I'm not here to, Shadow is going to do the introduction, the formal start. I need to run to a morning live interview. What's that?
So Lady Florence Phillips started the gallery. She started the collection in 1909. It was originally housed at the Wits Art Museum up the road, but in 1915, when the building was opened, it was brought back to the Johannesburg Art Gallery
What's
where we
that?
stand today. The collection is the biggest in the Southern Hemisphere, and it contains about 10,000 artworks today. So we're at the Art of Comics exhibition. It's quite a fun exhibition. It's a collaboration with the French Institute and the Johannesburg Art Gallery.
So Total South Africa, together with the Gauteng provincial government, thought it would be a wonderful idea for us to have a number of school-going children visit the Johannesburg Art Gallery to see, of course,
What
some of
type
the
is
comic
this?
exhibitions that are being on display here.
As part of our social development, Total
it's a
sponsors
Total,
the arts
it's a
and
Total.
culture. And the importance of arts and culture really is about teaching kids how to think independently, how to be creative, as well as allowing them just
Okay,
to be who they
I
are.
need to say something and run off, please. I'm going to leave everything to Shadow. It's important that we stick to time. What we learned yesterday is that we're sitting here, but there's a whole lot of other people out there with us. So when we delay things here, there's a misalignment that happens.
Total
So,
SA has
the speakers,
this
the
partnership
moderators
with
have
us
been told
running
to
the
please
Central from
be
last year, whereby they
strict
make
with
sure
your
that they
speakers,
give back to the
panelists. So you
community.
start at a time that is given, that is published, and you finish at the time that is published. We lost two very important speakers yesterday.
I think it's quite
Because of the
important for
overrun.
corporates to get involved
It
with the
shouldn't
arts,
happen
because
again,
the arts
please.
is
I need to go to
severely
the
underfunded,
interview. I'll leave it to Shadow. I'll be back as soon as
I think there's so much need for arts within South Africa, within the world. I suppose corporations could help us reach our dreams in achieving education and I suppose arts within our daily lives.
Good morning, delegates, and welcome to day 2 of the Africa Brand Summit 2020. And today we discuss African cities as critical role
So today
players
we had
in
about
Africa's
120
development.
kids at the gallery. We took them,
And
to
our
the tour.
moderator
They
today
got time to
on
draw.
this very important
We did some general questions.
subject and
They
topic,
loved being here,
Mlalima
and we're
Josi,
very excited
who's
for
a
them as
senior
well.
fellow at African Liberty. And I hope you enjoy, and remember that
I thank
you may
Total
participate
SA for all the experiences for our school and ourselves, so that we know that there's
and the
much more
code for
in
today's
arts than only
participation
drawing
is
and coloring in our schools.
3682356, and we'll keep reminding you throughout the program. 3682356.
Thank you so much, Toto, for allowing these kids
and
to
we'd
join
like
us.
you to
For your
participate
support,
even
you
though
really
you're
help
not
these
in
kids
the
to come
room.
and
Over
really
to
learn
you,
about
Kumali.
art in South Africa.
Thank you so much, Shadow. It's another day 2 of the summit, and we are starting it on a very important topic. We are starting actually on a high note, where we are looking at what can cities do in trying to sort of make Africa a better continent. Sol is not here, but I'm going to tell everyone that, to remind, I started on time, Shadow, at 8:15, so I'll make sure that we have to be done at 10, so I'll make sure that that does happen. And remember, go to www.menti.com, and then when you get there, you can put in the code, which is 3682356. That's where we are going to participate and be part of the conversation, ask questions, so that we make this as interactive as possible. So the way this is structured is that I will introduce a few speakers who, in fact, will talk through up until basically 9:45, and then from 9:45 up until 10, that's where there will be sort of a Q&A, a discussion, and of course we will factor in, your opinions, your comments, and so on, that keeps you more engaged on the subject. But I want to ask you right now, just before we start, on that www.menti.com, where you put in the code 3682356, I guess my question there is around, as an icebreaker, I just want you to sort of tell us what comes to your mind when you talk about urbanization, right? So when you go there into that platform, www.menti.com, you enter 3682356. I just want you to tell us exactly when it comes to what comes to your mind when we talk of urbanization, especially in the context of Africa. So get engaged, answer the questions there, give us your ideas, tell us what you think, and then we'll make sure that you become part of the conversation. So as we have a number of speakers, we have Emilia Sias, Secretary General of UCLG. She'll be speaking from Barcelona, Spain, and then after basically speaking about the global perspective of local governments. And then we will have Octavi de la Vargamas speaking about, as the General Secretary of Metropolis, also from Barcelona, Spain. We'll be talking about how to provide an input on the new role of cities in global development. We are going to have Sithole Mbanga, who's sitting next to me here, and thank you so much, Sithole, for joining us in person. Sithole is the UCLG Africa Deputy Secretary General, CEO of the SA Cities Network. So it's quite a very high position. I'm honored to sit next to you. We are going to talk about, Sithole will talk about basically an African perspective on the role of cities, towns, and regions, a reflection on the state of cities in Africa, basically, and the whole continent. And then we are going to have Sampo Syogom, former deputy mayor in Espoo, Finland. We'll be talking about the Finnish perspective on how cities are managed for the best interest of residents. So we'll hear what Sampo thinks. Will tell us more about the experiences in Finland. So let me just, for now, between now and this is 8:15 until 8:45, I will give to Emilia, who's coming us through online. We'll be speaking about the global perspective of local governments. So Emilia, let's give it to Emilia. Is Emilia connected? Okay. Let's give us, remember to go to menti.com and enter your code 3682356. Then you can participate there, ask questions, be engaged on the session as we await Emilia. It's menti.com and the code is 3682356. And I basically asked what comes to your mind when you speak about urbanization, especially in the context of the African continent. Emilia, can you hear me? I basically asked what comes to your mind when you speak about urbanization, especially in the context of the African continent. Emilia, are you there? Hello?
Yes, I am here, but I can only hear very, very mildly. I hope you can hear me well.
I can hear you clearly, yes.
Excellent.
So you were, so you would be presenting this slide as well? No. Okay.
No, I don't have a presentation. We had agreed that it would be more of a conversation.
Okay. Oh, Emilia, you have no presentation, eh? Okay. So, okay. So I guess from my I thought we were going to, if Emilia doesn't have any presentation, I guess. Emilia, let me ask you around, um, basically, if you can tell us about the global perspective on local governments. What's out there? What can we learn as Africa? And what can we do to improve our local governments? Can you tell us more about that?
I'm sorry, but I cannot. I actually cannot hear you, Sai. So I hear you from time to time, but not all the time. So it's difficult to engage.
Amelia, I was asking about the the global perspective on local governments. My question is, what can Africa learn on local governments? Is there any lessons we could take? Is there any lessons our leaders could take from around the world? And perhaps do you have examples on how we can improve our local governments and make Africa sort of a better continent and improve the brand of the continent?
Well, thank you very much for the question and for inviting me to this Africa Brand Summit, a very interesting initiative. If I may, I don't think you are asking the right question, or I don't think that that improvement or innovation will come from what can African local government learn. I think we are at the moment, and this pandemic, this global crisis that we are going through is testimony of that, where we have come to realize that humanity as a whole has very big challenges, and that we will need to rethink the way that we have organized societies to carry on. And this is valid in the global north and the global south, and this is valid in every single continent. So I don't think that the approach needs to be what can African local governments learn. I think we all need to learn from each other. And from that perspective, I think that Africa, which is also difficult, this Pan-African concept is very powerful culturally, but there are many different realities in Africa. I think that Africa as a continent is bringing to the world many things. Also from the perspective of the closest sphere of government to the people, which is local government. What we need to think now is what will it take for that sphere of government anywhere in the world to make sure that we guarantee the livelihoods of people. And yeah, what will it take? It will take a lot of transformation, and it will entail rethinking a lot how we have been doing things. I always mention three axes of transformation that we will need to consider. The first one is our relation with the planet, um, with the rest of the species, with the environment. It's an ecological transition. We will need to change the way that we relate to natural resources, etc. And I think that is very critical, particularly for a continent like Africa, where nature-based solutions have been part and parcel of the cultural the cultural life of the continent. And unfortunately, there are other parts of the world where the detachment between nature and the rest of society is much greater than in Africa. I think there is a big advantage. In Africa, you are on time to really promote those nature-based solutions. And I think that local governments in the continent inter-urban system built on solidarity and the system of cities more than an international system based on nation states. I'm not saying nation states are not valid anymore. I just think that some of the things that they are doing are based on a very obsolete notion of our world, such as the role that informality plays in our lives. And that has been very, very proven by this pandemic. Um, Also, in the global north, we have discovered that a very big part of our economy depends on that informal economy, which in the global south is kind of assumed, but not in the global north. And both in the global north and the global south equally, we are not organizing our legal systems or our economic systems, our social systems, taking into account that reality, that informality is a very big part of our day-to-day, of our reality. So we will need an international architecture of governance that is different. I think that those are the spaces that local governments also in Africa really need to start to step into and lead the discussion on. And these are heavy things, heavy burdens, because they imply a new approach to service provision, a new approach to economy, and a new approach to resources and environment. So, a facilitator, I'm not sure how much time I was given because I couldn't hear the beginning of your questioning, but I will leave it here for the first round, and of course I will be very happy to share more.
Yeah, Amelia, I will bring you slowly here in the conversation, but I just want to ask Amelia. My view, Amelia, is that local governments tend to be more effective in their activities, whether it's service delivery, and so on. I've always saw them as more efficient than national governments. Would you agree with that? That local governments are more effective than national governments?
Can you repeat the last part of your question? I'm sorry, the
Is
communication is really bad.
are
Who
local
is
governments more effective than national government in your view?
Well, I mean, for some things, yes, and for other things, no. I really believe in the principle of subsidiarity. I think that decisions need to be taken at the sphere of government, at the level of government that is closest to those that are going to be impacted by the decisions that need to be taken. And there are clearly things that should be taken that should be decided at national level. I think it's very healthy to have national plans and national visions where everybody contributes. There are other things, however, that clearly need to be in the hands of local governments and much better resourced and with many more competencies and capacities. I think that it is undeniable that many of the service provision, the essential service provision, I wouldn't call them basic anymore, but essential service provision, needs to be in the hands of local governments because they know what the expectations are and they know the realities on the ground. I have no doubt about this. The problem is that they are usually not very well resourced, and so I think it's more about creating a sphere of co-governance. We are not there yet, and we are not there in any part of the world. But I wouldn't just want to put it blindly and say, oh, this local government is simply more effective. For many things, absolutely, provided they are well resourced and they have the capacity and the competence. And this is a very relevant discussion for this very moment, where this very specific crisis has made the public sector so relevant for everything that we do. I mean, we have had to turn to the public sector to rescue us and to help us carry on. The difficulty that we see, and the part that we are very worried about, is okay. How are we going to secure sure that policies really answer to the expectations of the citizens, that they are not detached from the day-to-day reality in our neighborhood. Yes. So the answer is yes, but.
Yeah. Thanks, Amelia. Stole, a quick question for you, because I want to move to Octavie on the issue of just your brief thoughts on local governments, especially in South Africa. I don't know if you've traveled to other African countries. I've been to a few, and I've seen the difference in between the countries. But when it comes to local governments, is it? Are you seeing it as more effective than at national level, and what needs to be done right there?
Thanks very much, Pumlani, and good morning to everybody and to my colleagues, and thanks for the opportunity. So I just want to latch on how Amelia has answered you, and perhaps put it differently, and by saying that it does not even arise. The question should not even arise whether local government is more effective than national governments, because it's very divisive, that question. And I think Amelia is correct in saying local government is very effective in certain aspects of its powers and functions, in the same way that national governments can also be effective yes, in its own powers and functions. So let's utilize an example. In the African continent, you have about 54 countries, plus minus, if my numbers are still correct. So you have 54 nation states. But in addition to that, in the African continent, you have no less than 17,000 local municipalities or local governments. So you don't need only 54 nation states for Africa to thrive. You need the working and effective working combination between nation states and local states. So you need those 17,000, plus minus 17,000 local governments or local municipalities to have an effective working relationship with the 54 nation states. So in that way, you will then be one step towards achieving effective governance, better service delivery. And I think, as Amelia says, there are certain things that just need to change. The architectural design of the state needs to change. There has to be some level of responsibility and respect, followed therefore by resources. And resources is not just about money. It's about ensuring that at a local government level there are good leaders. It's about ensuring that at a local government level there are equally good administrators, there are good technicians. Because you cannot expect a national government to be responsible, say, for instance, for traffic lights. Come on, you know.
Yeah.
But you expect a local authority to be responsible for ensuring that traffic lights are working, for ensuring that the taps have water, there is sanitation, and depending on what they have been provided by the constitutions of their respective nation states. So it's not either or, it's both.
It's both.
So you need both national government as well as local government, particularly in Africa, because Africa is the poverty levels, the gap between rich and poor is quite telling in the African continent as opposed to other continents, for instance. So you can ill afford to have only one sphere or one level of government and not the other. You actually need both so as to be able to make the African continent thrive. Yeah.
I think that's a very fascinating comment, Sithole. Remember to go to menti.com. You can engage us here on the panel, have the questions there. I'm already seeing a lot of nice comments and and questions I'm seeing there on the platform, which we will address along the way. We still have time. And when you go to menti.com, you are going to put in the code 3682356, 3682356. Then we are going to see the questions there, and then please just answer them, as we go along. Some of them may be answered here on the stage, but it's an ongoing conversation. That's what the summit is about. And we want to make sure that questions can be answered. I want to go to Octavie right now, and so that we sort of jump into, we're going to come back, Amelia, so don't run away. Stay right over there. We're going to come back to the conversation. I want to talk to Octavio right now about basically just an input on the role of cities in global developments. We've seen a lot of many things have happened over the past year. We could be talking about sort of protests around the world that has been shaping cities to an extent. So what basically is, what's the new role the cities have in global developments? Octavi?
Hello, good morning to everybody. I'm sorry, but I couldn't hear properly your question.
So I was asking about the new role of cities in global development. What is the new role? We are seeing now there's a pandemic. We are seeing there's been sort of protest over the past year or so. There's so much happening in cities. So what's their new role now as we move into the new world?
I think building on what Emilia said before, is that what the pandemic, especially with the pandemic, that the pandemic has confronted us to many of the contradictions of the urbanization processes. I mean, I have the feeling that we don't have new problems right now. What the feeling is the problems have been enlarged, if you can say like that, and we are confronted to these contradictions and the paradox of urbanization, especially in regions in order to achieve that. I think as well, and in the context, I fully agree on what Miguel said, it's not a battle between national governments and local governments. Some people, I think, and that's dangerous, some people, they want to put it in this situation to confront us, local governments and networks of local governments, against national governments. And I think this is not a battle between us. It's a battle that we need to fight together. And because, as well, there's not a tension between, oh yeah, there's a tension between sometimes the reality and the power that each level of government has. And we need to be more flexible. Of course, I don't have the right solution, no? But as, for example, the Constitution of South Africa, which talks about spheres of government. So the reality, especially in cities, is so complex that sometimes the answers that need to be produced go beyond the powers of the different actors involved. So this is now an opportunity to think new ways of governance and also on how we deal with each other, not in terms of hierarchy.
There's a nice question here, Octavi, that came from one of the audience members, and I think I will shoot it to you, and at some point, Stoll, I want you to answer from a South African context point of view. Octavi, the question here is, what are proactive policies? What proactive policies are in place to accommodate the influx of job seekers into cities? You know, when people come from rural areas, and they in huge crowds, they move into cities. That has its own impact, of which some of the impact can be negative, some positive. But are there any proactive policies that you know of to address that issue as more and more people are moving into cities?
That's a $1 million question. I think I'm going back to what I was saying before. On the one hand, how we are shaping our cities, and also how we if you think in terms of with the territorial approach, not only in terms of your city or how you build your city, but on a territorial approach and the impact and the connections between the systems and the territory, that's when you can balance territory. Because it's true that we see many regions of the world that people keep being, it's being attractive to go into cities. And there are cities that receive thousands of people every day, which the consequences in terms of how you ensure affordable housing, how you ensure services, basic services, how you ensure as well safety. But the point is, if you develop cities, each city in isolation, then of course you will have a problem. You need to think and develop cities in terms of systems and the territory and how you connect. And of course, it's seen for many years that big cities were kind of extracting resources from the intermediary cities and from the rural parts of the territory. But we need to see really the right connection. As well, of course, we don't want to have countries which are empty of people and that everybody is living in one single city or two single cities. And we have these realities. Not in some parts of the world, we have metropolitan areas that they host 33% of the population of a given country. The same case, even 50% of the population of a given country. Of course, that in the long term, if you don't have right balances, it's not sustainable. So I mean that on the one hand, it's that national governments should think in terms of territory, and as well when we are developing cities and developing their policies, they should take into account the impact that they are going to have in the surrounding territory and the connections that they want to build with the territory.
Remember, everyone, you can go to www.menti.com and you will enter the code there, 3682356. The question I'm asking right now is, I'm going to ask you is, are you satisfied with the state of local governments in South Africa? Right. And I want you to answer, you could choose a yes, or you could choose no, or maybe you are not sure of the state of local governments in South Africa. So if you can just go to the platform and then engage and answer those questions. But Sitola, I want to jump back to you now because, I mean, this question was quite interesting to me that was raised now around the influx, especially in South Africa. I mean, you and I can see the shacks that we have around next to our cities. In Johannesburg, there are areas where there is basically squatter camps, right? And in fact, more people are moving into metropolitan areas from rural to look for jobs, to look for opportunities. do we have any proactive policies to address that issue?
Again, thank you. So
Well,
you are
I
using
think
a
the question
very
was for me.
unfortunate
My
term
feeling is not about
when you say
creative policies. It's about creating opportunities as well in intermediary cities and in the rural areas. So that, of course, I mean, you have to be realistic. I mean, big cities will be always attracting people because people sometimes and opportunities, of course, and businesses, they try to get together. But of course, and you need a critical mass, especially if you are in a global system. But it doesn't mean that you need to absorb resources from other parts, and as well you need to ensure that there are investments in intermediary cities, that there are services as well, and there are opportunities in the rural areas and intermediary cities. And I think that's important, that there are real investment for all the actors in intermediary cities and rural areas, because they are very important to structure the regions. I mean, you need intermediary cities to connect the territory, and you need the rural areas as well. So you need to really invest in these intermediary cities and rural areas.
Octavi, let's hear what Sithole thinks.
As a competition between the big cities and the metropolitan areas and the rest of the territory and levels of and other cities and towns.
Yeah. Let's hear what Sithole thinks. Sithole, on the same question you were just starting to speak about.
So I was saying, Pumlani, the term squatter camp, is quite an unfortunate term. It actually, it's not an inclusive term. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about the attitude. I mean, I think in the local government family, we call that informality. So it's informal settlements. It's informal. It's not because those people are squatters. They are, first and foremost, they have rights. They are citizens. They are human beings. Hence, the notion of a squatter camp, we tend to discourage and speak about informality, whether it's informal economy and the likes. So the issue with migration and the movement of people, how you address it is that you have to have a particular attitude to it. If your attitude is that they shouldn't be coming to cities, forget it. It's not going to happen. Human beings are born to move from time immemorial. So there is no way that you are going to stop movements of human beings, because human beings are always looking for better opportunities. So you can build the tallest fence or the tallest wall. People will always jump over that wall if the opportunity is on the other side.
The other side,
because it's an anthropological phenomena. It's an inborn characteristic of any human being. So you can't stop migration. So if your attitude starts off by saying, in fact, you shouldn't stop migration, but you should encourage it and take advantage of the migration, which results in what today we call urbanization, and harvest the advantages of people living together closer, and take advantage of the efficiencies that come with urbanization, then the policies that you tend to be able to develop become fruitful on how you manage people movement, rather than stopping people from moving. And I think that's the most appropriate policy attitude that any country should adopt. Hence, people such as Emilia in UCLG and Octavi in Metropolis, I mean, as the family of local governments, we've been advancing the policies of subsidiarity to the extent that they encourage urbanization. Hence, urbanization policies. I mean, in South Africa, you were asking this question, what is South Africa doing? South Africa has a policy called the Integrated Urban Development Framework, which is a framework meant to assist cities, towns, and villages on how to manage migration instead of de-managing migration or taking a negative attitude towards migration. So that's that.
Is that framework working, Sithole?
Well, to a certain extent, it is. I mean, it's fairly new. It is currently being supplemented by the Minister of Cooperative Governance policy called the District Development Model, which is a model that is attempting to ensure that the response to migration, amongst other things, or the response to economic challenges or to social challenges is not something that only government must be responding to, but there must be an all-of-society approach to the resolution of problems and challenges that society faces. So it will work. I'm quite certain that it will work. I think the attitude of government, where government is embracing the role of business, where government is embracing and accepting that there's a role for civil society, that we need to enhance our tools of innovation as we respond to social phenomena, is something that must be applauded. And I think we are on the right track, at least in attempting to address these problems. Yeah.
Octavi, my question to you right now is around how can we hold, what are the effective ways we can hold our leaders in local governments accountable? Is there ways we can hold them accountable? Because there's a lot of corruption you hear about them. There's so much lack of service delivery. There's so much wrongdoing that takes place. But are there any effective mechanisms that citizens can use to hold their local government leaders accountable?
Participative and representative democracy is about how you incorporate, on the one hand, it's not only, and that's one of the discussions we had earlier this week with a group of members of Metropolis, that it's not only about consulting and listening to citizens, it's about as well citizens that actively monitor what's happening and also hold accountable local leaders. So that means that you need to have an organized civil society, you need to have citizens who are organized, and they can also, they have spaces. And of course, it's a contradiction, because on the one hand, you need the local government to create these spaces for citizens to take part in the everyday life of the city, but at the same time, you need to organize, to self-organize these citizens in order to monitor what's happening and to hold accountable about the policies. Because we always think in terms of participatory democracy about only, as I said before, on consultation and only deciding on certain budgets and certain things, but not on the aftermath, on how are the promises, how are the decisions that have been taken. As well, in terms of big cities, it's important as well to, it's true that the bigger the cities, it's more complex and it looks more, and people feel less identified with the city. So as well, you need to create a sense of community, a sense of identity and vision of your city, to be also that you think that a citizen, that you want to hold accountable to local government. Is that, because many times people don't really know about the existence, well, they know there is a city council, and I'm talking about in terms of metropolitan areas and big cities, but they have not conscience about that there is really, that the decisions that the government is taking has an effect on their everyday lives. And as well, there are dynamics, for example, decentralizing participation, decentralizing the monitoring by areas in the city on the implementation of these policies. But of course, you need to have as well active citizenship, and as well you need to have active civil society organizations in your town, that they will be able to articulate all these citizens and to provide and to monitor the decisions, of course. But the truth is that the challenge that we have now is with the pandemic and with this idea of going digital, how the participation is going to take place, how we're going to hold accountable our governments beyond the Twitter dynamics. Because it's true that we feel that because we are reacting to things that happen in our city via Twitter and social media, we are already holding accountable governments. But this is part of it. But really, how citizens that can have access to the local government and can really hold them accountable, I think this is a challenge that we have right now. Especially with the digital issue and the digital gap that we are witnessing.
There is a question here that came through Octavi. Asanda sent
Moderator,
this.
we cannot
Asanda.
hear you, so can someone help?
Asanda is asking. Also, I mean, our conversation so far, over the past, it's been what now, 45 minutes. We've spoken more about cities. Well, that's what the topic of the session is about. But what about the development of rural areas themselves, right? Instead of people sort of this influx that we see, people moving from rural to cities, yeah, and so I mean, I'm gonna pause to Emila as well. So I guess Asanda's question is: would the development of rural areas by African governments add positive solutions to managing people's movement? So in other words, instead of focusing on cities, you sort of develop rural areas so people don't have to move from rural areas to cities. Octavian?
I'm really sorry, but I couldn't hear you, only the last part of your question.
Emila, did you hear me?
I'm really sorry.
Emila, did you hear me?
Yeah, now yes.
Oh, she doesn't also hear me. Emila is muted. Octavia, I was asking about, there's a question that came through here about the development of rural areas, right? How can we, the question is, would the development of rural areas by African governments add positive solutions to managing people's movement? Because people are moving from rural areas to cities looking for opportunities. So would developing rural areas help? Would it become a solution in terms of sort of managing the migrations of people moving to cities? So instead of focusing on cities, we also focus on making sure that we develop the rural areas so people don't have to move into cities.
I mean, it's what I said before. Of course, I mean, cities will keep attracting people from rural areas, but you need to have integrated approaches to development of the territory. Of course, you cannot pretend that people are not going to cities if you are not developing rural areas, if you are not providing education, health, social services, and there are not opportunities, then of course people will go to cities thinking that there are more opportunities there. But as well, the reality is that sometimes in cities there are not as many opportunities as we thought, and then people keep living in slums, there are no opportunities, it's a formal economy, they haven't access to services. So what you need is to ensure that there are, at least we can cover the essential needs and the basic needs of people in rural areas, that they have opportunities, access to education, and especially access to education, access to health. And of course then as well, you can have, you can ensure that people will stay in rural areas. But you cannot pretend to keep people in rural areas whilst only developing the big urban areas, and investing only in urban areas.
Sitole?
So that's
Do
why
you
it's
have anything
important.
to say on
I'm
that?
sorry, I'm repeating myself. To think in terms of urban systems and in terms of territories, and not only on single isolation developments, the single and isolated development of an individual city or metropolitan area.
Okay, thanks, Octavi.
The moderator can hear me, but I would be happy also to participate.
Yes, you will, Emilia. In fact, I was trying to get hold of you at some point, but there were connection issues. Stole, you want to? Emilia, Sitole thinks you should respond to the question of, um, the question was, could developing rural areas sort of help in terms of managing these migrations that we see people moving into cities?
Yeah. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I think we are tackling this question from the wrong perspective again. Look, I mean, the reality is, this is a false assumption we are making. We are assuming, and I very much agree with what Sitole shared with us at the beginning, we are assuming that migration or mobility, human mobility, is a problem, while in fact all our economies and the cities are built counting on that, counting on the fact that there will be many people coming and creating and producing and consuming. Our whole system is based on a wholesale. And so what we are discovering with this were afraid of already for quite a while, is that these scale economies and scale societies, including the density of cities, Octavia and Citole, because we haven't discussed this, but our whole model on density and use of resources and this correlation is now challenged by this or not by this pandemic. So I think we need to kill this dichotomy between the rural and the urban. And we need to approach it, like Octavio was saying, from a more territorial perspective and admitting that everybody has a role to play in the system. The second thing is we need to assume, I couldn't agree more with you, we need to assume that human mobility is natural and it is not a strange phenomenon and something that we can put barriers to. And borders are meant to be used for a different thing. It is a geographical concept that does not necessarily, in this time and age where we are connected virtually in so many different ways, is no longer valid to define the type of citizenship and the type of rights we should have. And here comes also the challenge to the whole notion of informality. Who is informal and who is not? I agree with you, Cito. It's a very unfortunate term because it is assuming that some of us are better than others or have more rights and less rights in our society. So I think we make good use of this pandemic and of this crisis to rethink things and to look at them from a different perspective. Really. The development of the rural areas is not the solution for the mobility challenges that we have. It has never been. There have been countries, and I will go, for instance, to the example of Morocco, where they had a huge plan for rural development. This did not stop people from moving. Why? Because you cannot have a university in every single village, and you shouldn't. And people need to have an opportunity to develop themselves. What we do need to understand is this ecosystem. We need to see each other as a system, like Octavio was saying. I also want to challenge the notion that the biggest problem that we are facing is people moving to cities. Also because right now, the biggest challenge big countries like India are facing is that people are going back to rural areas. Cities have been working with this high density and full of inequalities, but also full of opportunity, without taking into account the health issue. And the health issue was an issue before COVID. The health issue was an issue already with the climate emergency. But we haven't been looking at it correctly. So now you have a lot of people that have very precarious jobs, formal jobs in big cities of the world, in Latin America, in Africa, in Asia, going back to the rural areas. And you know, this is not going to make it easier for the cities that were complaining about having too many people. It's going to make it more difficult because our economies were based on those people working in very badly paid jobs. So the approach is different. We need to rethink this. We don't need to polarize. We are not confronting spheres of government. We are not confronting citizens among themselves. We should not be confronting territories. This context is the wrong way to go. And I really think our international municipal movement can play a very critical role in changing the perspective of this discussion. Look, I'm not naive about it. I'm not saying it's easy. On the contrary, it's going to be extremely difficult. Extremely difficult. And you are facing in South Africa a very big challenge. And your challenges are not legislative. It's not the framework that you have, which is an excellent framework.
Yeah.
Another very old-fashioned way to It's always the governments that need to be accountable. What about the rest of society?
Yeah,
It's a
that's,
whole society, whole of government approach there.
yeah. Emilia,
And
yeah.
Europe, right now, the problems that we have is that citizens are not assuming their own responsibility when facing this pandemic. So accountability goes both ways.
Yes, yeah, that's true. We are all accountable.
And may I
Sitole,
add
I want to bring you in
something?
now
Because
before I bring Sampo, who I
Sorry,
understand has
I
a
would
short
like to add
presentation
something
he's
on
going to
that,
present to us,
on
and
this
then we are
debate,
going to
rural
continue with the
urban,
conversation
that
as we have been doing.
I think that Emilia
My question now,
was completely
Sitole,
right.
is
But there is something I mean
what's
as
the
well
new
that we are
normal
missing
now
always in this
for
debate.
cities?
This confrontation,
Because we've had the
rural-urban,
pandemic this year.
we are
We've
also
seen our
missing
government
the role of
responded
intermediary cities.
in many cases, and in some cases wrongly, in some right. So what's the new normal for cities now? What changes with the whole sort of in the post-pandemic world?
I don't know if it's correct for me, at least at this point in time, to categorize what is facing local governments as the new normal. But there are at least three things that we need to understand. The first, and I'm not stipulating them in any order of priority, I'm just stipulating them. So the first is local governments, the institution called a local government or a municipality or a city, the city governments, they are all facing the impact of climate change. All of them. In fact, there's no government in the world that should undermine how climate change is impacting on the body politic of that particular institution, right? If you are in a region, geographic region, that is experiencing extreme drought, for instance, you need to respond to that, and that's an impact of climate change.
Yeah.
Because your citizens become vulnerable because of drought, but equally, there are citizens that become vulnerable because there's extreme weathers. We've seen the tsunami, for instance, right? And that is, there's extreme heat in certain instances. I think Europe and America are going through, especially America is going through extreme heat. And that's all part and parcel of the impact of climate change. There's challenges to the base of the economy that we can no longer utilize fossil fuels to drive our economy. So you need alternative sources of energy. So that is impacting on how cities have been run. Now, if that's impacting on how cities have been run traditionally, clearly the sources of revenue of the municipality change. Now, that means the sustainability of that institution is also challenged because people, the citizenry, is no longer willing to pay for what you could possibly call irresponsible actions on the part of governments, where you continue to feed them with energy that is fossil fuel driven. They are wanting to pay for alternative. So if you are a city government and a mayor and your source of revenue is energy, fossil fuel driven type of energy, and your citizens are not paying, then it means your sources of revenue as an institution are challenged, and then it becomes unsustainable. And of course, the pandemics, and it's not just COVID, by the way. I mean, local governments have been facing pandemics for a very, very long time. I think COVID-19 is perhaps the most elevated one at this point in time, and it has been the most urgent one. But local governments have been facing social pandemics. I mean, gender-based violence is not happening at a national level. It's something that's happening at the local level. It's happening at a ward level. It's happening in the streets. It's happening in the households. And mayors have had to respond to those types of pandemics. So it's a social type of, there's also economic pandemics where people are just unemployed. I mean, the global south faces a huge gap between the haves and those that do not have. How do you, it's a pandemic, how do you deal with that? So suddenly, if you're gonna call it a normal, there's at least three phenomena that you have to look into, which are the ones. So you can imagine then, the combination of these three phenomena that I have that I have spoken to, the extent to which they are impacting and therefore creating the new normal for a municipality. Because when you are governing a municipality, you don't have the luxury of choosing which sectoral issue. You can't say, oh no, I'm only going to deal with health issues, I'm not going to deal with transport. Or no, I'm not going to deal with transport, I'm choosing to deal with water issues. You have to deal with all of those things. Hence, the job of a mayor is possibly the most difficult, at least from a political leadership point of view, comparatively speaking, because your citizens are in your face, they can come to your house.
I mean, difficult than the presidents and the minister and...
Yeah, and I'm not flippant in saying that. I'm saying that literally. You know, that the fact of the matter is that when citizens march, they march to your house. They find you in your house, they confront you in your house, they speak to you on a daily basis. So you end up not having your own personal space to be able to grow as an individual. So it's quite a difficult and a daunting task. And that's not to say the tasks and the responsibilities of municipal counterparts that are in national government are not difficult. They are equally tough, you know. But I think there's very little appreciation of how tough it is to be in city governments or in a municipal government.
Do you think politics are holding sort of the effectiveness? Are they holding the effectiveness of local governments back? Because I mean, as you saw South Africa over the past years, where we saw some coalitions of different political parties, and there was a lot of dysfunction from the politics in those local governments. Do you think the politics would be holding us backward?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about the governance model, I mean, coalitions is nothing new. I mean, countries have been ruled through a governance model of a coalition between more than one political party, especially where there is no clear winner in the elections. You also have that in city governments. Johannesburg at some point was ruled by well, until recently was ruled by a coalition government. That has also happened in many other countries as well. So I don't think politics per se, and by politics I suspect you mean power, the shift in power and the decision making. I don't think per se politics hold back progress, at least not on their own. I think also it's the skills or the lack of, it's resources or the lack of that hold back the successful implementation of otherwise very good policies. And that's not just in South Africa, that's just throughout the world and perhaps more so in the African continent.
Yeah. Oh, fascinating stuff. We also have Sampo Suogom from Espoo, Finland. Sampo is going to give us basically the Finnish perspective of on how cities are managed for the best interest of residents. Sampo has a presentation, I believe, of which he can take us through up until it's 9:20 now, 9:40, 9:45. And then we'll continue again with the discussion for the rest of the time, because we need to finish by 10, and Sampo will be more sort of be part of the conversation at that time. Sampo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you for the discussion and good to hear from you.
Thanks, Sampo. I hear you have a presentation for us. Can
Do you hear me?
take us through?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Go ahead, Sampo. You can take us through your presentation. You do have it, right?
Will you please start to present?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, just give us a second, Sampo, or a minute, as we want to put on your presentation. Is it working out? Okay, so we still await the presentation sample, but I think what we can do. Okay, so the 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 video has some play error. I hope solely they can fix that over the next minute or so. But Sampo, I want us just to, as we wait for your video, in the interest of time, as we are still sort of sorting out our technical issue here, around on a general level. I don't want to box you here because I'm sure many of your thoughts were in the presentation, but just give us a sort of what it is that Africans can learn from the Finnish model when it comes to cities and how cities basically serve the citizens. Is there anything that Africa can learn from the Finnish model in that aspect?
Well, listening to the discussion, so there was very much similarities with Octavio de Vargas' speeches. So we believe very much participation of citizens and companies, everybody who is involved in city services. So I think that's a modern Finland at the very moment. Mostly in metropolitan area where Helsinki is, of course, but also my home city, Espoo. We are together making the metropolitan area of about 1.5 million inhabitants. So we need new ways to wake up our citizens, but not only our citizens, but companies. Companies, international companies, local companies, startups. We are urging that they will take part to the development what the city is doing. So my presentation, which I hope is going to be found quite soon, there I try to show that in practice what we are doing in our city. Then one important thing which has happened in Espoo, that we took part in the very beginning for the UNESCO's global networking of learning cities. We are one of the pioneer cities in that, and I must say that we have learned a lot from that organization. So that's getting bigger and bigger. At the moment there is about 200 cities all over the world, big cities, small cities, average cities. Because in that organization we believe very much for that the big challenges for the human beings and the whole culture, they are solved in cities, not the states. Just as in the discussion which happened before, so I mean, between Octavio and Emilia. So I believe very much that the cities have a most important role for the future for SDGs and the whole development. So this kind of mindset is behind what we are doing in our city for about 8 years now. The strategy has changed totally in Finland from 2015, 2014 up to now. So these are the main points which I would like to raise up, and I totally agree with Octavio about the strategy which the city should have at the very moment. Of course, Finland is one of the biggest countries in Europe. Don't laugh. It is one of the biggest countries in Europe by area, but not in population. In population, Finland is very, very tiny country, so we have a lot of rural areas which are almost empty at the moment. Mostly in Lapland, in the very north part of Finland. So people are getting more and more to cities. So So we have to solve this, that half of the country is almost empty. So this kind of a thinking is now, so I really hope that you can find a presentation there. So I try to make it better in the presentation.
Yeah, we are still waiting for Soli. Are you winning that Soli?
Yes, yes. Okay.
Still not working.
Asking him to play directly. That's what this guy is saying. It is a great presentation. It's a pity that, I mean...
So this is the technology that everybody looks very worried at the very moment that they're happening something or not.
Yeah. Sampo, can you play your video directly from your side?
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that. Was this side we are having some weird thing that's happening. If you can play it from your side, that would be helpful.
Yep. Then I need a short break that I have to find it because
okay, that's
I
okay.
have it here. I have to go and get it.
That's fine.
So
you can do just
continue the discussion. I'll be back in the.
That's fine. Thank you, Sampo. Remember, everyone, you can go to menti.com and then you enter on that on the platform there. You can enter the code 3682 356 3682 356. That's the code we are going to enter, and we are going to ask questions there, get engaged on this discussion here as we look at how the cities are shaping the African continent. I asked, are local governments more effective than national government? In some places, I think that's a good answer. I mean, it's not in some places. Sorry. The code is 3682356. That's the code you can enter on www.menti.com. And then there's one yes there. In fact, my view is that local governments are more effective than the big bureaucracy that is national government. I don't know if, Emilia, I want to pose this question to you as we wait for Sampo to come back to the discussion. I asked Sitole about how the new normal will look like, right? There's been a change now in how we do things, and there will have to be a change. There will have to be a change up at least till we find the vaccine, right, when it comes to COVID-19. But what's the new normal for cities now? How will things change as we see the fact that we need to live the way we do because of the pandemic? And we are seeing people now sort of, companies or corporations are sort of encouraging people to work at home. Some are saying permanently. Some are sort of, giving up leases and telling employees that going forward we're going to work at home full time. So how does it change the way cities work?
What we are seeing now is only a very superficial layer of the problems that we are going to be facing. For instance, we are not seeing the depth of the impact that this is having in those that live more precariously. And the impact that this is having in the way the market is going to reorganize itself after a year or so. We have no idea. We also all think that we have substituted the personal by the virtual and everything carries on. This is not true. There is a very, very tiny part of the world that continues working virtually. So there is a very large proportion of jobs that are not going to come back. They are not waiting around. They will simply disappear. So the new normal is something that we don't know yet. We do know, however, some things. And as Octavio was saying, they are not really new. They are just more urgent now. unfortunate in those lucky places where we have it, but they are truly the backbone of our economy and our inclusion policies as we know them. Because let's face it, the 15-minute city that people are promoting is only useful for a very few right now. So the transformation that we would need to go through is extremely big. The other thing is, we will need to have to face the hard conversation on what is informal and what is not. And the inclusion of informality from economy to housing, etc., will need to be resolved. Housing will be a much more important policy in the new normal at all the spheres of government. We can no longer afford not protecting the right to housing and accept that we have millions of people that do not have decent housing. And health is going to have a different place also in public policy. Universal health care is going to be the only guarantee for sustainable development. And that universal health care needs to be built on public service delivery. Because there is no private sector that is able to guarantee universal protection.
Yeah.
And we need it.
Emilia, let me...
The few parts of the world that have demonstrated resilience to this, even with a lot of sacrifices and in a very painful manner, are those places where that universality of services.
Yeah, Emilia, let's try Sampo again. Let me try Sampo again to see if he has his presentation now. Sampo? Is Sampo still, is he still there? Is he? Sampo, can you hear us? He looks muted. Sampo? Okay, just to remind everyone, you can go to menti.com, and then when we are there, you can, I'm seeing a lot of interesting questions here, of which some of them I'm sort of putting through to the panelists. We may not answer all of them. We said this is an ongoing conversation, so we will keep talking about it. If not addressed today, you can address to the fellow panelists, and then we can have a continuous conversation. Sithola, I think, so that we continue with the conversation. Sampo is still ngathi sazama ukulungisa presentation yakhe. So I mean, Sithola, I want to come back to the issue of because there was a question for you, specifically for you actually, that I think is very important for you to answer, is around, where is this question for you? Yes, it's here. How do we streamline the relationship between local government and the big government, right, the national government, to avoid any big brother approach? So how do we streamline that? Because I mean, there would always be this idea that the government is bigger than the smaller one, you know. So how do you streamline to make sure that there is that smoothness of how things work? There's no kind of a big brother that this one is bigger than, and you know, abuse of power and all that.
Yeah. No, thanks. So that's a very tough one. I must tell you. So let me use the example of South Africa. I don't know what happens in other countries, but in South Africa, the constitution, and I think as Emilia was saying earlier, in South Africa we don't have levels of government. We have spheres of government, and that is guaranteed in the constitution. And there was something deliberate about the use of the word sphere of government when the fathers of the constitution, the fathers and the mothers of the constitution crafted it. The intention was that you have a government that is wall to wall. covering each and every square inch, or in other words, governing each and every square inch of the country. Whether the issue is a national issue, let's say there's a military attack on the country, or it is as small as delivering water in a particular household, so that there's that connectivity.
Yes.
So the noble intention is there in the Constitution, including the terminology of the sphere of government and not a level of government. Then you then have to move from the theory of the Constitution, or in other, the nobility of the Constitution, and say, but then what happens in practice? What happens in practice, unfortunately, is not what the aspiration of the Constitution says. And this is the attitude, I suspect, of us as individuals that work in the public sector, where we tend to, and I agree, we tend to have this a big brother approach, or an attitude of superiority over others, when in fact the Constitution is very clear. It says work together. It says when you take decisions, work in a coordinated fashion. In addition to the Constitution, there is also the intergovernmental relations policy framework, including acts of parliament or law that forces the various spheres to work together. So the problem is at an individual level. It's not at a constitutional level. It's not at a policy level. So there are egos that unfortunately play themselves out there, and these behaviors that are individually driven rather than enforced by policy and legislation. So it's quite unfortunate. So your question is, how do we undo these things? I think that it's quite important for people to realize that you can never do something on your own. You need others, and others need you. You know, the concept of Ubuntu. We all need each other. Yeah. And this is not just at a country level. This is across regions. This is across the world. So we have to realize that we are interdependent and interdependent, both as individuals, as institutions. How you practically do that, I think perhaps there has to be incentivization of behavior and disincentivization of certain behavior. So where there's a behavior where people want to be heroes and heroines and individuals in a context where we're supposed to be working together, such heroic acts of individualisms need to be discouraged and disincentivized, so as to be able to harness the correct behaviors in terms of the application of public policy.
You've been speaking now more about government, right?
Yeah.
There's business in our society.
Correct.
There's civil society, right?
Correct.
NGOs and so on. What roles do these two have?
So perhaps you did not hear me right from the very beginning. I've been speaking about an all of society. Emilia speaks about whole of society. Octavia speaks about whole of society. So governments cannot do things or cannot implement anything on their own. I've spoken about the fact that you have nation states, but you also have local states. Yes. So we all need each other in the formula for all of us to win together. So there's no one single level or sphere of government that should be working together. There's no one single individual. There's no one single entity, because the things that we're dealing with are quite complex. I mean, the concept or the notion of urbanization is a very complex thing. It's not just one thing. It's a combination of many other things that then it's a comorbidity, to use the perhaps the most popular word in the days of COVID-19. You know? So it's quite complex. So you cannot work on your own. You have to be working with others and understanding that everybody has a value to add to how we solve problems.
I just want to remind people, please, I'm seeing a lot of nice questions here which are shaping the conversation. Go to menti.com, and when you get there, you are going to enter the code 3682356, 3682356, and then you can be part of the session by asking questions and responding to questions we ask them, and then we can sort of make this conversation as exciting as possible. Though I'm just disappointed that I can't find Sampo. Sampo, are you there now? Sampo? Yeah, is your video working now, sir? Can you play that for us? Ah, there we go. Finally.
All right, do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, sir.
So I come from Espoo. I used to be deputy mayor for culture and education. I've been working quite a long time for the city. So, Finland up there in the north, so it has some specialties. A small country, 4 seasons, the midnight sun and the winter darkness, and very much urban and rural, just as your discussion has always described. Population in Finland is about 5.6 million inhabitants, and the area is quite big, as big as Germany. The city of Espoo is quite young by population. The second largest city in Finland. Over 50% of the population holds a university degree. 20% of the population is under 15 years. So that's very rare in Finland. And the strategy of the city is so that a great deal of city services are organized by partners of the city. So we are looking forward to partnerships, either companies or then associations by the cities. We use the strategy in Espoo, like everybody in the world, all the cities, but now we changed the strategy to Espoo story. So what does it mean? The story is written by the citizens, not the civil servants, not the politicians. We started 2015 and 2017. We had already more than 6,000 story writers with more than 20,000 ideas and comments from the citizens, from the associations, from children, from adults, from seniors. And there were three most important things which they raised up, of course. Nature, people really respect clean nature, which we do have in our area. Then safety and participation. They are highly appreciated by the Espoo citizens. Giving the residents the possibility to participate in developing the city and their own neighborhood makes them feel at home. This is nicely said by Nico Riekkonen, one of the co-designers at City of Espoo. The commitment which the City Council did after this work was that the Espoo story portrays the history, present and future of Espoo. So all these three aspects. And it identifies the city's values and greatest challenges. And they are addressed in all city activities, but in particular by cross-administration and development programs, and they are implemented in collaboration. You could find there development programs for participating, youth vitality for the elderly, sustainable development and competitiveness, innovativeness and entrepreneurship. So, of course, very clear things, but they are everyday things which the citizens respect. So, we wrote a Espoo story, which invites residents to develop their own neighborhood. Then it has to be resident and customer oriented, and they are expecting that City of Espoo is a responsible pioneer, mostly for SDGs. And then the city has to be fair, treating people with equality, humanity and tolerance. These are also things which are clear, but they are based on an Espoo story, which we have to follow. Smooth everyday life is important in Espoo, as the discussion showed what you have already done there. The best resources in every city are its residents, communities and companies, not the civil servants, not the politicians. So active involvement of residents in the development of city services are the most important part of our development. The city wants to be responsible pioneer, so we have to be broad-minded, creative and open. We challenge the status quo and have the courage to seek out new ways. Then we have to utilize research and international experience, organize experiments and deal with possible failures. Possible failures are needed. We are developing Espoo sustainably, socially, ecologically and economically. So following the SDGs very carefully. And then this one, which is, I think, might be the most important part of our story, is that we all act openly and fairly and treat people with absolutely equality, humanity and tolerance. Finland used to be quite far away from everything, so only last 20 years has changed Finland's population so that Finland is multicultural organization. In our cities, about 22% people who have moved to Finland during lately 20 years. So the goals of the Espoo story, it has to be achieved through interaction with Espoo residents, always interaction with the residents. The first one is competent Espoo resident 2021 means that a learning, creative and capable person can act in an unknown future. This was written in 2016, 2017, so you could imagine how this feels now on the COVID world. We have to be capable and act in an unknown future, which COVID really is. We were 5 years ahead for that. Then secondly, we have to promise continuous learning path for everybody. And the third one, responsible leadership, which means that shared and individual responsibility for reaching the common goals. Shared and individual responsibility. So there we try to take our citizens involved for everything, and that means that all city servants, we who have been working there, we have to change our style to work. Then, city of Espoo, we want to take part of international development. We are members in United Nations Forum for Sustainability. We have been elected as the most intelligent community, and then we are part of UNESCO Learning Cities as a pioneers, as I mentioned already. So sustainability, that has been also under discussion earlier this morning, but sustainability is the key word for the city of Espoo and of course everyone of us. For us, it was very important that the United Nations decided in their meeting 3 years ago to find 26 cities who accelerate use best practices and future hubs for sustainability to 2025. And these 25 cities should take the lead to illustrate that the global goals can become a reality for the citizens by 2025. So let's see what the cities are. The shortlisted cities by the United Nations are, of course, United Nations cities like Bonn, Nairobi, The Hague. Then huge, very, very big cities like Abidjan, Los Angeles, Seoul, Tokyo. Then big cities, as the biggest are as big as Finland is as a whole are, for instance, Amman, Barcelona, Doha, these 6 cities out of that. And then average cities I would mention are small cities, Anchorage, Asuncion, Reykjavik. And 5 cities are university cities, Cambridge, Heidelberg, Noida, Palo Alto, and Espoo. And Espoo's responsibility is education, innovation.
Yeah.
So we are very proud for that because that gives possibilities for us to develop Espoo as an education city.
Yeah, sample.
26 cities, or yes. 27 cities now,
Yeah, Sampo, can you hear
have
me?
responsibility to find new ways for sustainability.
Sampo,
Before
can you hear me?
2025, they have to be concrete things
Sampo?
to reach the sustainable goals.
Sampo, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sampo, can you hear me? Yes, I was saying that in the interest of time, I think as you saw that we had technical glitches. I have 10 minutes now to sort of,
Okay.
I have 10 minutes to close off the session. I guess my quick question
there is one thing which I would do. There is one slide which I want to show you.
Yes, we have a minute to do that. Can you show us the slide within a minute, yeah?
So the Espoo innovation ecosystem, which I have already discussed also this morning, starts from the nation's ecosystem, which is the basic thing over there. But then, as I mentioned, ecosystems of large companies, rising challenger ecosystems, public ecosystems and research ecosystems, they have to be built together with the nation's ecosystem. And that means innovation ecosystem where people co-create a sustainable and wise future. There we have constant discussions between companies, public system and universities and education. I think this is the most important platform we have in Espoo. So I stop it here, and sorry that these technical issues didn't work this morning. I'm sorry about that.
Yes, there was. No, that's fine. Perhaps you can come back here so we can close off, sir. But I wanted to ask you, Sampo, I want you to do this thing in a space of 30 seconds, right? Let's see how speedy you can be. My question is, you spoke about active citizens in Espoo, or maybe I should say in Finland. Is there a way you incentivize citizens to be active in the country? Because sometimes there's a lot of people are not interested in many ways. But is there a strategy you use to incentivize people to be active in cities? Sampo?
Yeah, if I heard you right, so I answered that the education is in key position in Finland. So our people are quite well educated and networks are good to different countries, mostly European countries. So that gives possibility to develop also the cities as part of the city networks in Europe and global.
Yeah. Sithole, I want to come back to, in fact, no, I won't start with you. You will end, usually. They say, okay, I'm not, yeah, I will keep you at the end, Sithole. Emilia, a minute I want to give to you, and my question is around, are you sort of more optimistic about the future of cities, given what you see, or are you a bit pessimistic? Well, what's in when you see things, how things are flowing right now, how do you sense it? Are you more of an optimist?
Look, we don't have an option. If I think about us older people, we might be pessimistic about how slow we learn with humans. But then again, when I look at my family, the younger kids around me, the younger generations, I can only be optimistic. And our government needs to be led by those dreams and aspirations, and not by our own failures. So we do learn, we have achieved a lot, we are smarter than ever before, we have the best technologies ever. We need to do a good job.
Octavi, are you positive as well? Octavi? You muted yourself, I think. Can you hear me, Octavi?
I think it's your turn.
Thank you. I couldn't hear you.
Are you optimistic about the future of cities?
It's a very interesting question because if you heard what last week the president of the World Bank said, that between now and 2021, almost around 150 million people will go into poverty, and most of them will be in urban areas. then of course you can be very pessimistic. And I was thinking when I have, because of my position, I have to say I have the privilege to, had the privilege to visit many cities around the world. And sometimes when I'm back home, I say to my family, I'm really scared about the future. But other days, I say, there is hope. And I think we have a momentum right now. I think the COVID, at least, and I think it's a better momentum from the previous, we had this crisis, the financial economic crisis and social crisis in 2008. And we didn't learn, I have the feeling that we didn't learn most. But in this moment, I think, especially at local level, there is a huge momentum. There's a lot of energy about things to happen and to change. And I hope it's not only wishful thinking, but as Emilia said, we have the resources, we have the tool, we have the instruments, we have the learnings, because we have much experience behind us. And I think it's a momentum right now. And I can feel, at least across my membership in Metropolis, there's a lot of energy in terms of rethinking what we're doing, in terms of trying to change the way we do things, the way we deliver policies, the way we deliver services, and the way we interact with citizens.
Yeah. Stole, the last word is around. Yeah, sure. I want to ask about it's going to be one question, which is the issue of the shocking crime in South Africa, right, related to cities. I want to ask you as to what role do cities have? Are there any sort of strategy they can use to address that issue? And then any words you would like to add in terms of the idea of optimism and where cities are going?
I think crime in South Africa is exacerbated by poverty. Earlier on, I spoke about the ever-increasing gap between those that have access and those that do not. And I think COVID can only propel that, because now, because of COVID, quite a number of people have lost jobs. And I think, as Emilia was saying earlier, we are not going to get those jobs back quick enough.
Anytime soon, yeah.
Not anytime soon. 5 years, perhaps. I don't know. I mean, there are people that are putting together scenarios of the future. And maybe they will be more spot on than I am. But I mean, the gaps, the poverty gaps, is still going to remain with us, and that can only encourage more crime because people are getting desperate. Cities generally, and in South Africa in particular, do have programs that are aimed at targeting, urban safety. We call it urban safety in the municipal language. So most cities do have urban safety. Of course, in the South African context, policing in its form is a national responsibility, but implemented in conjunction with municipalities, where municipalities, and as Emilia was saying, we have to change our public spaces, and our public spaces are going to have to be characterized by the extent to which they enhance safety rather than encouraging crime. So there's a challenge for planners. Right now, as we speak, we are participating in this conference as part and parcel of celebrating Urban Month, which is October. And in South Africa, we're hosting an urban festival that is taking place parallel to this. Yeah. You can find it. I think it's on the web, urbanfestival.co. And there's lots of participation there. And safety is one of many issues that is being raised by those participants that are coming from civil society, business, and all of government. So it is an issue. Am I optimistic for the future? I am optimistic for the future. But I want to put in a caveat, particularly in the African continent. I'm optimistic about the future to the extent to which African leaders will respond to the challenges that have been imposed by COVID-19, amongst others. Yeah. If they embrace the fact that COVID-19 is giving us an opportunity to look at things differently, then I will not even be skeptical about my own optimism. I will just tell you I'm optimistic. But if we look at COVID as a problem and a challenge and a what,
Yeah.
without being opportunistic, because it has
Seeking
presented an
opportunities.
opportunity.
That's true.
In South Africa, it is presenting an opportunity for us to basically undo the apartheid legacy. It's there, it's in front of us, and that's part and parcel of what I think we need to do.
Sithole, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Very interesting conversation. Remember, everyone, you can still get engaged on the Menti platform, www.menti.com, and then enter the code 3682356. It's a continuous conversation. That's what I said earlier, that we are talking and talking about this. So it doesn't just end here. So participate, and your questions will be sort of looked into and responded to. So thank you so much to Emilia. Thank you, Octavim. Thank you, Sampo. So sorry about the technological sort of issues. And of course, Sithole and your team. I really appreciate this. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
I tried to be on time, Tommy.
Thank you, Pumlani. Can we give Pumlani a round of applause? I think that was a very good session, well moderated. Thank you. We're going to take a 10 minutes tea break. Then we'll come back for the parallel sessions, and then we'll continue our day. Please, 10 minutes, guys, so that we'll keep to the time. Thank you.
How are you, Baba? Good. Okay. So I'm going to sit here so that I can see the stage, and then you can sit up here. And you can go. So we're about to go into this prep chat now. Why don't you join me here just for this initial conversation? So you don't have to go into a separate Zoom room or anything. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? So, just wanted to check. I can't hear you. Can one of you who are here, my participants,
Good morning,
say hi so
Rashid.
I can hear you?
Good morning,
I'm
Rashid.
not hearing anybody here.
Don't worry about that. No. Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
How do I speak to my panelists now, these people? I need to speak to them because they're all here, but I need to just...
You're probably muted on the far end. As I say, we have no control over it.
So must I ask Sai? So Sai or Vinay, if you can hear me, can you please unmute so that I can hear? I'm unmuted because I can see that people can hear me, but I can't hear any of you. So I'm not hearing anything coming in.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Yes, now. All right, now I can hear you. So. Okay, how's it, everybody? So I'm here with. Yeah, and is this my one?
Number one is you. Where's number one? Where's number one?
Oh, yes.
Why not seeing anyone?
It's all a bit strange being in the room because we have to sterilize things, but let's just do a sound check and a check that we've got you all here. So Linda, how are you doing there from Lisbon? Linda, I can't hear you. Can you?
You can hear me. You can't hear me.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, now I can hear you. That's good. And then I don't see Sisa and Chona yet. He's not here. I've got Cuthbert here. So Cuthbert.
Hi, Linda. Hi,
Hi,
colleagues.
Cuthbert. Hi, Glenn.
Morning, Linda. Morning, Cuthbert.
All right, and then Glenton.
Morning, Cuthbert, Linda.
Glenton, how are you doing? Do people call you just Glenn? Am I the only one calling you Glenton like your mother?
That's fine. No, it's fine. No stress my side.
keep it quite loose. I might ask a couple of questions. I really want to keep it quite light, you know. You guys can put up your hand. Just you can.
Network, also known as SACN, is an established network of South African cities and partners that encourages the exchange of information, experience, and best practice on urban development and city management. Working together every 5 years and coincides with the term of local government. Within the continental urban development domain, SACN supports the African Union's Agenda 20. This agenda maps out the desired socio-economic transformation of Africa by 2063 and proposes how such a continental transformation could be accelerated.
Colleagues, can you hear me? I just wanted you, if one of you could put your camera on or wave at me or tell me if you can hear me. Linda, you can hear me when I put that mute. Linda, just stay so I can see you. I'm gonna mute. Can you hear me now, Linda? So, no, but I'm muting the computer, right? Yeah, but now I want to check that Linda can hear me on the. Linda, you got me. Okay,
Okay, can you?
I won't.
Did you mute?
So I'm muted on here, and my sound is down.
Your sound should be
awesome. So good. We're good to go.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back to the room where we're gonna have this session, Growing Africa's Share of the Global Mice Market. And to moderate this session will be Rashid Tofi. Rashid is the DG Western Cape Department of Economic Opportunities. So please, guys, let's not forget to use the www.menti.com. And if you're tweeting or sharing on any of the social media platforms, it's hashtag 2020 Africa Brand Summit. Thank you. Over to you, Rashid.
Thank you very much, Tommy. It's wonderful to be here today, and welcome to everybody in all parts of the world. I know I've got a few people here who had the joy of a coffee and a croissant face-to-face, so it's been amazing to see. I know I see some familiar faces, and I'm sorry for you guys at home. You need to step away from your computer, go make your own coffee. But it's just amazing to be here, Tommy. Yeah, just to be back in the world of events. And it's interesting because this topic here is about the mice industry. Now, I realize for this audience, some people may not know what that means. It's not about little rodents. It's actually the meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions industry. And what we have here today is this incredible panel from all over Africa, from South Africa, people who live and breathe tourism, destinations, branding, and we are with you for the next 2 hours. We'll be engaging. You'll be hearing some presentations, but I promise you it won't be death by PowerPoint. There'll be lots of room for engagement. Please fire off your questions. So just to reiterate again, the platform on which you can engage with us is menti.com, MENTI.com, and the code for this session is 130011. So you go onto menti.com and you just click code 130011. So I'm going to be working with someone who's in the background, who's amazing. Bev, thank you for being there in the background. And I've got tech people, Sai, coming in from India. So this is a true collaboration as the future of events and conferences are going to be. So Bev will be loading up a couple of questions, which some of we discussed this before with my panel. What would be some interesting questions just to elicit your thoughts? So Bev, if you load that first question, it's just a fun one to get you started. So before I introduce the panel, we're going to put up that question that is at menti.com. So mention 3 words about COVID-19 that keeps you awake at night. So, and the answer will be this interesting word cloud. So you've got no drop-down list, no multiple choice. You've actually got to pick the 3 words that keep you awake at night about COVID. I can think of a few. They probably can't be said publicly, but no, but there's also words like gratefulness and just joy to be with my family every day. So fantastic. So let me just briefly introduce, before I go to each panelist, I want to show you and introduce my panel. So the first person coming in all the way from Portugal is Linda Pereira. Linda, hello and welcome. Thank you so much for being with us today. The next panelist will be with me in the room is Cuthbert Mhube. Cuthbert, wonderful to have you here, and thanks for being here in person. Thank you so much. Welcome. And then we will be followed by Sisa Nchona, the CEO of SA Tourism. He should be well known to most of you. You've seen him about on TV and all sorts of places. And then our next panelist will be Glenton de Kock, who's the I'll tell you more about them later. He's the CEO of SACI, the South African Association for the Conference and Events Industry. And then Shafiwe Shivengwa, who's the CEO of TBCSA. I promise you this is not a CEO session, but we happen to have these movers and shakers here today. And then our last speaker wasn't able to be here in person, but his name is Alexander Porodnov, and he's going to give us a Russian perspective, and he's answered a few questions remotely, and we'll play a video recording of that. Okay, so we all set to go. I hope you all have we're all getting used to these double or triple screens, right? So in front of you, you're watching us, but you have your handset in your hand with menti.com. And I promise you I'm going to be engaging with you. There'll be 5 or 6 questions which I will intersperse through the panel discussion and ask you to respond. And then I'll ask for Bev to show the answers. So if I were to think of the MICE industry, I mean, myself, I spent 7 years as the CEO of the Cape Town International Convention Center. And it was an amazing period. It was hosting meetings from global conferences, medical conferences. The FIFA final draw in 2010 was hosted there with 100 million viewers, mining indabas and presidential dinners. And that's the world we used to. But it's not about the fanfare. I think all of you know the reason why we run meetings, events, conferences, and exhibitions is the economic spin-off that creates for countries, because people arrive, they spend money, as I said, on the coffee and the croissants, and they stay in hotels, and they book flights, and it has an immense impact on our economies, on the one hand. On the other hand, it has an incredible impact on the brand image and on the definition of that city. So if you think of Durban as the host of the famous World AIDS Congress, it's kind of, in my mind, it's known for that, you know, or the sustainability conference that Joburg hosted, or so conferences and events and exhibitions define brands. And this is a branding conference, but we are going to double click. We're going to dig quite deep into the specific world of the meetings and events industry today. So I'm very excited today. I'm going to go to my first speaker, who is Linda Pereira. So I've got a very long bio of Linda, but I actually just wanted to paraphrase some things. Linda, welcome from Portugal. How's it going there? Are you good?
Oh, great. Sunny weather, and great food. We're open, so
absolutely.
It's great here. I'm so happy
Fantastic.
to be back in Portugal after a long stay in London.
Wonderful, and I hope you have some pastel de nata or something that is lovely and traditional there. Linda is a respected international speaker. She's an educator. She's literally spoken in 143 countries. She's a strategic advisor to many destinations, including some interesting ones which we'll speak about, Saudi Arabia. But also what I wanted to say, she's really a daughter of Africa. And when we spoke earlier, Linda, you said it was both business and emotionally you're attached. So Linda, for I think more than 20 years, has had her business partner has been a Joburg-based South African. So we're speaking to someone who has an incredible global view. I've seen Linda speak at global conferences, and now we have her right here speaking to us about the MICE industry and how it relates to Africa. So Linda, I'm not going to read the rest of your bio. I'm sure people are feverishly looking you up on LinkedIn, which is how it works these days. But I'm going to hand over to you, and the floor is yours for the next 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you, Linda.
Thanks so much, Rashid. It's really nice to be back talking to you and the other colleagues. I was beginning to miss this interaction with my colleagues. And I'm going to share my screen now, and I hope it goes well. Because technology, although currently our friend, can also be a bit of a pain in the butt. Okay, so let's see how it works. Is it working? I hope so. Give me a thumbs up if it's working, please. Okay. Now, I am not the kind of person who talks about COVID. I like to talk about the future because that is where I'm going to live. So this is what I want to focus on. And in fact, what I've been doing over the last 6 or 7 months is working with brands and with destinations on exactly how to communicate communicate during, but preparing for post. And this is really important. And for brands and for destinations as brands and for our industry, communication was actually our secret weapon during COVID. And it's very, very important because what we are going to see now for looking forward is the brands that didn't communicate, the brands that went into paralysis through analysis, those that didn't show that they cared about their clients, or that who didn't reach out to their clients or to their partners or to their supply or to their value chain. Those are the ones that are going to have greatest difficulty in coming back. And those are the ones that are going to be perhaps not as happy as they should be with the return to a new normality. Okay, now what I love about the MICE industry and the meetings industry is exactly the fact that when we work in this industry, we get the chance to be at the absolute forefront of everything important that happens around the world, all the decision making. But what happened to our industry, as happened to most other industries, is that we went into war mode, because there is nothing like a pandemic or a war to make us rethink the whole of humanity and how we work. And what this one did is it's as if someone came along behind us, gave us a shove and pushed us 5 years into the future. And suddenly we're standing in the future. We didn't accompany the road, and we don't know what happened. We don't know where we are, and we don't know how to handle it. It didn't take long for the smartest brands and the smartest companies to think, right, we have to adapt, we're in adaptation mode, let's pivot. And the ones that were slower will pay the price, okay? Now, if you look at our industry and our sector, what is our sector about? It is also about, but it's not about music concerts and having great fun and having great dinners. My sector is about investor relations, internal communications for corporates, brand placement, marketing and sales, training and education. It is the industry that most educates worldwide. We are responsible for the vast majority of education and knowledge. So to have this industry completely stopped without any perspective of seeing it pitch up again until next year is absolutely tragic, because our industry is actually a business accelerator. What our industry does, it accelerates the economy. So we have to look at the way that we can adapt and come back quickly, because what we all know is this. I've got some highlights here. This is what our industry does. Our industry is not about hotel rooms. It's also about hotel rooms. It's not about venues. It's also about venues. It's not about great landscape, and it's about knowledge creation, healthcare outcome, technological innovation, reductions of trade barriers, new business opportunities, training and skills transfers, cross-cultural. It's all about all these things. And above all, it's about inward investment. So we have to remember that we're not talking about events per se, we're talking about all these things. So when we look at trends for the future, it's very important that we look at destinations. A lot of countries are losing 9, 15, 20 billion dollars in revenue by not having events open. I'm privileged. We've had events. Our event industry has been back since June. Since the 1st of June, I was in an event, a live event all day yesterday. We are allowed to hold live events. There has been no case coming out of any of the events held, because it's about the implementation of protocols. For destinations, this is truly a crisis, because destinations are brands, and the destinations that best handled this period from March until now will be the destinations that will instill greater confidence and trust in clients going towards the future, and they will be the ones coming back earlier. And we need to bring people to the destinations. We do not want to stay here in this virtual world. What the virtual world will bring to events, and has already brought, but Remember that virtual events were around for 15 years and nobody paid any attention to them. And we didn't pay any attention to them because we're human. We like the face to face contact. We like to interact with each other. We are humans. We like serendipity. We like that moment at the bar when participant A speaks to participant B, and together they realize they have something in common and they start a business relationship. That is much easier live than it is online. Online becomes an introduction portal, not a business portal per se. And so we don't want to stay in this world, but this world is brilliant for now as a transition phase. And what will happen is that from now on, it becomes the additional component. Events are going to stay national for a while, at least until April, May, or vaccine, but I think that they will mostly stay national with the virtual component that will open up into to the rest of the world. And what has happened is, for example, recently we did a Science Made Public conference, which had a component of live, but that was not what it was about, because we had on average, we would have about 150 delegates. It's a very specific area of science. But this time we had over 3,000 because we opened the windows and the door to the world. And so we can have our event and then we can also have the world with us. It will also give us a chance to create live events in different cities at the same time. One event can be happening in different hubs around the world. That is exactly what we are looking for. This is how our events look like nowadays, with management, with technical skills, with focusing more on the technical part. But that does not mean that we can't add the component. And a lot of people are now adding the live component, and that's very important. We were already half digital anyway. Most people were in the room, but they were looking at us through a camera lens anyway. Look at this room in an event. Most people are looking at us through a camera lens. So this is just taking it to another level. And it's very important. And thank God the technology were there. This is how we are organizing a lot of events nowadays. We are having two events. You're having the live event with a live moderator. And parallel to that, you're having an event which is going online. This is Tammy. You may all know her in South Africa, where she's in a green room and talking to the online. What we no longer forgive as client or as organizers or as an audience is that you simply stream the event. It has to become professional, produced. It has to become a kind of a television event where you have production, where you have a moderator or a presenter interacting with the audience so that they are as special as the audience in the room and not a second thought. And this is the difference nowadays. This is, for example, a live and online event, and you can see there is as much attention paid to the live section as there is to the online section. It is very, very important that we look at events not as, okay, we've got this thing streamed. We look at events as the possibility of having a hub which is live and the hub which is online. The hybrid events are here to stay. That will never change. But the live events are here to stay. That will never change. So what will happen is that the events will grow. The number of events will grow, which means that the intelligent venues, the large venues, the venues that focused on the mega events will have a problem, because I don't think we're going to go back to the same levels of travel that we had before. I think people are going to come out wiser. They're going to come out thriftier with their money, and they're going to think of the environment a lot more. So whereas a company would send 10 people, they may be sending 3. So it's very important that venues start providing a new kind of service. They start providing a service that allows the client to be in the room, to have the live component, but also to be anywhere you are in the world.
And what we have to do now is all be working together, focusing on the horizon. Let's stop talking about COVID and let's start talking about what happens next. At the beginning of this, we were all talking about us all becoming much nicer, much friendlier, no, we're not nicer, we're more selfish. COVID has made us all more selfish. Countries are closing inwards, they're focusing on themselves, they're focusing on their economy. We're not working together. We should be, but we're not. And so what we now have to do is get the governments to realize that this is an industry which brings financial benefits, that brings direct, indirect economic impact, and that brings in also induced impact, knowledge, education, investment, etc., that gives the brands a window to the world. And one of the most important things that Africa has to remember at the moment is that African brands are of a highest quality, and this is a chance to take this opportunity to promote African brands to the world, to create a window to the world. So destinations have to rebrand them, have to change the language that they're speaking. This is really, really important. Have to start communicating in a different way and have to restructure themselves as an opportunity of opening a window to the world where everyone can see the best. Every day has to be a game day, and hybrid events are going to make sure that that is exactly how the future is going to look. So the trends in events are not about the mega events. They're going to be closer to home, more familiar, less expensive, less bling. It's not going to be about the bling and the lights, and it's going to be about the content. And if content is king, then design is queen. They have to be designed with quality and thinking of not only the message, the content, but also the medium. And this is the new reality that we're all living in. Rashid, over to you. I think I kept my promise of keeping it short and sweet.
Well, you kept many promises. You kept it short and sweet, but you kept it high-powered and very on point. And I think we can all see why I said this woman is a mover and shaker in the industry. I really loved your perspectives. Thank you so much. I mean, it's cool. Do you remember, I don't know which ICA Congress you and I went to, but this year's big ICA Congress, the international, can you hear me, Linda? You can hear me?
I'm hearing you very badly, Rashid. The sound is not good. I heard remember and Ika.
All right, so just checking with the technical team to see if they can get you.
Okay, maybe I can hear you a little bit better. Can you repeat the question?
I'm not hearing you so well, so Linda, I'm not going to come to you now. I'm going to come back to you.
Okay.
Ben, we
But our results of that first menti.com survey question. Let's have a look at what you've all said with those 3 words that keep you awake at night. Good to go. And can we share that for us on the screen? All right, so that's just some of the words that has come up. I know that some of my panelists may not be able to see it, but the public and the audience here can see it. The words that come up, biggest is lockdown, unemployment, economy, schooling, interestingly. Yes, schooling and work did blur together. I can relate to that. My children's future. But there's also other words, innovation, better world, shortness of breath. My goodness, I'm not sure if that's COVID or Black Lives Matter, but it doesn't matter. It's what I remember of the last 6 months. So, so yeah, very interesting. And people can still add to that, I imagine. So thank you very much for your inputs. Bev, just before we go to the next speaker, can we load the next question? The next question that we wanted to ask. The next question is actually, here we go. So this is a multiple choice question. As we return to a new normal, what types of events in the MICE industry will recover first? And I've got it in those 4 categories: congresses, conferences, or conventions, simple business meetings, incentive travel, which is when your company sends you on a fam trip or on a business travel, or trade fairs and exhibitions. So once again, menti.com, the code for this session is 13000011, and go in there and vote. So we won't look at it live. We'll come back to that one. Okay. So our next speaker. Now that we've got this incredible global view, Linda, I'm going to come back to you. I'm not sure if you can hear me clearly now. Are you able to hear me, Linda?
I can hear you.
All right. I just wanted to ask you. I know you've done a lot of work in Saudi Arabia as well. How has that been? I mean, they're a country that is trying to redefine their tourism brand. And tell us a little bit of what you think some of the learnings has been for that destination.
Well, actually, COVID has accelerated a lot of the projects that we have in place. Saudi Arabia is doing something that I mentioned in my presentation, which is they're repositioning themselves. We have a new generation of leaders around Middle East who were educated in other countries, have a world perspective, a world view, and are trying to impact change and develop their countries. And Saudi Arabia is working on rebranding and repositioning itself, looking away from petrol and looking into creating and attracting investment, business communities, etc. And they have actually looked, and this is interesting, in fact, because they've looked at placing their brand around the basis of their brand being education and knowledge. And this is very important because this is where our industry plays the greatest role, because our industry is actually the gateway to accessing knowledge and knowledge sharing. So by planning to create their own events, high-level events around industries that they wish to attract, this is going to reposition them within not only the chess game of the region where they are, but around the world. It will also contribute to reposition them as a brand, because a brand is only as good as its reputation. So it's about reputation management. And that is why I said that communicating during COVID was the most important thing that brands could do, because it would seal their reputation, not only as financially focused, but as focused on taking care of others as carers. And this is very important. And Saudi Arabia has, in fact, with other countries in the Middle East, started a kind of a hub within the Middle East to share, not only to attract knowledge, but to share the knowledge they receive. And this is where they are going.
Wonderful. Thank you, Linda. I'll come back. Thank you. Thank you so much for your insights. All right, so our next speaker is right with me, so Cuthbert Ruben. Cuthbert, fortunately, allows it to be in a hybrid event like this, so you come to the field.
It's quite exciting and looking forward as we are activating Oh yes, thank you so much. It's quite very exciting and looking forward as we are activating our travel sector, and we're looking for a gradual and progressive engagement.
Okay, cool. So Cuthbert, ladies and gentlemen, is the current chairman of the African Tourism Board, and hence I went to you next on the panel, because I really want to get, we've got this global view. Now I'd like to get an Africa-wide view, because you've also had 20 years experience in business leadership and development, but also in your role as regional vice president of the UNWTO. So thank you very much for being here today, and over to you for your presentation.
Pleasure, it's all
Thank
mine.
you.
Can I jump?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you so much, our moderator, and thank you so much, my colleagues and our viewers across the globe who has joined us in this hybrid conversation. May I take this opportunity to thank Solly in his absentia, the founder and convener of Brand Africa Summit, and all the stakeholders behind this great initiative at a point in time as most nations are gradually activating their travel sector after the devastating impact from the pandemic. Dear friends, This has been an opportunity, I think, of redesigning, remodeling the travel and tourism sector. Beginning in 1950, there were only 2 million travelers in the world, rising to 1.5 billion travelers by the year 2019. And no sector in the world has challenged this exponential growth that the tourism and travel sector was demonstrating in the few years before us. And it could only take natural checks and balances like COVID-19 to bring this exponential growth to a halt, and that's how nature works. And I think it works in such a manner that it also wakes us up. Yes, vusa, the reality of remodeling and redesigning the sector and ushering in a complete different direction. We knew of terms by 2019 of over-tourism. Our sector was being targeted even by tourists because it has grown so much and basically exposed itself by its growth. But today we don't talk under tourism, we don't talk tourism at all, but it is an opportunity mainly for natural economies to make their products, tourism products, more intimate with our local population. We are now beginning to talk about domestic tourism, regional tourism, cost items that were never spoken about because we were all focused on export earnings sector that had grown to about 28% of global export earnings in the service sector. But now we are all talking and caring about our indigenous population because the reality is that any recovery of tourism at national scale would start with domestic tourism to regional and to international space. And I think that it has brought us back to reconnect more into our own populations. These are some of the positives, and we should always see and look positively. And I invite you to Africa, that's where it is. Jamaica has already shared with us as we are being redesigned towards green economy in Africa. Africa is a host to the biodiversity which will offer to product that we all are looking for. Colleagues, I have always said tourism is a half-exposed treasure chest. The lid is half opened and not so many of our people can get down to the jewels. If all of us work together, we can prise that lid open so that the benefits of tourism and the natural and cultural heritage of our continent can be shared equally by all our populations. Tourism is all about connectivity. It's all about bringing people together from all walks of life. It is the only sector that breaks the divide that separates us as a continent and global citizens. Therefore, as African tourism boards, we can no longer stand in silos. We need to see a well-constructed and well-coordinated approach across the spectrum of our African boards that should this opportunity to reconstruct by imploring innovative ways of making tourism economics relevant to the African social and economic conditions. The intra-Africa trade agreed should widen the doors of all stakeholders within the travel space and bring together the private and the public sector into strategic partnerships to harness the latent power and resource within our continent so that we grow the continental tourism sector. Therefore, colleagues, our objective should be to turn around the challenges we face into opportunities and to ensure tourism blends not to be just a sector with great potential, but a sector that creates jobs. I know that most of the jobs, especially within our sector, has been lost. We need to be able to create wealth and sustainable livelihoods for the majority of our populace. And I believe, therefore, tourism is a frontline industry because of its linkages with almost every other sector of the economy. So therefore, it must be at the forefront, stimulating the rest of the African economies to recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, it will take the will and drive from each and every one of us here and beyond, and all stakeholders in the travel sector to unify our resolves to expand our experiences from countries' individualism attitude to continental exclusiveness. Let's share our experiences, let's discuss and roadmap our sector to recovery. The risk adjustment journey to recovery must begin with us. Our domestic and intra-Africa tourism must be our priority engagement. Yes, of course, complemented by our international clientele. Global markets, by the way, are not going to be flooding to our continent sooner. It's none but ourselves to look within Africa, to look within our continent, and start to navigate among us ourselves. Let us start focusing on quick wins, starting with brand Africa and its perennial perceptions, battles, and we can change the status quo of the continent if we only stand together with one objective to see a unified and a progressive continent. Let us therefore break the divide that separates us as nations. And tourism, by the way, is the only tool that must and will join the umbilical cord that was disconnected by our oppressors. I, therefore, if there was a time, we need to appreciate and activate our domestic and intra-Africa movements. It is now, as Africa stands as a beacon of hope for our populace. Our tourism boards, therefore, should stand and work as a unified force, not to work as competitors, but as a complementary agencies in destination management and highlights of our resourced continent. Together with all strategic tourism stakeholders, should now be interrogating strategies of how the continent's tourism sector, the MICE sector, not only survives, but recovers and grows after the devastating impacts of the COVID-19 to travel, tourism, and hospitality activities. As we advocate once again for a paradigm shift for the continent to appreciate an in-house approach to mitigate our economic emancipation, if this approach could be embedded and activated in ourselves first as a bloc of nations, we will see a more activated movement of people and thereby enforcing continental integration that will make business sense and will surely experience a robust infrastructure expansion across the continent and a tangible trade investment opportunities. Now is the time for us to stand together as Africa, as the continent. Thank you so much. We really appreciate.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cuthbert. That was amazing. Thank you. You grab a mic over here. Cuthbert, have you? I just want to ask you a straight question. Have you actually seen what you've said? There is a vision that I'd really like to imagine is possible. But have you seen any evidence of tourism boards actually working together and not seeing themselves as competitors?
Prior to the COVID-19, we haven't seen that. Even our member states, we haven't seen a well-coordinated and synchronized approach. Each country has been doing its own things. Little did we realize that we complement one another in Africa. So now is the time, as I believe that the pandemic should have afforded us time to really go back to the drawing board and start focusing and appreciating one another as member states.
Yeah. Well, I hope you can lead that, and you can make people put aside those differences. I've seen it done regionally. I think when you go to East Africa, it's quite easy to go to Kenya and immediately go to Tanzania and regard it as a single travel opportunity. But I'm not sure if we're jointly marketing it as such. Perhaps in Southern Africa we do that naturally. People come and spend 2 weeks in South Africa and 1 week in Botswana, or they go over to Namibia. But I'm not sure if we've proactively done that as boards.
Yeah, I think, as I indicated, that the virtual meetings have afforded us to go back to the drawing board. As African Tourism Board, we have actually engaged with our continental ministers of tourism, where for the past 2-3 weeks we had engagement with our ministers on the round table engagements, and we are looking at also having another round table engagement in the next 2 weeks. Yes, we have started the roadmap.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for your input. And maybe it's a good pivot to our next speaker. So our next speaker is Sisa Nchona, who's the CEO of South African Tourism. Sisa, welcome. Where are you coming in from? Joburg, yeah?
Yes, I'm in Johannesburg, and thank you very much for having me over. Much appreciated.
Sisa, I think the last time you and I you were on the road, almost like with me, was when we were trying to rescue the Western Cape from its drought brand image. So can you imagine that? Well, first of all, our dams are 100% full. So Sisa literally got on his bike, as they say. He got on a plane, flew around the world, marketing South Africa as, please come, things are, we've got this under control. But Sisa, I think COVID kicks it out of the park. It takes it to a next level in terms of. But the nice thing is, it's not just us. We're not the only ones who are experiencing it. So I think that's important. Sisa, I just want to finish just reading your bio, and I'm not going to go into detail. But before joining South African Tourism 4 years ago, Sisa spent some years in the aviation industry with South African Airways. He's also an accountant, so he also worked in the financial services sector and in manufacturing for some large South African brands. So, Sisa, I'm excited to have you on our panel and to hear your perspective as someone who who really is out there managing not only South African tourism's image here, but also via all of your offices. And over to you, and then Bev, I will come back to that our next poll, but after Cesar. So, Cesar, over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Rashid, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you, depending on which part of the world that you're in. How do I follow such colorful presentations before me? But I'm going to look at this through the lens of numbers, unfortunately. The trade perspective, and also essentially things like forex and balance of payments. Because ultimately, this is why we're in the business that we're in. It's all about the economy, and we've got to find ways that, in terms of looking where the opportunities lie, where we are sitting at, and actually what is the potential going forward. As I said, just as an opening slide, what's the size of the universe? Where are we playing? What's there? And I'm looking at 2019 figures, essentially 1.5 billion participants, over $1 trillion rather. That's a big difference there. $1 trillion, basically the size of this sector. That's the size of the pie, if you want to call it that, essentially. When you look at the MICE space, from the tourism lens, we look at it as almost bulk acquisition, the opportunity to get visitors into your country in bulk. A well-planned kind of conference can have 10,000 delegates that are able to come through to your country. And if we apply what we call delegate boosting, where we know that, essentially a country like South Africa is too far down south, we try to, urge people to say, well, if you're going to come on a 10-hour flight, 12-hour flight, bring your spouse with, bring your children with. So suddenly, out of one delegate attending a conference, you can get 4 people coming to the country. And as I said earlier on, it's all about trade. We want people to come, but we also want them to spend in the economy so that as a consequence of that, jobs can be created. And I think as Linda had said, essentially earlier on, that essentially this space is also a business accelerator. It accelerates the economy. So hence, when we look at the direct impact, we also have to consider the indirect impact. When someone comes into your country for a conference, you understand that there's flights involved, there's a hotel involved, there's catering, there's food, there's travel, there's fuel, there's construction in terms of where they're staying, and. So you understand then the trickle down effect of the value chain of this important global business events industry and its importance. Now I'm going to look over into the next slide. I think Rashid asked the question earlier on, what keeps you awake at night? And what keeps me awake at night is essentially this space, right? And if you look at what I talked about, the size of the pie of the universities, what's our sector? What's our market share as a continent, essentially? I think I'm looking at this figure, that Africa, an entire continent with 54 countries on board, essentially, and almost 1 billion people. If you look at our market share, it's only 2% in terms of the spend of the business events industry. And that's ultimately where the rands and cents, or dollars and cents, really comes to. How much is the continent gating as a market share of people that travel all over the world into the continent and spend money in the economies of the continent, thereby shoring up the GDPs of those economies, thereby also contributing to the balance of payments, contributing to forex. That's ultimately the measure that we look at it, and it's only 2%. Now, what that tells us, there's a lot then of headroom, of opportunity, where the continent can start to really reclaim its space and make sure that we can get some double-digit, at least, market share as we kind of move up on that side. So looking at this side is spend, but in the middle column, we look at the actual participants, physical numbers, as you can see there. And the only difference there, essentially, if I can really look at it, is where where North America swaps with actually Asia as being the front end. So what it just tells you that on one hand, where you got the number of participants that are there, but the spend is a bit more if you look at the North America space. And I think that where lies the opportunity. Now, again, just distilling it a bit more, if you just look at the ICA ratings, basically, the ICA meetings, all 13,254 of them. Africa as a continent, again, has a paltry 3%, 415 meetings on it. And again, I'm putting this forward as almost as an urging to all of us as to what's possible and how much we can actually grow the space. Then if we look on the African continent, we just look at the countries, what are the top ranked countries in terms of number of these eco meetings as well. You can see South Africa, Morocco, Rwanda, Egypt, Kenya. We'd love to see more of these because we've got to look at this as not as competition amongst African countries, but rather looking at capacity. If we understand the nature of business events, it's that they rotate. We want them to rotate within the African continent as much as they can, as opposed to actually leaving it to go outside this. So it actually makes a lot of sense for more, parts of the continent to have the capacity and the competencies in order to cater for business events meeting. And then on the right-hand side, it's just looking at the cities, basically, where the events are actually starting to, and the number of business meetings or events that are happening there, which is quite key to give you a bit of a sense. These are the top 5 as we go through. The speaker before me also alluded earlier on that the business event space is more than just flights and hotels, etc., but it's also about knowledge side of it, basically. And these are the top 5 subjects that us as a continent have been putting ourselves forward: medical sciences, science, technology, economics, and education. This is key in the sense that we've got to know what our competitive advantages and hone on that, as opposed to spraying and praying and kind of getting any activity that you can get. Not that we will not take it, but this is our competitive advantage where we actually look at the lens, as Africa, as how we're going to play from this space. Now coming closer to where we're at, in this COVID environment, and many people have given many views around it, and how it's actually thrown the world into a spin, a turmoil as it is. The difficulty that we have right now is more of a global one. Traveling around the world is almost trying to navigate your way through landmines, right? Because we are seeing that there's not a consistent and standard and uniform ways, basically, that countries are adopting forms of protections, forms of risk management, and assessing who comes in, who goes out, etc., etc. As a result, you navigate your way from one country to the next, who applies it differently as well. So where, as an example, South Africa has got a risk rating where we actually schedule or publish a schedule of countries every 2 weeks, as the ones that are high risk then are essentially not allowed to travel to South Africa, for leisure activities, whilst in other countries it's a week. So therefore, the booking patterns have essentially shrunk from an average of 6 months to a year to literally looking at it in a week by week basis. So the risk here is that, can you really plan and book for an activity, an event, or travel in 2 months' time, when it could fundamentally change? So the number one item then, when we looked at what are the biggest challenges right now around the coronavirus situation, is that 66% of the surveys responded that difficult in planning things because of the fluidity of the situation, as I've alluded to that one. The second one is deciding whether to cancel, reschedule an event, or move it online. And I know, for instance, this conference right now is hybrid, and again, this becomes a flavor of the day. My one big question that's not answered at the moment, and that's the challenge out there, is that we got to still not lose sight of the economic impact that business events and tourism generally has. And that is the spend in the economies. That triggers basically job creation, that triggers, the value chain of the sector. If this business events had to entirely go into, let's say, the virtual space, sure, we can tick the boxes that the conference did happen. We can tick the boxes that, knowledge was shared, and. But what we're missing, though, is the economic impact of the actual event. 10,000 delegates descending onto Cape Town for 4 or 5 days, them bringing their spouses and their children. 10,000 becomes 40,000. That will be lost, essentially. And a hybrid almost takes us into between. So as I sit here right now, I'm always asking the team, What are you going to do about this income gap that the country is missing, the contribution to GDP is missing because of the hybrid environment? And again, it's an open question that I think over time we all have to ask ourselves and look at it basically, right? The contract environment as a third element is also has been thrown out the box. Suddenly now, a lot of us realize that our contracts are actually not as tight as we thought they were basically. And we now have to look at an entire regime as to how we contract around these things. Acts of God, essentially, force majeure became the big phrase that everyone's throwing around and almost became a convenience clause for people to actually pull out of their commitment. And that's thrown all of us into frenzy. I won't go down the entire list, but it kind of gives you a sense of there's a lot of unknown, there's a lot of fluidity within it, which actually brings about as a challenge basically within this perspective there. And then when the survey that was done basically to look what is the biggest financial challenge with regards to planning a business event in 2021, again, the first one became around the budgeting and pricing for hybrid in-person digital events, right? At some point in time, we're all trying to make money from this. At some point in time, we're all trying to contribute to the GDP. What's the pricing regime going to look like? You know, and I mean, certainly from our perspective, I've received one or two proposals for some conferences that are being touted down the line. And I looked at the cost item, it's actually gone up. Then I asked myself, guys, why has this gone up? Right? I thought hybrid, which means digital technology, is going to be reducing some of these costs. Again, I don't think we've settled down then in terms of what this new regime is going to look like in terms of having that ultimate investment coming through on that side. Then having a look then in terms of what are the first groups that are really been in the front edge in terms of returning to live events. And I called the slide Follow the Money slide. And essentially it gives you a bit of a sense, you know, the ones that are at the front end, sporting events, sporting organizations, there's a lot of money sitting in that space, right? And you can see the push from those sporting codes, from sponsors, you know, from all their activities to get back as quickly as possible. Where we've seen as an example, spectatorless events, those are happening, but again, will we return to the previous levels of where we're sitting at? Corporate, private sector, business events as well. That's also a big one. Religious organizations, don't underestimate the commerce element of religious activities over there. Again, I call it follow the money, gives you a sense who's at the front end and how they're being pushed through in terms of from their perspective there. Then this is the last slide, and I won't go into detail, but as South Africa, we developed a recovery plan for the sector, you know, during lockdown, so that as we emerge out of, the pandemic itself, we've got to make sure that we come out stronger, better, faster, meaner, so that we are able to take care of all these activities. We've listed 10-point plan as to some of the key issues that we are going to be focusing on. I'd like to bring your attention here to number 9 that talks about the regional value proposition. And I think Cuthbert alluded to that one, that it's going to make sense that if we collaborate and fight as a bloc and present ourselves to the world, in that we may have a much higher chance basically of actually making sure that we get ourselves to where we're supposed to go to. I'm going to pin there for now. I know there's other speakers behind me, and I'm happy to take questions during the engagement session when that emerges again. Thank you very much, Rashid. And I'll pick it up from there.
Thank you, Cesar. Thank you so much for that view. And I think some of the stats are always a bit, is this because you're an accountant? But stats are, you need that monitor, don't you? You need that, we used to that now, we can check the temperature.
Menti.com. So please, everybody, click onto menti.com, and the session number is 130011, and ask your questions. One of the questions was, do you see the emergence of Kigali, Nairobi, and Addis as a threat to our South African conference numbers when you look at those ICA stats? And that's the ICA is the International Congress and Conference Association globally, so they count the number of events happening. Do you see that as a threat to South Africa's position in that pecking order, if you like, or?
Absolutely not. I did earlier on say that it actually makes sense for us to look at us as a block, essentially, right? That by nature, conferences rotate. So it does not make sense to try to hog everything into one space, but rather to showcase the caliber and competency of the entire continent as to the space as well. I support more cities, I support more destinations having the ability basically to host big events. That will put us on the map. Before we sell South Africa, I got to sell the continent first, and I think that then gives it a lot more momentum if we can collaborate.
I agree, and
I
Cesar,
agree. And
I
Cesar,
answered that
I
question
answered
because
that
I
question because I
remember about
remember
5, 6 years
five,
ago,
6 years ago,
Cape Town always
Cape
had
Town
in the
always had
vicinity
in
of
the vicinity of
45 meetings, and
45 meetings. And
as
as
Kigali has grown,
Kigali
it
has
hasn't
grown, it
taken
hasn't
away
taken
Cape
away.
Town meetings; it's added to the market share. So the important number on that slide was the 3.1% of the market share. And I think we've moved from 3% to 3.1%. But if we market ourselves as a block with many functional conference venues, we will grow that 3.1%. We're not stealing from each other. That's not how it should be seen, So thank you, Cesar. Thank you for your perspectives. There's a few more questions which I'll come back to you in the Q&A section. So thanks a lot. Bev, if you are available, could we put up some of the answers to the survey question we asked? So there we go. So people seem to feel that business meetings will bounce back first. If my panelists can't see it, it was business meetings and then congresses second, and a 0 on trade and exhibitions and incentives. So yeah, I think those high contact environments will probably remain quiet and not active for a little while to come. So Bev, before we go to the next speaker, can we put up the next question that we'd like to ask the audience? So here we go. What are the biggest inhibitors to growing Africa's market share of the global mice industry? And I'll just paraphrase the questions again. Is it the visa regimes? Is it the cost of travel? Is it the negative perceptions about Africa? Is it poor safety, poor infrastructure? Or is it lack of coordination, as Cuthbert, as we alluded to, Cuthbert, lack of coordination and collaborative marketing, or rather competitive marketing, if you like? So go ahead and answer that question if you're in the audience or if you are online, and then we'll see what people's answers and perceptions are. So, all right, so I'm excited to introduce my next speaker. Hold on one moment. Glenton, how are you? You're good? Yeah, lekker man. Good to see you. So, Glenton, before I go through your bio, I see you're a budding golfer, and are you still looking after the Nelson Mandela University Football Club, or are you finding you don't have any football and no golf either?
Probably more golfing than football now. Because obviously sort of the Clinton allowed me to be more the golfer than the football.
Yeah. So, Glenton, thank you so much for coming. And Glenton, before becoming the CEO of Saki, has spent a lot of time working in the tourism industry, both in the PE in Port Elizabeth in South Africa, and he was the managing director of Tourism Buffalo City, which covers East London and many lovely cities within the Eastern Cape. And he's also an associate director at KPMG, where he led the hospitality, leisure and tourism unit for Africa and South Africa, before he then went on to a similar position at Grant Thornton. So we're speaking to someone who now heads up an association body, but who also comes with a wide range of experiences within the tourism and in the business sector in general. So, Glenton, lovely to have you here, and over to you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are around the world. I think as we adjust to these hybrid events, and as the previous speakers have indicated, two things that I've learned from these events is, one, if you have somebody presenting before you and you've got similar slides, a hybrid event allows you to adjust the slides quite quickly while they're speaking. And second, to what Linda said, while content has been king for a number of years and will probably be so for a lot of these events, whether in person or hybrid, collaboration has probably been the king and the emperor for most of us, and particularly in our sector. So mine is really simplistic to focus on really two areas. Can Africa develop a single plan, particularly in the mice sector? My answer is quite an emphatic yes. Discussions have been ongoing for a number of years. There's now movement afoot to consider what we're calling an African Convention Bureau Coalition, and I've just listed some of the founding partners that are discussing this. Obviously, our own South African National Convention Bureau, Uganda, and our partner Rwanda. And while as the last sort of, as Cisa and yourself have spoken about Kigali's positioning within the MICE sector for Africa, the coalition is quite clear on two elements. One, we're selling Africa, and second to that is within the association space, and I'll speak a lot about the sort of the association space, because within that space, the rotation of events can still happen on the continent itself. So whether it's in Kigali, this year, 3 years time, it can be in Nairobi, 3 years from there, and it can be down in Cape Town again. So an event that comes to Africa can stay on the continent for 5 to 6 years. So I think within ourselves is simplistically putting that by working together and through collaboration, we are going to be able to put Africa's case forward, and we're also going to assist with that narrative going there. So the only numbers that I have, because Cisa shared quite a lot of those numbers, was just to indicate that for a number of destinations and a number of countries in Africa, the business event space, exhibition space, wasn't one that was thought about, because when one speaks tourism in the general terms, it's about the leisure component. What has happened during sort of whether you looked at the lockdown or COVID itself, it has allowed us to engage with partners. It's allowed us to engage in understanding what we can do to increase these numbers. And these numbers are specific from the ICA rankings, particularly the 2019 report. And what's done for us, it's allowed us to understand how we can focus on association meetings, because it's quite a big component on the global stage. So ours is, and although 2020's numbers will probably be horrendous for any destination around the world, the opportunity has presented itself to then grow that 3% we just spoke about earlier to double digits in the next 5 to 10 years. Some insights I want to share with you, and particularly around what what the global association meeting space will look like in the coming years, and some of the challenges that we focus on. And as Cisa shared with you, some insights of mine is just around the association meetings. That's the space that I work in, and these associations on the continent are quite active, and active in the sense that they are partners of Africa. They really will be able to drive our case going forward. So in the findings, 66% believe that obviously the change in their future operations as we've experienced is something that we're all going to adjust to. However, 47% of the respondents in the surveys have done what most of us have done, reviewing events, and some events that have been postponed to 2021, and most of us are now talking about the first quarter of 2021, is how do we do two things? How do we get the hybrid event? Because as Linda said, it's here to stay. And second, when we're meeting in person, as you yourselves are doing just that in Cape Town, what are the safety and health protocols doing to build two things: confidence and build additional insight into how best we can get the knowledge space moving in the right direction. A lot of us are looking at our membership models, and particularly ourselves as an association and many other associations globally, as to what is the benefit that members will get from the association. Importantly, though, is also understanding how best member companies can still survive through the pandemic going forward. I'll just run through the last two, which is really about the issue around virtual events and hybrid events. And a lot of times people have spoken about the reach that hybrid events have or virtual events have. I think the missed opportunity is that in-person events still has a bigger impact on how people go about engaging in person. So I think most of us are missing that, but most of us are working ourselves towards the fact that we're going to meet in person, not only on the safe level, but we're going to meet in person to drive our sectors and our economies going forward. And then quite an important number to reflect on, which is that 28% around the geographical rotation. And I think, if one looks at the African continent, and particularly ourselves at the southern tip of Africa from a SADC perspective, we had seen that a lot of movement in terms of opening up for business has happened in other parts of Africa. One thing again of our partners in Rwanda, Kenya this last weekend had their first live concert. And I use the word first because obviously in the post-world, everything will become a first now, but they had their first live concert over the last weekend. So things are happening, but they're happening in a responsible manner. And I think for ourselves, as we've experienced with my colleagues on this particular panel today, is that South Africa is really starting its recovery journey now. And while we probably might be envious of our colleagues in other parts of Africa, we understand what the rationale has been for us to move in the direction we have to move. However, I would have to caution ourselves as a destination, and particularly for what we're talking about from an African perspective, that we have to ensure that we work collectively, but we work to a point where Africa is seen as a destination that is not only safe, but offers value for money for events and conferences in the future. The opportunities, though, there are opportunities, and I know while there might be limited opportunities around COVID, is about the increased flexibility and how innovation, particularly if one looks at this particular event, in respect of the number of people that are putting this event together, and the fact that we got Linda on the call, no matter where you are, you can be part of the conversation. No matter where you are, you can drive innovation for your clients. In closing, I would want to sort of look at some sort of key areas around how we can create a far better competitive edge in the business and exhibition space. So we've spoken a lot about visas, and I think now is an opportunity for our governments to listen to industry in ensuring that there's a far more openness around how we allow business travelers. And I know that my colleague Cisa will look at the leisure side of things as well, but to say that business travelers that are coming for a conference or for an event or to invest in the country, there should be a level of flexibility around visas. And also the access of visas is something, or e-visas should be something that is mandatory on the African continent. I think the access in terms of increased flights, and we've seen it in our own sort of destination, a number of airlines are willing to fly directly into our destinations, and that bodes well for the rest of the continent. But I think the inter-regional connectivity is something that my colleagues and I have been speaking about quite extensively, that we have to ensure that the ability for us to travel within the African continent is something that we not only have, but is something that must take place. The last two aspects I want to sort of focus on is obviously the bidding process. And while I started out about in identifying the institutional arrangements, the key is here, how do we as Africa bid for events for the continent so that the destination benefits versus us bidding against each other and then Africa losing that opportunity. And then the second last point is around human capital in building skill sets. And one is to be clear about how we're going to rebuild these skill sets, because obviously with the impact of COVID, a number of skilled individuals and businesses unfortunately have had to go out of business, or people have to reskill themselves. So there's an opportunity for us to either hone those skills, retrain the skills, but keep the skills within the particular sector. And then my final point I want to sort of make is that partnerships and collaboration has really been key throughout this process and will continue being sort of the bedrock of how we ensure that we sell the destination Africa and how importantly we change that narrative, as I said before. The way forward, obviously our standard operating procedures, and many of us and the work that we've done, and I know Tiffy was speaking after me around our health and safety protocols. Our destination, South Africa, is open for business. We've done a lot of work around health and safety protocols, even operating standard procedures, and there's been a number of white papers that our association's been involved in to rewrite some of the aspects of how we've gone about doing business. So in respect of proof of concepts events, in the respect of how events, exhibitions, which is something that probably will be one of those last puzzle pieces that come on board in the respect of the whole MICE sector. The key to that, though, is how are we able to convince government to provide additional funding support? And I think this is a common thread throughout the globe as to how governments have identified the opportunity within the MICE sector, but don't fully appreciate the value chains, and let alone understand the economic impact. And I think there's still a lot of work to be done on that. And for that, additional funding needs to be found in an innovative and creative way. And that can only happen through ourselves as associations and through private sector across the board. And our challenge is one that is a challenge, as I said, on the global front. And then the importance of how government communicates the recovery process. And I think we've done a lot of work from a South African perspective, but I think how we communicate that to the rest of the world is an area that we can still improve on. And then finally, obviously, the role of the convention bureaus is critical to how we grow a MICE market on the African continent. In closing, just to give an indication that there's a number of associations that does work within Africa. that does work to grow Africa as a nice destination. And some of these have been really key throughout the COVID process. So I'll leave it at that, and I look forward to the panel conversation.
Thank you, Glenton. Thanks very much for your perspectives. Yeah, I think we underestimate the impact of events and what that'll have on associations. You know, I think that word came up a lot. I remember I went to the American Association for Association Executives in Washington, D.C. has 10,000 members. So there are 10,000 executives who live in Washington, D.C. who head up global associations. So you've got to ask yourself, why would a city like that host a lot of conferences? Because they've got a lot of leaders. And why is Cape Town a leader in congresses? Because just between Stellenbosch University and UCT and UWC, we have 20 professors who are world leaders in their field. So it's about the leadership that Africa plays that leads to conferences being attracted. So the reason we have the World Cardiology Congress is the world head of cardiology was sitting at Groote Schuur Hospital. So then of course we pitched to host the Congress, you know. So it's interesting. Glenton, have you seen? Do you think Congress? Do you think associations are going to find alternative incomes? Because very often hosting a conference is what keeps an association alive. It's their annual shot in the arm, if you like, of income and membership engagement.
Correct. It's a global conversation that we're part of, obviously, from an association side, as to looking at what model will work for that association. So it really depends on the economic sector that the association finds itself in. And quite importantly, though, is everybody is asking only one question. You know, what is the benefit? Ours has been really a simplistic response in saying that the benefit of the association has been to drive towards government in ensuring that they understand the importance of the sector. I think that's been the critical component to that. In addition to that, there remains an opportunity to understand, as we speaking today on this particular platform, is what does that new hybrid approach look like, and what are the areas that you can monetize by hosting an event, or importantly, driving the knowledge into the next area. Because the simplistic approach that we've really taken here is that people have the need to meet, people have the need to share knowledge, and then those two will always remain there. It's the ability of how you monetize these things. And I think, as Cesar had mentioned, and we looked at a number of hybrid opportunities and online streaming opportunities, it's similar to any other innovation or any other technical sector. You know, first movers, quite expensive, quite costly, but I can almost guarantee you that by the time we get 6 months down the line, the cost elements will automatically become normalized within our sector as well. So I think it's really a conversation that's ongoing as to how associations look at benefits, but also monetization, and then providing insights for communities going forward.
Thank you, Glenton. I appreciate it. Well, it's a good segue into this next association now. Our next speaker is Shivanga, and
he's got two roles. I mean, on the one hand, I am government. I work for the government of our region, and we get lobbied for things. But what I've seen, Shafiwa, is how your association, the Tourism Business Council of South Africa, has not just lobbied and asked the question, but has actually taken a leadership role in creating the standards and lobbying, but with answers, with solutions. And a lot of in the beginning of this Congress, we talked about the safety standards, and some of those safety standards are literally developed by associations like TBCSA. So Shafiwe comes from different backgrounds as well. He has worked across the sector in companies like SA Tourism, Rennie's Travel, SARS even, and he now joins us as CEO of TBCSA, the Tourism Business Council of South Africa. So, Shafiwe, over to you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. And good almost afternoon to everyone. It's good to be here. And it's good to see that we can still have conferences, although it's a hybrid, session. Would have loved everyone, to be, staying in our hotels and enjoying the hospitality. and the nice coffee that you get when you're at hotel. But unfortunately, due to the circumstances, here we are drinking our coffees in our offices, and missing those nice food that we get from hotels. But I'm gonna leave that for later, and hopefully soon we'll return to normal, and we should be able to do what we do best. I think one of the things that's quite important, and this has been raised by many speakers, in terms of the importance of the business tourism or the MICE industry as it relates to tourism in general. I cannot ignore the size of this subsector. It is quite important. It contributes greatly to tourism, as well as to the spend. There is a great deal of spend that comes through incentives, through conferences, and many other aspects. But one of the most important things is that we need to understand that people travel to South Africa on the basis of the perception of the country, meaning that the perception of South Africa as a brand, as it relates to decision making when people decide whether they want to come to South Africa for conferences or for exhibition or for any other travel, including leisure travel, is based on the perception that they have on the country. And that perception is linked to many different things that may have been discussed earlier today. Things like policy certainty. If you talk about within the tourism side of things, we need to ensure that people understand and they are certain that they can travel to this country hassle-free, and they can be able to do what they do best. I think Cesar did mention, and Glanton did mention, some of the barriers that we face as a tourism sector. So the policy certainty is quite important, and not only the immediate policy, even for the future, whereby we should be able to ensure that people understand that when they arrive in South Africa, there's not going to be confusion at the airports and many other different places, where tourism takes place. And if we do that properly, we should be able to enhance brand South Africa as it comes to when people decide where they need to be traveling to. At the moment, as you're all aware, the country is about 26 years old in terms of democracy, and we still are talking about educating government on the importance of tourism industry and on the importance of the MICE industry. If I had a 26-year-old child, they would have been graduated from college, there would have been a master's on something, and we should be able to have passed that point of guiding government in terms of the importance of the industry and the importance of the subsector, and more importantly, the importance of the MICE industry. So that's what informs policy, and that's what's created this brand, South Africa, in terms of perception, when people start to decide whether they're going to have a conference in South Africa or in Africa in general. Brand, as we all know, is built on trust. And that's why I was talking about issues around policy and making sure that, we are all, on the same page. The removal of barriers. We still have way too many barriers, here in South Africa and many other African, countries, in terms of, travel. We don't even have in the southern, in the SADC region, we don't even have a single visa, issuing of single visa where people can be able to come to, South Africa and be able to move freely without any other visa, across the SADC region. Regional integration becomes important to enhance the brand, of the particular region and Africa in general. So removal of those type of barriers is quite important, including, issues of, crime. We need to deal with crime. It's one of the biggest thing in tourism that hinders people to travel to the country. We need to deal with other issues that taint our brands, and I'm sure many other speakers have spoken about that, issues of gender-based violence. We find ourselves in tourism industry responding to these issues when we travel overseas, because those are the issues that are dominating the narrative of South Africa. So those are the issues from a policy point of view that we ought to deal with, and we ought to create certainty, especially on the tourism side, in terms of when people arrive in the country, when people want to come to South Africa, issues of visa, we're still behind in terms of creating an e-visa platform where people can be able to apply and get issued with visa. And those are critical issues that will boost the MICE industry, and that ensures that those that want to come to conferences here in South Africa and many other African countries are able to do so with ease. Also, there are policies around investments that they are always out there when people are trying to deal with issues of whether they should invest in tourism, be it overseas companies or overseas brands within the hospitality sector or the hotels that wants to come into the country and be able to invest. We need to continue to bring certainty when it comes to that. And that happens when we understand, and I cannot mention this enough, the understanding of the impact of tourism to this economy is still lacking. And I'm going to say this again, it's still lacking because the policy decisions that are made are not conducive for the growth of tourism. We have seen this now with the issues around COVID. We've been going back and forth trying to ensure that we return to some level of normalcy as a tourism industry. And most of the time we're faced with decisions, that are less than perfect, decisions that leaves us, with more questions than answers. And you can imagine from the traveler's point of view, how the traveler gets so confused and they decide to go elsewhere. And this impacts also not only from the leisure tourism point of view, it impacts from the business travel point of view. And also from the conference point of view. How can a conference decide to come to the country when we still have this confusion around, how you're going to arrive in the country, how you're going to be treated when you arrive at the airport, and so forth and so on. So that is why it's quite important that in whatever we do, policy certainty, as I've mentioned, is quite critical. So the lack of understanding of the impact of tourism into this economy, the lack of understanding of the value chain of tourism, there's always this notion that tourism is about having fun and good times. Yes, we do have fun and good times, but it creates jobs, just like many other sectors. So we have to deal with it as a sector. We have to understand that there are 1.5 million people that are supported in terms of employment by tourism. We need to understand that we impact the GDP by 8.6%. We need to understand that there's a great deal of investment that comes, to tourism. We need to understand that there are many sectors that are reliant on tourism, including manufacturing and many other sectors, agriculture. Those companies that are manufacturing vehicles, they're dependent on tourism because we're the biggest buyers of those products. So if we want our country to attract more conferences, to attract more incentive travel, to attract more exhibitions, and many other aspects of business tourism, we've got to strengthen the brand. We've got to make sure that by doing so, we have policy certainty. We must deal with issues that we have that keep lingering for the past 26 years. We have many institutions that are marketing South Africa, including Brand SA. We've got South African tourism. We need to look at how the two can work together better, and perhaps amalgamated into one powerful company that can deal with issues of brand, South Africa. So is that important for us in the tourism industry? And as we continue to impact this economy, if I don't talk about COVID, as everyone have talked about, some may say that we are forgetting that we're in crisis. Yes, we are in crisis. I think that as the tourism sector, we have navigated this crisis, very well in terms of developing the protocols. Although we are the hardest hit industry, almost decimated, by the lockdown regulations that have been put in place, and the lockdown regulation that continue to confuse international travelers, at the moment. We are grateful that we are open for domestic travel, although we believe that we opened late. We could have done so at level 3, and we could have seen more people going back to work. At the moment, we are sitting with confusions around international inbound travel, where we've got a high list of high-risk countries, of which majority of them are countries that contribute greatly to our international tourism receipt. And they are some of our major source markets. Confusion on how people are dealt with when they arrive at the airports. in terms of various departments that are dealing with the issues. So we ought to deal with those issues to make sure that we protect our brand. At the moment, we're not looking good when it comes to that. You know, we, instead of getting things right the first time, it takes us, we announce things and it takes us weeks and weeks and weeks to get it right. And I don't think that's good for the brand. And like I said, we are 26 years old. We should be able to solve these things, you know, first time and do it correctly and with precision to promote Brand South Africa in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that. You can see why Shafil was in charge of driving the industry voice to government. I think you articulate very clearly what some of the frustrations are to the sector. Yeah, when Shafiwa talks about 1.5 million jobs, those are just the ones directly employed. If you think of the value chains that go into neighborhoods and into the families that just buying water or buying curtains or uniforms or do to the industry, it spreads even further. So, Shafiwa, that's can you tell me why do you think people don't understand the economic impact of tourism? I mean, can I just offer, and I don't want to be the one answering the questions, but one of the sectors we focus on in the Western Cape is the oceans economy, and we understand that that means boats, tourism, shipping, a whole number of things. But I feel like when people think of tourism, they just think of hospitality, just bums on seats and bums in beds and food and beverage, and they don't think of the value chain. So what is your view on that, on the lack of understanding of the full economic impact of tourism?
I think, for many, many years, and I've been around the industry for 20 years, we have been, talking to the policymakers, across all spheres of government to make them understand the importance of tourism. At some point, one would think that, there will be a full understanding of the importance, but we still have a challenge. And as I've said, it has taken us 26 years, and we're still talking about the same thing, the fact that there's no understanding. So maybe at some point, it's not a lack of understanding. It may be a refusal to understand. I don't know. But it's something that needs to be explored, because we can't be talking about the same things for 26 years, from the tourism white paper that was released in 1996 up to today. We're talking about the same things. So I believe that, perhaps one of the things could be that there's a focus on other, manufacturing, agriculture, those sort of hardcore industries that are known, from the 1940s or even before then. And tourism is looked at as, a feel-good industry that doesn't contribute. And I think that the work that we have done, I don't think we have failed, in terms of explaining the importance of the industry. I think, perhaps there's just a slow understanding of how big this industry is and its extent in its value chain.
I agree. I think the extent of the value chain needs to be made clearer. I think you're right, we've been trying to explain it. I think there's a refusal to explain it, and maybe because it touches, the holiday part of your brain. And that's why I often want to call it the travel industry or the tourism economy, not just industry, because it's probably 10 or 20 industries all combined into this tourism and travel economy, the economy of moving people around the world.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So folks, our next speaker wasn't able to be with us, Alexander Porodnov. As I said earlier, he works for the Ural Convention Bureau, and he's asked a couple of questions. So, Sai, I'm going to ask if you could play the video recording we have when we posed him a couple of questions prior to this event. So, Sai, over to you to run that video. Thank you.
Hello. Since the end of March, as everywhere else, all events were prohibited. And since August, restrictions has been gradually lifted. And now there is no any restriction on the holding of events in Yekaterinburg. How did COVID affect the industry? Of course, many locals stopped their activities. Someone found new niches, new products, and I'm sure that all the effects are not fully understood yet. But the fact is that effects exist, and generally they are negative and noticeable. We have several events planned on October and November, and we can track the vector of changes based on their format. First of all, it's hybrid format. It's mandatory presence of online component of any event. The second thing is the reduction of budgets. Fewer sponsors, fewer participants, and as a result, the offline part of any event will be reduced. And the third thing is the focus on safety, the growth of insurance, risk management. So this is three things, three features. I will tell what we have focused on during the pandemic. First of all, it's the work with local community and support of the local players. We have launched a series of educational webinars, online platforms for opinion and experience exchanging. The second thing, we launched some collaboration projects with locals from the related spheres. With the community of restorators, we had a camp, so-called mice breakfast. It was a camp to work with local causing as an element of territory's attractiveness for event. We had joint projects with our musician community towards increasing number of music events holding in Yekaterinburg. And the third thing, as many other countries in the world, we concentrated on our internal efficiency, and of course we improved some of our internal processes. We're a new team, just over 1 year old, and we haven't worked out all the tools that our colleagues use yet. So in general, we do not plan any major changes. Still, we are going to do some reconfiguration of our work. First of all, it's more active use of online tools, of course. The second thing is the increase the number of collaboration and partner projects. And the third thing, I think I have to mention this, we are going to increase the number of tools on testing regime, because still we do not have clear understanding what will work. There are two factors that I want to mention. First of all, it's price-quality ratio. Yekaterinburg can offer very high-quality conditions for holding events at fairly democratic prices. And the second thing, we have many local companies from real sector, the service sector with global or at least federal reputation. And these companies act as regional ambassadors and as corporate clients. Of course, it's informational and consulting support. It's establishing interaction with target audience. It's support in searching for partners, for sponsors. Of course, it's preferential terms for accommodation, sites, services from local suppliers. And we definitely understand that each organizer has its own needs, and we prepare proposals to meet the needs of each organizer. Thank you. This year, in October and November, we are going to hold Russian Championship of Working Professions, WorldSkills High Tech Championship. Also, the largest Russian high building construction forum, forums 100 plus. And next spring, big international event, World Sport and Business Summit Sport Accord. These events in our plans.
Thank you very much. It was lovely to just hear. I think it's a verification of some of the things that everybody said here. It seems like definitely what's happening as far afield as in a small area.
Russia is very similar to the challenges we're facing. So I'm going to ask our panelists to come back on, and thank you for your patience. It's been a long session, everybody, and thank you for some of the questions that have been fired at us from the audience. And Bev, do we have the last poll? Let's just show the results. What are the biggest inhibitors to growing Africa's market share? The biggest one seems to be, according to this audience, the cost of travel, or the negative or the negative perceptions about travel, less about infrastructure and visas and lack of coordination of marketing. So that's interesting. It might be just perceptions of people, but it's interesting to hear that. So thank you, colleagues. And yeah, I'd like to ask, we've got about 15 minutes or so, and I would like to ask a couple of questions to either all of the panel members or to some of you. So do you think we do have an infrastructure problem, or is it more of a mindset problem? So is it some real hard issues? I know, Cuthbert, maybe I could ask you, because you've done this, but do you think we've got technical infrastructure type problems that stops the growth of our tourism sector, or is it a mindset issue?
I think it is a mindset, Rashid. We have
because the most hindrance that is actually standing on our way, tourism sector, is we need now to break away
from this policy issue, where there's been an hindrance to most member states, which is very, very threatening, and we shouldn't be discussing these issues now. We need to move away urgently from the liberalization of visa regimes, which is the mega hindrance. And also with your high taxes and your ticketing as well, that needs to be taken into account, into consideration. That will enhance then the activation of seeing a larger scale in terms of tourism influx in our continent.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying issues like visas continent-wide can help, yeah? I mean, Linda, you've lived in Europe for a lot of your life, and the issue of having a one economic zone with one visa, I mean, I know for a traveler, that's an incredible feeling. You just get one Schengen visa and you can travel across regions. So do you as someone who lives in Europe, do you think that's what's lacking? Is that something that will make a big difference?
To our destination, especially for business events. For example, some of the destinations that I'm working with, even though they don't have, they still have visa protocols, they're creating the e-visas first for events and first for business travel. Whatever you can do to facilitate access is always a positive. And I've spoken to Glenn about this in the past. It's always a positive. But I don't think that I think South Africa, in fact, has come such a long way, even as regards perception. I think that the more meetings that take place in South Africa, the more people fall in love with the destination and realize that part of the reputation is hype and not necessarily, it's a media hype rather than a reality. But yes, there are things we have to do. Our brand is only as good as what people say when they're talking behind our backs. Okay, let's be honest, all right? And so perception is important. I was listening to Glenn very closely, all the colleagues, but Glenn, it's very important. I think that when we talk about South Africa, we can't talk about South Africa. We're talking about specific destinations. What most of us know, I'm very well informed about South Africa because my business partner is South African. But if you think about South Africa, what other people think of is Cape Town, Johannesburg, etc. You don't think of South Africa as South Africa for the business, for the meetings industry. I think South Africa, just like all the other speakers have said, has a long way to go in placing itself as a first of mind, first of mind. But for Africa, it is a first of mind. Let's be honest, okay? And although Kigali is coming up, we're working with Kigali. Kigali is coming up really well and doing brilliantly well, brilliantly well. We think of Cape Town as a desirable destination. We think of Johannesburg. So I don't think it's really infrastructure. I think it's facility. It's airlift at the moment and has been in the past as well, availability. I find it very sad that I have to fly to London to get a flight to South Africa or to Dubai or whatever. It's airlift, yes. But I think that the visa issues are more of an issue intra-Africa than they are for us in Europe. As regards South Africa, I'm talking about South Africa here. I think that it's more, you know that there's a tremendous project at the moment going on about creating a single air traffic market for South Africa with the 33 countries already joining. But joining is not enough. You have to join and do something. You know, you need to do something. And then it's not just about talking the talk. And e-visas would be a brilliant thing for Africa in general, for Africans to create their own meetings and travel among each other and share events and discuss problems and discuss social issues and rotate events within Africa successively without having to fly to Europe to fly back to the country next door. This is the crucial thing for Africa. I can't hear you, Rashid.
So I'm just checking with the technical team. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Can you leave my mic on, please? So I've got a question from the audience, and if you could introduce yourself, and then fire the question either at all of us or a particular person.
Thank you so much. I hope the panelists can hear me. My name is Victor Sibeko from the Public Relations Institute of Southern Africa. I'm also active in the MICE space. First things, we do appreciate technology that we have to ask questions through them to Menti, but I've posed questions that have not been attended to. The very brilliant presentations we've had this afternoon, but the concern that I would like to raise is the coordination of all the associations that we have. First, the coordination of the continent. How do we coordinate the continent? And secondly, we have our own challenges within SADC in terms of promoting travel and tourism and promoting the MICE. Now, we do have associations as well. Now, all these associations are doing their own things, and they're also leaving behind a lot of other active players in the MICE space. I really commend the work of TBCSA because they are really mobilizing and pushing and trying to get policy working. As we re-strategize and move forward into the new era after COVID-19, please let us not leave all other sectors and businesses, and let us come up with or review the strategies that we have, especially in the events industry. It's only the big guns, you know, and see we're trying to copy America with a number of associations, but we've got a number of associations here. Each time there's a misunderstanding, other people break off, they start their own, but they then get left behind in the building up of the common economy, especially the mice industry, which is relatively new. Thank you.
And
Sir.
so what is your specific question? What question would you like answered?
What is it that's going to be done to try and coordinate first SADC regional travel? Secondly, how are we going to coordinate the continental travel if we look at Africa? And we're trying to rebrand Africa here, and this is what this conference is all about. That.
Okay,
Let this
fantastic.
not be
Thank
a
you.
talk shop. Let us come up with action items.
All right.
Thank you.
So would any, just by show of hand, would any of the panelists like to offer an answer? Linda, go for it.
Can I just, I think there are about associations I'm going to pass to my colleagues because they're more hands-on. But let me just say something about this fallacy. It's a fallacy that you can push Africa forward as a continent. I'm really sorry, it's not politically correct, it's not nice, but I work with Africa through UNWTO. There is going to be for a long time a frontier and another tier. First, because of the level of the way that some African countries are already on the market and are already positioned and are already branded, and because also there are less efforts being made in other countries. They are making less efforts. So there's going to be, like in Europe, like in Latin America, like everywhere, it's almost impossible to move one continent forward as a whole. There are 54 countries in Africa. We're not all going to move as a whole. It's impossible. What we'll do is sharing of the ones that are in the front front line, to then pass information back to the others that are coming along. But please don't think that we can all move forward as a body and as a continent. It's not that easy. It will never be that easy. No continent has done that ever.
Yeah, and in fact, we
Our UN representative in Washington once, and she said, I wish people would not just see us as this black blob, but actually see us for our individual strength. So, but the thing in the travel and tourism industries, people choose by experiences and by individual brands. So you don't say I want to go to Asia on holiday. You say I want to go to Thailand or I want to go and kite surf. And if kite surfing is best done in Cape Town, they go with that first. So, but I want to offer any other opportunities to respond to that. Cuthbert, from you, and then maybe Shafiwa, if you have a view. Also the question that the colleague asked about, is there a better way to coordinate then, if not to brand us as a single block?
When you look at the AU's Agenda 2063, which was adopted a couple of years ago, but in reality, nothing has been implemented. So therefore, it must start with me and you today. It must start nationally within our tourism board. We have seen them working in silos. We need a united and well-coordinated. That will then escalate to your neighbors, that will escalate to the region and to the continent at large. So until we stand up ourselves here in this hybrid conference to say, how then do we move forward? Are we able to appreciate one another, what we are doing? Are we able then to coordinate and make sure that we have a unified approach towards our sector within the tourism sector? So it must start with us.
Okay, thank you. Shafiwa, would you like to tell us your view?
Thank you very much. I think that it's going to be difficult. It's indeed true that it's going to be difficult to move, everyone to be on the same pace. We are not all developed, equally, and our agenda is still very much different. Now, the opportunity that exists, also is this whole issue around Africa Free Trade Agreement area, whereby, we are talking about the movement of goods and possibly services, and the exchange of intellectual property, across, African continent. We need to figure out how do we, put the tourism agenda squarely, around, the Africa Free Trade Agreement, and so that it can become a bigger agenda of the African Union, so that we can then have integration. But we must start with the regions. We're still struggling to coordinate the SADC region from the tourism point of view. We all have different policies. If you look at now, when we're dealing with issues of, COVID-19 protocols, as an example, You're going to have protocols for South Africa, protocols for Botswana, Namibia, Zimbabwe, and so forth and so on. We do know that everyone arrives here and then, they move into different places, although now there are many airlines that are starting to move into those destinations. But it's quite important that we are aligned. From the government point of view, we have been struggling for a long time to get the SADC right. We had Ritosa, then it didn't work, it was liquidated, then we going back to the drawing table and trying to discuss these issues. So there is an opportunity to align, but again, it takes political will, to get this alignment to be done. Because if we're going to do it from the government point of view, it's easy to put a paper and we put 100 pages and explain what it is, but if we don't put money and back it up and make sure that it's successful, then it just becomes, it goes to the archives, so to speak. So regional coordination is important. If we were better organized between the regions, it would be better to put all those regions together to say, well, how do we do something for the continent? And what are the areas that we're going to be focusing on in terms of getting the continent forward? Because, really the issue of infrastructure in other, countries is far greater than what we have. Although here in South Africa, the problem that we have is it's on the leisure tourism infrastructure in terms of roads when it comes to certain provinces. But from the MICE point of view, we have the infrastructure, we have the hotels, we have the convention centers, and many other places where one can do exhibition. We don't have lack of that. We have capacity.
We must, I think South Africa is
in the world in terms of number of international congresses, and it actually is in line with the size of our economy. So we are a sought-after destination. If you see us globally, people, despite all our own views of ourselves, people still see it as a sought-after brand to take your conference to. Glenton, do you want to comment on that or anything else? Any other aspect of how it's been, the challenges of branding Africa globally?
I think maybe just to add to what Chifiwe just ended off there. The lesson we learned and maybe to give the audience, and particularly the gentleman that asked the question, some sort of context in that. So the TVCSA obviously represents business on a broader scale within, I'm talking about Africa specifically, obviously ourselves as an association are a member of the TVCSA. So what you have is a collective of private sector with associations that have been working towards government. The lessons learned out of this, and this is sort of probably a personal view, is that, and it's something from an African continent perspective, you're probably going to get private sector being able to coordinate, collaborate, and implement quicker than government. And some of the examples Chifiwe has mentioned, TOSA was there, it didn't work, government driven. So for us to get the coordination level better, what we've looked at, particularly with what I started with in my presentation, was to say, who is ready to work in partnership, who is ready to collaborate and speak on the African continent's narrative for the MICE sector on the global stage. And then added to that is, within private sector, what is it that we can do? And if there's a policy issue, and one of the working teams out of the broader conversation is that inter-Africa connectivity at an airline level. So what does airlines need, or what are they looking to, what do they require to get this accessibility sorted out? So it's really been private sector's role that sometimes has been missed on governments for a number of years, but because of COVID, has forced government departments and ministries to listen to private sector. I think that if anything, sort of else, if somebody writes a white paper, writes a business case on this, it's really been the role of how, through associations and through collaboration, private sector has been able to go and speak to government. And in some parts of the world, yes, governments have listened. But I think for our particular example is, we're probably closer than what we were 6 months ago. We're probably closer than what we were. It's just to get the implementation part right now. Because we've spoken about this before. We've spoken about a number of issues around EVs. It's about the implementation. I think the social pact that we have with our government specifically is, and as much as Chifiwe and I would know that we might not necessarily be the favorites in some of the ministries or some of the departments at official level, but we have to say these things on behalf of private sector, because that's really where the economy happens, and that's really where the changes can take place within communities as well.
Thank you, Glenn. So,
We're
colleagues,
at
thank
the
you.
end
We
of
are
our
at the end
session.
of our
I'm going to
session.
ask you just for some closing remarks. Linda, thank you so much for your passion. And what's your final closing remarks? What lesson can you leave us with to help Africa along this path? Just your final 30 seconds for each person. Linda?
She's frozen on my screen. So I'm going to go to you, Cuthbert. You can give us your closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Rashid. Our task as the African Tourism Board and the mandate is to rebrand the continent and its perennial perception battles, a consequence of its diversity and geographical enormity. We are obliged, colleagues, to rewrite our own narrative truthfully and begin to score brand and drive perception victories in our continent.
Thank you, Cuthbert. Linda, you missed you there, but give us your
Yes,
final.
I disappeared for a few minutes and then I came back. I don't know what happened. Technology. Yes, thank you very much for having me today. One of my greatest worries over the years that I've been connected to, and although I'm not African, I have an interest and I have an office in Cape Verde. I work on the African continent. I've been involved for a long time. And one of my last messages is not really for you all, because I think our industry brilliantly worked through COVID. We united. I've had meetings with Glenn. I've had meetings with colleagues, with Tess, with Cite, with Ika. I think we've all done everything in our power to push the industry forward, to show the value of the industry. We've had the conversations. The people who are not doing their homework are our leaders. Our leaders are missing in action, okay? And it doesn't matter if we're talking about South Africa or if we're talking about Rwanda, we're talking about everywhere. They're missing in action slowly. So we need them to come forward, to come to the table and also join us and let's find a solution to this, to move forward.
It's just out of time, we've got to go to the next slot. So,
Glenton,
Glenton,
final remarks from you?
Final remarks from you?
By us having conversations, we're going to find solutions for implementation. And in some instances, the conversation leads to implementation quicker than one can sort of consider itself going forward. And again, to everybody, thanks for the opportunity for having me on the panel today. And to Linda, always good to see you as well.
Thank you. Good to see you too. And Chip,
Well, my last words are going to be few. We will continue to fight and we will bounce back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michelle, and I wanted to remind you all the European Union Free Trade Agreement started in 1960, so they're a 60-year-old. and things do take a little bit of time. We should be patient and we all need to play our role. And Linda, there's the new flight which goes Cape Town, Angola,
Lisbon is up and running. We pitched hard to get that going, and we need you on that plane and coming to visit us. So I'm going to hand you back to Tommy, and thank you all for joining us today, and thank you to the engagement of the audiences, both online and physically. Over to you, Tom.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Rashid, for that well-moderated session on growing Africa's share of the global maize market. Thank you, Mr. Nube. We thank you for your views. Thank you so much. I'm sure we've learned a lot from this session. Very informative. I believe in this continent. I believe there's work to be done. I believe everything that we need to do is possible if we put our heart to it. We just need to map out strategies, that we'll use in coordinating our plans. One thing I want to say regarding this session, as I sat down, I was listening, I just saw a myriad of opportunities that Africa has on its sleeve, and how I think if we're waiting for government, we'll wait for so long. I know they have to set policies and regulations in place that would drive activities on the continent. But I think what's his name now is Glenton said, in the end is to take home that, you know what, if private can start engaging, private to private, can start engaging on the continent, you know, I believe we can make something happen and drive policy and regulations quicker than we want to see. That's what I've seen. Thank you again. Guys, can we give Rashid a round of applause and our panelists for a well coordinated session. We're gonna go on break now, on lunch break. It's 30 minutes, please guys, let's do that. Yesterday, we came back here quite late and we lost some of our speakers. Please, can we just spend 30 minutes? Let's have our food. If you need the bathrooms, please go to the bathrooms, restroom. I shy away from using the word restroom because, you know, we don't want to find people resting in the rooms. Okay, so please, let's go for lunch. Let's enjoy lunch, meet somebody, and have a good time. Thank you.
The South African Cities Network, also known as SACN, is an established network of South African cities and partners that encourages the exchange of information, experience, and best practice on urban development and city management. Working together with the South African cities and partners through research, knowledge sharing, peer learning, and innovation, the SACN is at the forefront of efforts to achieve the Urban Futures Vision outlined in the Integrated Urban Development Framework and the National Development Plan. The mandate of the SACN is to promote good governance and management of South African cities, analyze strategic challenges facing South African cities, particularly in the context of global economic integration and national development challenges, collect, collate, analyze, assess, disseminate, and apply the experience of large city government in a South African context, and promote shared learning, partnerships between different spheres of government to support the management of South African cities. SACN defines its scope of work according to the following thematic logic: that high-performing cities are productive, inclusive, and sustainable cities, which are well-governed and guided by long-term city development strategies. The SACN thus undertakes knowledge generation activities within each of these themes, with a specific focus on measuring the performance of South Africa's major cities, such as the State of Cities Report, which is released every 5 years and coincides with the term of local government. Within the continental urban development domain, SACN supports the African Union's Agenda 2063. This agenda maps out the desired socio-economic transformation of Africa by 2063 and proposes how such a continental transformation could be accelerated and managed. On a global scale, we've sought to follow the guidance of the United Nations New Urban Agenda and their Sustainable Development Goals. The New Urban Agenda offers global policies and standards required to achieve sustainable urban development. Together with our partner cities, we are focused on making cities and communities inclusive, safe, productive, and sustainable.
This is the bistro that served the bread, delivered fresh from the baker, who used the flour that was milled from the wheat, which grew from the grains, sowed by the planter, that belonged to the farmer, who was partnered by the bank that began with a dream, to be South Africa's leading business bank in the food and agricultural sector, and to be the alliance partner of choice for corporates seeking financial services solutions and platforms. We are GrowBank. We are passionate about helping commercial producers, family businesses, franchises, and more critically, small farmers to realize their dreams so that they participate in our economy and grow a sustainable future. Not just for their families, but for theirs, and theirs, and ours. We are not a new bank. We are a new purpose bank that brings a unique offering to the table. Over 70 years of banking expertise combined with a deeply rooted knowledge of agriculture to empower your business, enrich communities, and ultimately to secure food supply for our nation. We believe in growing real and enduring relationships with our clients. As a business owner making critical decisions, you need more than a digital app or a call center agent to provide trusted advice. You need someone who knows your business, who understands the lay of the land and every associated risk, who you can trust come rain or shine to see you right. Our relationship managers come to you. We roll up our sleeves, get our shoes dirty. We get to grips with your business and needs so that we can provide you with loan facilities, transactional banking, and cash flow solutions. We are committed to making a difference for every business along the food value chain, from the earth to the table, from seed to success. because we know that great things take time, a lot of hard toil, and a trusted banking partner to grow. Growbank.
From the cradle of humankind, we are kind humans. Our humanity is not in one special person. It's in all of us. It's in our names. It's in Musa, in Aisha, Jan Hendrik, and in you, Katuchero. This is who we are. Abantu. People with open arms for doors. We say, Sawubona, greeting, come in, South Africa, surrounded by homegrown greatness, fathered by compassion and openness. Nature is our mother. We have our mother's nature. We are always there for each other. Because there's no part where one of us ends and the other begins. We are all connected. Let's visit each other, know each other, exchange journeys, and build more stories. Nathi sibe abantu, njengabanye abantu. Because it's only when we share with each other that we truly grow. We are in a good place. We, the people, make South Africa home of humanity.
For over 84 years, the SABC has been at the forefront of broadcast radio and television, bringing joy and happiness to the homes of many while continually redefining South Africa's media landscape. We do not speak with one voice. We let every voice in our nation find expression in language and in culture. We do not just bring the news, we provide content that is independent and impartial. We do not just broadcast sport, but we do it for the love of the game.
Nice to meet you.
We do not just entertain, we deliver local content, representing Mzansi for sure. We empower you with educational content that reminds you where you belong. With 19 radio stations and 5 TV channels, SABC 1, 2, 3, Education and SABC News Channel, we ensure that everyone in our nation is informed, educated and entertained. All the while knowing that at 84, there's still much more yet to come. Hashtag 84 years of SABC.
Total is a leading oil and gas company. One of the cornerstones of our corporate social investments is to ensure that we nurture long-term relationships with our partners. We have relationships that have lasted for 60 years with Sandparks and around 20 years with Sibikwa. We provide fuel to ensure that we are able to keep the Sandparks Airwing project airborne, to try and decrease the total number of rhinos that have been poached annually. What is special about Sibikwa is the fact that kids who would not otherwise have the opportunity, we have been able to provide them with the platform to be able to study arts, culture and music. We believe that we have made a real difference. We'll continue to ensure that we invest in these communities and make the long-lasting differences that we have made in the past.
See, I was pissed at you. Now here's what I'm gonna do. I know our debt to love has been paid. I hate that bill. I'm gonna tell you right now, baby.
At Total, we go the extra mile for you.
So today we are at the Tableview Police Station assisting CIC in the incredible work that they do in making sure that some of their survivors are receiving food parcels today.
During this month, we've been able to compile these amazing power packs, and we're able to help to give women agency and the power to protect themselves.
Very excited about the partnership with Total. This is everybody's fight, and it's very important that we just use the platform for the betterment of the country.
So Lady Florence Phillips started the gallery. She started the collection in 1909. It was originally housed at the Wits Art Museum up the road, but in 1915, when the building was opened, it was brought back to the Johannesburg Art Gallery where we stand today. The collection is the biggest in the Southern Hemisphere, and it contains about 10,000 artworks today. So we're at the Art of Comics exhibition. It's quite a fun exhibition. It's a collaboration with the French Institute and the Johannesburg Art Gallery.
So Total South Africa, together with the Gauteng provincial government, thought it would be a wonderful idea for us to have a number of school-going children visit the Johannesburg Art Gallery to see, of course, some of the comic exhibitions that are on display here.
As part of our social development, Total sponsors the arts and culture. And the importance of arts and culture really is about teaching kids how to think independently, how to be creative, as well as allowing them just to be who they are.
Total SA has this partnership with us, Johannesburg Central, from last year, whereby they make sure that they give back to the community.
I think it's quite important for corporates to get involved with the arts because the arts is a severely underfunded industry. I think there's so much need for arts within South Africa, within the world. I suppose corporations could help us reach our dreams in achieving education and I suppose arts within our daily lives.
So today we had about 120 kids at the gallery. We took them through the tour. They got time to draw. We did some general questions. They loved being here, and we're very excited for them as well.
I thank Total SA for all the experiences for our school and ourselves, so that we know that there's much more in art than only drawing and coloring in our schools.
Thank you so much, Toto, for allowing these kids to join us. And for your support, you really helped these kids just come and really learn about art in South Africa.
The South African Cities Network, also known as SACN, is an established network of South African cities and partners that encourages the exchange of information, experience, and best practice on urban development and city management. Working together with the South African cities and partners through research, knowledge sharing, peer learning, and innovation, the SACN is at the forefront of efforts to achieve the Urban Futures Vision outlined in the Integrated Urban Development Framework and the National Development Plan. The mandate of the SACN is to promote good governance and management of South African cities, analyze strategic challenges facing South African cities, particularly in the context of global economic integration and national development challenges, collect, collate, analyze, assess, disseminate, and apply the experience of large city government in a South African context, and promote shared learning, partnerships between different spheres of government to support the management of South African cities. SACN defines its scope of work according to the following thematic logic: that high-performing cities are productive, inclusive, and sustainable cities which are well-governed and guided by long-term city development strategies. The SACN thus undertakes knowledge generation activities within each of these themes, with a specific focus on measuring the performance of South Africa's major cities, such as the State of Cities Report, which is released every 5 years and coincides with the term of local government. Within the continental urban development domain, SACN supports the African Union's Agenda 2063. This agenda maps out the desired socio-economic transformation of Africa by 2063 and proposes how such a continental transformation could be accelerated and managed. On a global scale, we've sought to follow the guidance of the United Nations New Urban Agenda and their Sustainable Development Goals. The New Urban Agenda offers global policies and standards required to achieve sustainable urban development. Together with our partner cities, we are focused on making cities and communities inclusive, safe, productive, and sustainable.
This is the bistro that served the bread, delivered fresh from the baker, who used the flour that was milled from the wheat, which grew from the grains, sowed by the planter, that belonged to the farmer, who was partnered by the bank that began with a dream, to be South Africa's leading business bank in the food and agricultural sector, and to be the alliance partner of choice for corporates seeking financial services solutions and platforms. We are Growbank. We are passionate about helping commercial producers, family businesses, franchises, and more critically, small farmers to realize their dreams so that they participate in our economy and grow a sustainable future. Not just for their families, but for theirs, and theirs, and ours. We are not a new bank. We are a new purpose bank that brings a unique offering to the table. Over 70 years of banking expertise combined with a deeply rooted knowledge of agriculture to empower your business, enrich communities, and ultimately to secure food supply for our nation. We believe in growing real and enduring relationships with our clients. As a business owner making critical decisions, you need more than a digital app or a call center agent to provide trusted advice. You need someone who knows your business, who understands the lay of the land and every associated risk, who you can trust, come rain or shine, to see you right. Our relationship managers come to you. We roll up our sleeves, get our shoes dirty. We get to grips with your business and needs so that we can provide you with loan facilities, transactional banking, and cash flow solutions. We are committed to making a difference for every business along the food value chain, from the earth to the table, from seed to success. Because we know that great things take time, a lot of hard toil, and a trusted banking partner to grow. GrowBank.
From the cradle of humankind, we are kind humans. Our humanity is not in one special person. It's in all of us. It's in our names. It's in Musa, in Aisha, Jan Hendrik, and in you, Katuchero. This is who we are. Abantu. People with open arms for doors. We say, Sawubona, Reting, come in. South Africa, surrounded by homegrown greatness, fathered by compassion and openness. Nature is our mother. We have our mother's nature. We are always there for each other. Because there's no part where one of us ends and the other begins. We are all connected. Let's visit each other, know each other, exchange journeys, and build more stories. Nathi sibe abantu, njengabanye abantu. Because it's only when we share with each other that we truly grow. We are in a good place. We, the people, make South Africa home of humanity.
Politics is negative, despite some positive news in a handful of African countries in recent years. How do African politics inform perceptions about the continent? What are the positive, what are the negatives? What must change and how can it change? So those are the kind of the overarching kind of theme for this discussion. We've put some questions on menti.com, which we would like you to engage with also. The questions are about civil society organizations playing more of a role to promoting better governance of the continent. And then also we kind of threw in a question about African leaders who we can learn most from about good governance and how do we make sure that others learn from their example. So the panelists that we have on this group, and I think Crispin, are you there? Are you with us? Yeah. Yeah. He's an author researcher on the toxic confluence of political party funding, municipal administration, and business interests. Terry Shlani, he's the executive chairperson of the Institute of Election Management Services in Africa, and somebody who has a long history and experience of with the IEC and other organizations. So he's probably one of the most qualified people in terms of election management, not only in South Africa, but probably in the continent also, if not in the world. And then we've got Ralph Mateja, who's a political analyst. Willie Hoffman is supposed to join us. I don't see him on the group at the moment. I don't know if he is there. Willie, are you with us? Okay, and then Ibrahim Fakir, who's the Director of Programs at the AUFO Socioeconomic Research Institute, ASRI, I think they're based in Johannesburg. So I thought You know, we've had all these sessions where we've had people making inputs, and then before we know it, the time is up and there's not very much time for interaction. So I thought what I will do differently now is to maybe start with a question for each of the panelists, and then we'll see where the discussion goes. So let me start with Crispin first. Is political parties, even those who purport to be promoting the interests of the poor, often neglect the poor in favor of those with money. How does one prevent this from happening in order to create more equitable access to political power for everyone in society? What are the lessons that one has learned from the state capture project in South Africa, for instance, and corruption in other African countries? I think Nigeria is one we've heard lots of stories of corruption, but there are other African countries also we've heard these kind of stories. Crispin, over to you.
The sound from it?
Is Crispin with us? I can't really see who's with us and who's not with us. Yeah? It looks like he's not with us. Okay. Okay, I'll come back to that question. Maybe Terry? Can I start with you? So, the standard for judging elections is normally, quote, substantially free and fair, unquote. How can one guarantee that elections on a continent are held in an honorable and transparent manner, not only free and fair, and also ensure that defeated incumbents abide by the election outcomes? From your experience on the continent, is this possible?
Good afternoon to you and to my fellow panelists and the participants. Of course, it is possible to have free and fair elections. Can you hear me? You can't hear in the room. You can hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, let me proceed. Yeah. Yeah, so I was saying that it is possible to have free and fair elections whose outcome is accepted by those who are in power. However, it's important that we make sure that those who run the elections with integrity. They do things that are expected to be done. But in addition to that, we require those who are observing the elections to understand exactly what it means to run a free and fair elections. I have observed in quite a number of countries, many people who are running or who are observing the elections, they don't actually understand the important role that election observation plays in the electoral process. I see the role of election observers as being important, and I really equate it as that of the auditors. So if the election observers understand their role and what they're supposed to be doing, what they're supposed to be observing, it becomes much more easier for them to make a judgment call on the electoral processes. And really, now, what are these things that we regard as free and fair elections? In order for us to be able to look at this, and there are 5 areas that determine the integrity of the elections. Firstly, is the quality of the voters' roll. We've got to make sure that the voters' roll contains the names of people who are supposed to be eligible to participate in the election. In some of the countries, such as in Ghana, in the past, you'd find that the voters' roll contains the names of people who are dead or people who are underage who are not supposed to be there. That kind of a voters' roll naturally is likely to lead to conflict and for people not to accept the outcome of the results of the election. The second aspect which is important is that those who are running the elections, the electoral staff, they've got to understand the rules and apply the rules consistently. Because if they don't apply them consistently, then they are likely to disadvantage other people. And that can also lead to conflict and for some of the people who are participating in the process not accepting the outcome of the elections. The third aspect is that of the quality of the voters, rather of the logistics. The logistic basically means having to have the materials in the right amount, the right place, at the right time. It does not help when you go to the voting station and you find that there are no ballot papers or there are no other equipments that are supposed to be making the elections happen at the voting station level. So the logistics plays an important role. The fourth one is the legal and constitutional framework. If you do not have a proper legal framework, then it becomes difficult to run a proper election. And if the elections therefore are not run properly, definitely there will be those people who are aggrieved by the outcome of the results of the elections, largely because there was no proper framework of running the elections. And the last one is obviously the political environment. We've got to make sure that when you're running the elections, that all participants have got equal access to all the processes in elections, including the media and any other resources. Once these issues are not attended to adequately, they are likely to create a situation where then those who are in power or those who are aggrieved by the decisions then reject the outcome of the results of the elections.
On the continent, have you found that there were incidents where one or more of those elements might not have been present, but still the election got declared free and fair?
Yeah, I mean, if you have a participant in the electoral process not really being given an opportunity to participate by either being imprisoned or being excluded from the process, you can't really regard those kind of elections as free and fair. It is important, therefore, as I've indicated, that the environment within which the elections take place is conducive for all those participants to participate in the electoral process.
Technology should be playing more of a role in terms of elections. And I mean, how far are we down that road? And would technology kind of enable kind of greater or make a bigger contribution, for instance, towards improving governance on the continent?
Technology will play an important role, of course, but we've got to be careful about deploying the technology that has been developed elsewhere and not really relevant for the conditions of a country where the elections are taking place. There are certain countries, for instance, that deploy technologies where the elections of those countries are known in Europe before they're actually known by the countries where the elections are taking place. It is therefore important that when you deploy the technology, you deploy the technology that takes in consideration the local conditions and that it is something that is going to be relevant and only be usable for those people who are having the elections and not the people who have developed the technology who are resident elsewhere outside the continent other than the country where the elections are taking place. There are, of course, many countries already that are deploying lots of technologies, particularly registration technologies, to run the elections. Some have already even advanced to the extent where they are using electronic voting machines. Namibia, around the corner from us here, already uses the electronic voting machine. I think Kenya, to a certain extent as well, they're using electronic voting mechanism. So it is important, yes, to deploy technology, but technology must be relevant and it must only respond to the conditions that are prevalent in a country where the elections are taking place. And it should not actually be something that is only used by those people who, or it must not be controlled from outside the country where the elections are taking place.
Okay, thank you. Ralph, let me bring you in at this point. So I would actually want to hear your views also on the technology issue, but maybe let me throw in another question also. There used to be an unwritten rule among leaders of the old Organization of African Unity that they would not criticize each other personally, publicly, or interfere in each other's countries. Has this changed in recent times? And what does this mean for the true democratization of the continent? Maybe you can speak about this also in relation to the ANC's recent interactions with the ruling party in Zimbabwe.
Everyone. I think that indeed there seems to be more willingness on the side of some of the leaders within the continent to take a position where they speak against each other. It's not common, but I think within the state, you are just seeing some leaders actually. We have seen the case in South Africa where you have had a finance minister speaking on the challenges that other finance minister was having in another country. And that is something that we are not used to. But generally, I do think that now you no longer have that coherence where there is the adherence to that tradition, where members of within the OAU are adhering to the unwritten rule of confronting each other. We are seeing to some extent some willingness to speak on these matters. And when it comes to the issue of Zimbabwe and South Africa, this is one issue that represent a different set of, maybe it's a complex example in a sense that at a national level, you are not seeing South Africa being seen taking what you can say it's a firm position in relation to Zimbabwe. But that does not mean that within your South Africa, even within cabinet, you are going to see everyone else maintaining the same attitude that it is held at the formal, country level or maybe government's position. You are having a situation where ministers, as individuals, they reflect on that, but as a country, we are holding back on how we deal with the question of Zimbabwe. I do think that South Africa is being challenged on many fronts because expectations are that South Africa as a democracy will try to persuade other countries, will try to persuade other leaders to try to emulate what is happening to a greater extent in South Africa, openness and so forth. The question of Zimbabwe provided an opportunity for South Africa to weigh in on how the opposition is being treated in Zimbabwe. And South Africa here also, it guards against the idea of coming out as a Captain South Africa, a big brother on the continent as well. So for me, I would say that, yes, there is a shift that I think is happening when it comes to leaders talking, confronting each other, but it is not so significant. But what I think is a significant move is seeing ministers in various jurisdictions speaking maybe personally, but not really reflecting the position of their cabinet when it comes to this. As for the ANC, the situation in Zimbabwe, it continues to be business as usual, but we are seeing the discontent among the ministers within South Africa speaking to that or on reflecting on that question. It is a shift. I think some other countries have taken a different position. I mean, I don't know whether we can say Botswana is an exception. Botswana is known to speak openly about the question of Zimbabwe and maybe even other transgressions on the continent. I don't know whether it is because of how Botswana relate to these countries. Is it breaking ranks or is it an indication of what is to come? I don't know, but I think it's an interesting trend, if it's a trend already, to observe.
So, I mean, I've been fortunate. I've traveled all over the continent and I've always been mindful of the influence of South Africa, South African businesses, etc., in different parts of the continent and how we are perceived. And that notion of the big brother is something that I've experienced quite a bit. But I think, I mean, if one looks at South Africa's role previously as the chair of the African Union and currently also as where the South Africa is chairing SADC, don't you expect South Africa to play a much bigger, almost like an interventionist role in when when we identify problems in neighboring countries?
I expect South Africa to lead, and again with humility, in a sense of persuasion instead of just leading as the chair of the AU. But as well, Roland, we shouldn't forget about the history of South Africa on the continent as well, particularly within the SADC region, where in the previous years, South Africa has played what others will see, and I think it is a fact to a great extent, no doubt, destabilizing role under apartheid, where South Africa intervened in a way that was quite controversial. And I think the legacy of that is the one where South Africa becomes very careful when it comes to how it engages with the continent, in a way that you try to avoid the idea that you are trying to use your economic power on the continent or even the military might to push the agenda. So I think that South Africa has not been able to overcome that. My sense is that South Africa's position on the continent and even within the region should also be understood within the context of the country that is being very cautious. Remember, it's not a long time ago that we have been readmitted into the international community. So you are being careful on how you take a position. Even on position of human rights, you try not to come out as preaching to other countries. I mean, you see how ZANU-PF political elites usually respond to South Africa when South Africa is trying to weigh in on that. A constant reminder that, look, you yourself, the power relations within the country, you are still struggling with those power relations and so forth. So it's more like South Africa being reminded to get off its high horse. And I think South Africa is going to have to live with this and manage bilateral and even other multilateral relations from this point of view.
Okay, so you spoke earlier also about kind of the finance minister making comments. Now, the finance minister obviously, South Africa's finance minister obviously made these comments on social media and more specifically on Twitter. There's a feeling sometimes, or sometimes I feel, that maybe the Twitter accounts of all politicians should be taken away from them. Do you think that phenomenon such as Twitter has liberated the social kind of, or the political dialogue? Or do you feel that it is kind of causing, it has the potential to cause problems in terms of how politicians should relate to each other and the kind of, the unwritten rule about kind of that political parties should be speaking with one voice, etc.?
Platforms are platforms, and deep political tensions will always be deep political tensions. Twitter is just a platform, and in most cases, most of the people who resort to Twitter is because the normal platform within which they function usually don't provide them opportunity to express themselves. And this is how I understand Tito, who has made it abundantly very clear that sometimes living and communicating within the ANC is like swallowing rocks, and I quote him here. So this is a minister who has built a character as a maverick, but he's also saying that, look, I'm not going to be confined to the party structures and so forth. I will say what I need to say, then I'll apologize later, but you know my position. There is an element of the freeing up of the communication space as it comes through platforms such as Twitter. It's like those that don't want to confine to the clutches of institutional bureaucracy, at times the bureaucracy that is being abused by others, find solace in Twitter. But also at the same time, Donald Trump always communicates on Twitter. It doesn't make things that go on Twitter are things that always make sense and so forth. So it depends a lot within the context of a context.
Communicating on President Donald Trump. Nobody. He's the best communicator. I think it's interesting. I mean, and we can have a whole discussion in terms of the role of social media. We, of course, also using technology today, and we have this menti.com platform that we're using, and we've put some questions on Menti, and we're also asking people to add questions on Menti for potentially for this panel. The code is 36144441. I hope that I've got the code right. Okay, it's 36144441. So we've got the one question that's up there. I don't know if we've got any responses to it already. Not yet. Okay, guys, you need to do your job in terms of, this interactive discussion. So we would want to get some responses in terms of how can civil society organizations play more of a role to promote better governance on the continent. So I need to get to my questions. So let me move on to Ibrahim Fakir and ask him a question about kind of oversight. Political oversight for political parties is often left to Parliament, but our experience is that Parliament often fails in this role for various reasons, including the ability of the dominant political party to use processes to delay and obfuscate oversight measures. How can the public and civil society play a greater role in making sure that political oversight is improved?
Thanks, Ireland. I'm a little disturbed that you're asking ordinary citizens to take on the role that institutions are meant to play on their behalf. I mean, oversight is a fundamentally formal set of expectations to which you require a response. So there are formal mechanisms for oversight. Now, I'm not by any means suggesting that citizens don't have a role to play in oversight, but the first point of oversight is fundamentally those processes and mechanisms which have been constitutionally defined, which are deigned to be exercised by institutions. So you can't excuse institutions and political parties who populate those institutions from the responsibility of exercising oversight. They, in turn, have to be accountable to society, they have to be accountable to citizens. But the first and primary role of oversight has to be played by institutions. Now, how do you get the institutions to do what they're supposed to do? And that's where citizens matter. Now, in part, I think our electoral system has been defined and designed in a way in which it allows political parties, especially those in the majority in institutions, to behave with the kind of impunity that we've seen, firstly. Secondly, the impunity is underpinned by a complete sense of unaccountability and a sense that all of the public institutions, the processes, the procedures, and even the resources are meant to serve the interest of political elites rather than the interest of society as a whole. So basically what you have here is a failure of the political elites to exercise with any degree of conscience the responsibilities which have been placed on them, whether it be on oversight, whether it's be on policy making, whether it be on accountability, firstly. Secondly, because of this innate belief that the institutions and processes in society and its resources are meant to serve political elites, they behave with the kind of impunity that they do. Third, is the impunity is underlined by a sense of complete breakdown or a manipulation of rules and processes to the benefit of that very first point I made, to the benefit of those in the elite, to perpetuate themselves in power, to perpetuate their control over resources. And that's why you have the breakdown of oversight, because institutions don't matter anymore. Procedures are manipulated or used for the interest of serving the political elite. And third, the sense of impunity gives them a sense of invincibility. Some of that's being unraveled at the moment, but certainly not enough. Now, does civil society have a role to play? Absolutely, they do. But the density of organization matters. If you're unable to organize yourself in society to be able to hold leaders to account, then they continue to behave with the kind of impunity that they do. And they use the cleavages and the society and the latent residual divisions in society and cleavages, whether it be on race, whether it be on gender, whether it be on age, but primarily in a country like like South Africa, it's race. Countries like Kenya, it's ethnicity. In Lesotho, it's about clan or kin. And so you have politicians who exploit these cleavages instead of bridging the divides through redistribution, through appropriate policy, instead of using those to redistribute resources and to create stronger densities of organization in society, they undermine it, they divide it. So it's basically what you have, in my view, is a mimicry of colonial government, divide and rule.
That's a good kind of start to my following question is, you know, when we became a democracy in South Africa in 1994, a lot of us kind of stepped aside and kind of said, okay, the political parties can continue and do the stuff that they do. I think, and I think the same happened in other countries. I mean, if you look at Zimbabwe, for instance, one of the more amusing things for me when I kind of traveled to Zimbabwe, I haven't been there for a while, but I used to travel quite a lot, probably about 10, 15 years ago. And the weird thing for me was seeing these lawyers and wearing these wigs, like, you know, like the counterparts in Britain. And so a lot of the stuff that happened in African countries kind of after colonialism, and in South Africa's case, after apartheid, is that we kind of just adopted the processes and stuff that were in place before. And so my question in terms of oversight is related to that also, is how do we, I've seen in lots of discussions that I've had, and I've moderated lots of discussions, where people are saying to me that we are tired of the way these politicians are abusing the situation. And so we are looking for ways in which we, as ordinary citizens, and I don't like the word ordinary, but you understand what I'm saying, is how can we kind of play more of a role in terms of holding them to account? And yes, making sure that they actually use the processes and the institutions that are in place.
I would dispute the fact that at the point of the transition in many of these countries, they merely inherited tout court and reflected everything that they inherited from the past. That's not entirely true. There may be aspects of that which are true, but it is unfortunate if you would think that in 1994 and between the period 94 and 98, South Africa didn't develop, and especially in Southern Africa, in SADC, that the institutions that were developed were not indigenous. I would think that the institutions, the processes, the constitutions, the law have all been indigenously developed. And so therefore the argument that we simply inherited these and carried on with the pattern is not entirely true. What is true, however, is that the pattern of new people in government who imbibed and continued with the mentality of people who governed in the past. So therefore, they use the new institutions because they designed it, they know how it works. They use it, they exploit it to their own, or for their own benefit, for their own purposes, whether it's for party or whether it's for private ends. And largely, there's sometimes a coincidence between the interests of the party, the interests of the society, and the interests of the individual leaders. And therefore, there's this belief that the whole public interest aggregates in us, and all of the societal interests aggregate in us, which is not entirely true. So that's the first thing. So citizens have to realize that, listen, your interests don't aggregate with those purely and squarely of the party and of the leaders, no matter what they say. So that's the first point, is unravel, uncouple yourself from identifying so strongly with them. Remember, these people are elected to serve you. You are not existing to serve them. And that mentality amongst citizens needs to change, firstly. Secondly, because the institutions are our own, and because the people who we've entrusted to run those institutions don't fulfill them, I wouldn't be someone who would poo-poo the idea that people must protest if you believe that the people who aren't doing so do so. Now, South Africa has an extraordinary number of protests. If you look at local government, on average, they can average 600 a year on average. The rest of the continent, there was a period between 2000 and 2012 where it mirrored global trends, where people in France were taking to the streets, students in London were taking to the streets, the working class across Europe was starting to take to the streets. And so there's nothing untoward about people expressing themselves through protest and through um, resistance. The problem, though, is when the infrastructure which is publicly built is destroyed in the process, it becomes a problem not just for those who are in government, it becomes a problem for us because that's our common resources, set of resources. Though they may be badly governed, they're still ours. And at some point in the future, we will need that very stuff when we have people who we trust who are there to manage it. So the second is protest if you have to. Third is to the extent that the processes and institutions are available to us, we've got to use them. But there's no substitute for in any of these things. There's no substitute for citizen organization.
I would like to come in also. I mean, your business is elections, and I know from my involvement with people at the IEC, elections is an ongoing process. There's always something happening in terms of elections. But, you know, if one looks at elections, it's one way in which people can express their political will and desire. Are there other ways in which people could also use to express their kind of, you know, the political will and desire, maybe in between elections also? Okay.
Is the question whether it is possible for the electorate to express their democratic rights other than through the electoral process?
Yes.
Of course, I mean, there are quite a number of mechanisms that can actually be put in place. And, you know, citizens play an important role in strengthening democracy. At the local level, there are quite a number of structures where citizens are supposed to be participating. You've got civic organizations, non-governmental organizations, and the role of these organizations are basically to complement whatever election management bodies are doing during the elections. So the citizens should not only rely on a 5-year electoral cycle to be able to express their opinions and to also be able to enjoy their rights. They've got to be able to make sure that they participate in all facets of society, and by so doing, they will be also deepening the electoral democracy. So the elections is not the only platform that is there to ensure citizen participation. It is an important aspect in terms of making sure that you've got regular processes that are going to change leadership of a particular society, but they are not the only mechanism that are there in terms of strengthening electoral democracy.
Lost Ralph, I was going to ask him to respond to a question, but we have a question from the audience, and maybe Ibrahim, maybe you should take it or start, and maybe if Terry wants to add to it. I think it's just the three of us at the moment. So the question from the audience is, do coalition governments work on the continent, and what lessons can be learned from this?
So, if I understood you correctly, do coalition governments work on the continent?
Yeah.
Well, you know, I don't know if they work on the continent. They appear to have worked elsewhere. For example, Israel, Germany, a good example, Denmark, and so on. But there are certain preconditions for why those coalitions work. Ideological proximity or political proximity is not one of them, by the way. So you don't need to have or be broadly in the same ideological spectrum. Of course, it makes it easier, but it's not a precondition. What is a precondition, however, is a committed set of agreements that you would strike amongst yourselves about what you're going to do once you're in coalition with government. So a coalition agreement, and one that is binding and enforceable and which has conflict breaking mechanisms built in, is the fundamental precondition. I don't think that coalition governments have worked on the continent. Where they've worked to bring about things like stability. If you think about the Government of National Unity in South Africa, it was a forced, or it was a negotiated set of, and it wasn't necessarily a coalition agreement, but it was a Government of National Unity. In that instance, it worked, but it was a transitionary mechanism, it was a stabilizing mechanism. It worked to a degree in Zimbabwe when, again, you had to bring about stability at the point at which Mugabe and Tsvangirai and the MDC and ZANU-PF were at loggerheads. So it again worked to bring about stability. It was imposed, it was negotiated. But the question you got to ask yourself is, for what, how did the conflict come about in the first place? In South Africa, it was a grand societal transition from one form of grand type of government, which was malgovernance, apartheid, and so it needed a transition. Zimbabwe was the same story. In Kenya, if you look at Kenya carefully, those coalitions are constantly shifting. And if you think about just the recent past, immediate history, you had the Jubilee Coalition, you had the Orange Coalition, and from election to election, you had a partner from one coalition jumping into bed with partners in another coalition. And that made for lots of instability. So what underlies all of this? Fundamentally, what underlies all of this is a lack of principle, a lack of fidelity to a set of beliefs. Now, I'm not talking about grand ideological beliefs. I'm talking about general principles, a lack of fidelity to those principles, and the fact that you will get into bed with someone who was your sworn enemy not so long ago, simply because you want to keep your grubby paws on the levers of power and with access to state resources. So you got to have, in my view, if you want coalitions to work, have a set of parties which have a core set of beliefs, firstly, and secondly, let them have them underlined by a set of coalition agreements. If anyone knows how badly coalitions can go wrong, then it's Crispin who's just joined us, and Dr. Olber would know a lot more. But I don't think that they work on the continents purely because the coalitions are struck on the basis of personal private interests rather than the interests of parties or of the society generally. And that's why they often lack the kind of coalition agreements that can bind them together.
The question that we were talking about at the moment is about coalition governments and whether they actually work on the continent. And are there any lessons that we can learn from them? And Ibrahim has kind of started answering. I don't know, you caught the tail end of his answer. If you have anything that you want to add to that?
Sorry, I got the time wrong, so I really must apologize to you and to the audience. Anyway, I'm here and it's great to be seeing you. And this is a very topical discussion. And I think Ibrahim hit he's on the money with the comments he was making. We've now had many years of the experience of coalitions, political coalitions at a local government level. And I think the one big lesson that comes out of those coalitions is that you can't form a coalition just on the basis of wanting to keep a party like the ANC out of power. You've got to have some kind of common principles or common program that you unite around and which create the basis for then governing in a city or a municipality. Too many of these coalitions are only united about their opposition to some other party or getting someone out of power. And we've seen them spectacularly unravel. All those 2016 coalitions that took place in the metros, which of them is still surviving? I suppose you could say Kuruleni is, but there it was a very small party and the ANC was just below 50%. But Joburg, Tshwane, Nelson Mandela Bay, the places where the big change took place, all of those coalitions have unraveled. And I fault them primarily on the lack of a common governing platform. I'm sorry, I'm sort of plunging into the debate and hope I was answering your question correctly.
But okay, let me ask you the question that I asked you. In fact, because I couldn't really see who was on the call or not. So the question that I wanted to that I had asked you, kind of in absentia, is about political parties, even those who purport to promote the interests of the poor, often neglecting the poor in favor of those with money. And how does one prevent this from happening in order to create more equitable access to political power for everyone in society? And what are the lessons that one has learned from the state capture project in South Africa, and maybe even other cases of corruption in some other countries on the continent?
Repeat the question.
Can you guys hear me? Did you hear me? That last question.
No.
No, I'm sorry.
No, you didn't. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sis, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Okay, so let me repeat the question for hold on. Okay, for the third time. The third time, I'm asking this question. Political parties, even those who purport to be promoting the interests of the poor, often neglect the poor in favor of those with money. How does one prevent this from happening in order to create more equitable access to political power for everyone in society? What are the lessons that one has learned from the state capture project in South Africa and corruption in some other countries on the continent? Casper, maybe you can start with that. And I know we're almost running out of time, but yeah, let's see how we do it. And maybe, sorry, just on that also, we have a kind of a question that came audience that's kind of similar to that, and it kind of takes in some of that. Why does business turn the other cheek when it comes to pressurizing political leadership when the very same business funds political campaigns?
Who do you want to answer that, Ryland?
You to answer it, please.
Oh, okay, great. Look, I think watching the steady drip of revelations and news coming out of the State Capture Commission is a depressing sight. And for anyone that's been, invested in government and has spent time in the public service, it's a sorry state of affairs. And I think there's a collective feeling that, in a sense, politics has let us down. A lot of this was about the incestuous relationship that built up between a faction, largely within the African National Congress, a group of completely unethical business entrepreneurs, sort of the Gupta family being the most egregious example of that. And the way that a sort of network of deal makers and political advisors locked onto the state and looted it. I mean, and we're seeing the numbers now, and they're very big numbers. When you're talking about the parastatals, hundreds of millions, billions of rands that flowed out of the state. So politics is getting a bad rap. And I do want to make one or 2 points about the nature of politics. Because politics is really about who gets what, when, and how in a society. And before anyone says that all of this has happened under the ANC and the Zondo Commission, I mean, we need to acknowledge where we came from. So pre-94 apartheid era was a massive, very deliberate empowerment program directed at a minority of the population, where all these big monopoly parastatals, the depredations, the money laundering that was taking place. Henny van Vuren's done some remarkable work exposing a lot of the corruption from the apartheid era. So politics then, pre-94, was very deliberately channeling a huge amount of resources to a very particular segment of the population. And we've been trying to redress that, and there's nothing wrong with redress. So all of the empowerment initiatives, the land redistribution that we've been driving, that is, I think a lot of people have latched onto the corruption thing and are attempting to almost throw the baby out with the bathwater by upending the redistributive program of the post-94 government. I think what's the lesson coming out of Zondo is that there's a particular kind of politics that in the context of a redistributive program is highly destructive. And this is not only germane to the ANC, I'm afraid. In some senses, every political party in South Africa has let us down. Because they've all adopted relationships with the state that serve to undermine its integrity. And to me, it's like an overreach of politics. And it happens in ANC departments, DGs get fired, ministers are involved in micromanaging and procurement decisions. But as I discovered when I wrote the book on Cape Town, the same was happening under a DA administration. I mean, they were a little bit more meritocratic. They have better audit results, but not only DeLille, but the mayors before her in the city of Cape Town were directly meddling in a whole lot of allocation processes, land decisions, planning decisions. So I think the key challenge we face in South Africa at the moment is trying to rebalance the way that politics and administration work together. And we're having to pull, none of the politicians like to hear that. We've got to pull politics back a little bit and allow government agencies and departments and administrations to develop their own ethos and integrity. So I'm on a bit of a campaign to get the politics out of the administration without removing the broad imperative of politics, which is to work out who gets what, when, and how. So there's nothing wrong with redistribution, but breaking the instrument of the state undermines that program and leaves you with a kleptocracy.
Ibrahim, would you want to maybe add to that comment?
Something about coalitions and how they work on the continent, but I'll come in after Terry.
Okay.
Yeah, essentially what I wanted to say is that when we look at the coalition in the continent, we've got to look at it in terms of two phases. There are those coalitions that are formed by political parties before the elections, and then there are those that are formed after the elections. So you've got to understand the purpose of each coalition in order to be able to check the effectiveness of that coalition. So coalitions in the continent have worked. And the reason why they have worked is because we've had quite a number of areas where there is instability and conflict. And in areas where the coalitions, the political parties have come together, they've really managed to bring together stability and peace. And then those that were meant to, as coalitions, meant to help political parties to win the elections, they have indeed helped those political parties to win the elections by coming together. Where the coalitions have failed, it's essentially on the issue of service delivery. So once political parties have been elected into position of power, that's when now the power struggle begins to emerge, as we have seen in in South Africa and in many other parts of the continent. But I think the biggest problem really is that we have coalitions that are not regulated. It is important that we begin to look at a model similar to the one that they are using in Kenya, where you've got a registrar, where the political parties, once they have agreed on principles, on key principles that govern them, they then deposit their agreement to the registrar. It becomes then difficult for a political party just to get out of a coalition. They've got to make sure that they go through a particular process before they get out of a coalition arrangement. The coalitions that we have in South Africa are unregulated, and therefore a person can just come in today, or a political party can come in today and tomorrow get out if they are not happy with one thing or another. So this in itself is bringing a lot of instability, is impacting on service delivery in the country. And as I'm saying, I think it is important that some kind of mechanism is found, because for as long as we've got proportional representation system, and where there is no single party that has got overall majority, we are going to live with a coalition arrangement, and it becomes important, therefore, that some kind of mechanism is found where you can actually be able to regulate those coalition arrangements.
On the business and
Yeah, but I mean, listen, I think it's fallen to me today to be the contrarian. So I'm just going to say a word before I come to business and government on something that Terry was talking about. I think, Terry's right partly that things have worked to bring stability and so on, but those have largely been governments of national unity, and they've been either negotiated or imposed. They weren't, I wouldn't think they were coalitions in the strict sense of the word. So, sure, coalitions have worked, whether you want to call them coalitions or governments of national unity, whether Zimbabwe or whether South Africa. Those worked because they brought to an end a nefarious period of history, and they ensured some grand societal transition and brought about stability. Fair enough. The trouble, though, is if you take Kenya and you look at Kenya's coalitions and the way in which the coalitions were formed, and of course, it's a nice innovation to have a registrar of political parties where you deposit your coalition agreements. But remember, this thing only came about after 2011, when there was major societal conflagration in Kenya, major societal conflict. Social cleavages, which were latent and residual, were being exploited by politicians. Now look at the coalitions that happened since then. They're all coalitions which are based on the pursuit or the maintenance of political power. And so what happens is that from election to election, different parties configure and reconfigure come the next election. So last year's enemies are today's friends. Why? Because they simply want to get back into power. Those coalitions, I think, don't work. Why? Because they retard social process. They incentivize societal conflict, because when there's enough conflict, you can then get to the table and say, listen, you want to solve the conflict, put me in. Same thing happened in Zimbabwe. So I think we mustn't incentivize that kind of thing. And that's why, in my view, when Crispin made the example of the DA-EFF coalitions in the three metros, which now no longer hold, those again were premised purely on the pursuit of power. Same as the one in Kenya, same as the one in Zimbabwe, where it's a forced accommodation. Accommodate me in power at all and at any cost. And if you don't, I'm going to ensure major societal instability. I'm not sure we should incentivize that kind of thing. When it comes to business, unfortunately, business is one of the more unaccountable sets of social institutions. So when you asked me earlier about what does society do to ensure better oversight, well, business has got to stop being so craven. And they are so craven. The most recent example in South Africa is an egregious one about the Clicks hair advertisement. And I have a view contrary to everyone else. So and again, unfortunately, I'm the contrarian. I think too quickly business caves in because their immediate interest is on the short term, hyper accumulation, hyper profitability that I get in the shortest possible term, and I satisfy shareholders. So what do you need? You need moderation of shareholder expectations, firstly. Secondly, and I've been advocating this for quite some time, you have to have the moderation of executive pay, and you have to moderate the kind of share options and bonuses and so on. It is immoral in societies like ours to see people having, I'm not suggesting no bonuses, no, not at all. I'm simply suggesting a moderation of them. Secondly. Thirdly, is, we don't want to go the way of prescriptive policy. But if business continues the way it does, without investing in the expansion of markets, new product development, innovation, research and design, and fundamentally job creation, and you can moderate shareholder pay, shareholder remuneration, and more importantly, executive remuneration, and cross-subsidize entry-level jobs in the short term, even though they don't bring an immediate return. So if you want social stability, that's what business has to do. But they've been unaccountable because they collude with power, they genuflect in front of power, and they do so because they believe it's in the immediate interests and because they believe it gives them an in into the policy-making process. Everyone has done so. The white business establishment did this to the ANC at the point of transition, and they continue to do so by accommodating. So if you want better oversight, Ryland, when you ask me this, business has got to stand its ground, not for its own purposes, but for the public interest. That's not to say they must sacrifice profitability or sacrifice profits. No. Stand your ground when you know government's doing something wrong, even though it's not in your immediate short-term interest, but it may be in your long-term sustainable interest to do so.
In fact, we have run out of time already, but I wanted to maybe just, as a closing comment from all of you, because we are at the Africa Brand Summit, so we needed to talk a bit about how politics impact on Brand Africa and what can be done to change the political perception of the continent from negative to positive. And I think maybe that will also be your closing remarks. So thank you for joining. So maybe let's start with Crispin, and then we'll go to Terry, and then we'll go to Ibrahim.
Okay, well, I mean, maybe in replying to your question, also follow the theme that Ibrahim and Terry were pointing to earlier. The thing about business, they're going to do whatever has to be done to make a buck. And my experience of morality in business is that it's a pragmatic choice, and if the only way they can get a contract is to pass a brown envelope over the table, they'll do it. For me, the more important issue is the relationship that gets established between political power and economic power. And at the core of that relationship, corrupt relationships basically put tilt the balance of power in favor of business. The real long-term visionary politics that we should be trying to do is to recorrect that balance of power. And politicians have to demand of business a level of performance. I mean, we're seeing it now with all of the BEE contracts that we're issuing as a government. I mean, we're doing a vast amount as the South African government to drive the empowerment project, but we're not getting bang for buck out of it. And that's because government is not sufficiently setting the agenda in relation to the rents that it's allocating. So, for me, the challenge across Africa is to almost reassert a different kind of politics in which there's a arm's length relationship to the administrative capacity of the state, and in which political leaders set a long-term agenda for inclusive development and demand performance in relation to the contracts and the rents that they're issuing out. Obviously corruption has a role in that, and I stand, as do the other speakers, against corruption. But I think it's the power relations between government and business that are absolutely critical to get right.
Just to respond to the question that we have raised, I think one of the important things is that we must strengthen democratic institutions in the continent. It is only those structures that can actually be able to hold those who are in power accountable. The second aspect is that we've got to provide legal framework in such a manner that those who are in power know that they are bound by particular principles. If a person has got to serve for a particular period in office, that person must be able to serve that period in office and not have a situation where you can stay in power for 20 years or for 30 years. The third aspect that we need is to provide incentives disincentives for our leaders. You know, you have a situation in the continent where political leaders basically just don't have appetite to leave office when their term of office has come to an end. You find from time to time they fiddle with the constitution, they change the constitution, they just don't want to leave office. And then those who leave office, they want to make sure that they can actually manage the succession. They appoint individuals who are going to be taking over from them. Now, this kind of thing is something that is actually making, that is really affecting the quality of democracy in our continent. It is therefore important that we put in mechanisms that will actually put to an end those kind of tendencies in the continent.
Thanks. I'm not going to have much more to add to what my two fellow panelists have said. I think they've kind of completely summed it up, except to say that institutions matter. And if you don't build the institutions, both of democracy and of administration, on both sides of those divides, I'm not sure we can get out of this as a constitution. We've got to, as a continent, we've got to get away from investing purely in political leaders. It's our institutions matter more than our parties, and our institutions matter more than the personalities.
And I've noticed that we have an all gentleman panel, which Solly is something that we need to address next year. No, I'm saying that we need to address the fact that we had an all gentleman panel. Yeah, that's no, it's fine. You don't need to explain. It's just something that we need to note, and we need to yes, and it's a very South African panel also. But I think thank you for your valuable insights, and thank you so much for joining and for sharing with us. And oh, okay, yeah, somebody wants to ask a question to the panel.
Just one question to entertain Terry.
Okay, you need to identify yourself also.
Yeah, my name is Tommy Moyan. I just want to know, do we need a successive leadership kind of approach also in Africa? Because it's possible that you have a leader that has a 10-year plan. So let's say a 10-year plan is for 2 terms, or 8-year plan, depending on which country in Africa. Then you are not able to finish your plan that you have for development of your country or economical growth. Is it possible for you to raise a successor that you know will, of course, without any political or selfish motive or interest? But is it something we need to start looking at in Africa, where you can raise a successor that will complete what you have started if you don't finish your what you plan for your country in that term?
Okay, Terry, do you maybe want to start?
Look, I think political parties, rather political leaders in Africa have got to understand that they are just individuals in countries that have got so many people that even if you've got particular plans, you are not the only person who can actually implement those plans. And political office is not necessarily the only area where you can actually be able to influence the society. So it becomes important, therefore, that we encourage political leaders to serve for a particular period, and then after that period, they must leave office. They must not make themselves indispensable by talking about programs that they have for the society. The society will always develop its own plans, its own way of dealing with the issues, whether those people are there or not there. So, a situation where a leader says to themselves that, they've got a particular program and they've not finished their program, is actually very, very selfish, because they seem to think that they are the only ones who can actually be able to bring about progress in society. And in most instances, it is actually the opposite. People stay in office, and you do not actually even see what progress they have made even after 20 years in office. So we have to make sure that you serve a particular period of time, and then once you are out of office, you are out of office. And political office is not the only way of influencing the development of the society. You can go, even after you've been the president, to become a part of the NGOs and help the NGOs to develop some of the programs that can actually lead to the development of the society.
Respond?
Sorry, I wasn't clear you wanted me to speak. Look, this is the conundrum that every political leader faces. It's impossible in the span of 4 or 5 years to achieve your long-term vision. The best you can do is make sufficient progress for the people to elect you for a second term. And by the end of your second term, you can start to see that vision get implemented. But the mistake political leaders make is that they conflate themselves and their party's rule with the social compact that has to underpin a long-term strategy. So every long-term strategy requires some alignment between social forces, government, labor, business, civil society. And it's the social compact that endures and lives on, even though leaders come and go. But, political leaders, by their nature, because of the selection process in parties, are egotistical and narcissistic. Not all of them, but most of them, think Trump. And that's, I think, where a lot of African leaders, similarly to colleagues elsewhere in the world, get it wrong. They conflate their own personal interests with the long-term interests of their country and the social compacts that need to underpin a growth strategy.
Now, I'm again going to echo the same thing, but I would have to ask the brother that your question is arising from the fact that it's the leader's plan. No, the plan is not the leader's. If it's the leader's plan, he must come into office and leave office with his plan. If he's got a plan for society, whether he's there or isn't there is immaterial. It's society's plan. Malawi has had a plan, a development plan, so to speak, for the past 40 years. Guess who it's run by? The Department of International Development of the UK. And its officials go and staff its treasury. The only country with a successful plan has been Botswana. And it's not because the BDP has always been successively in power. It's because the plans made by the BDP are dependent on the institutions and the society in Botswana, not in the particular leaders which stay there. That's the only country which I'm aware of which has had a successful development plan. Lesotho, Malawi. I mean, Kenneth Kaunda was in office for very many years. and had very many plans. And despite how many years he was in office for, those plans never fully materialized. So leaders don't come with their plan. If they come with their plan, fine, they can come with it, and then they must leave with their plan when their office is up. If they've come with a plan for society, they can embed it in policy or law, and then it will remain. It's not dependent on them.
Thank you so much, Roland. That was a very well moderated session. Please, can we give him a round of applause? Thank you. And the panel was also very fantastic. And we're moving right into the next panel discussion or program. We'll have speakers. They are pre-recorded. We're going to talk on how education can enable the realization of an integrated African economic development, enabling more Africans to lead a sustainable livelihood. And the first speaker will be Professor Jonathan Jensen. Okay, please, okay, join, please log into your menti.com. You've got the code on the paper you are given. Please enter the correct code, and please let's make it a very interactive session. Ask your questions.
Professor Janssen, before we start, I have a little confession to make. It was indeed my life's dream to study at your university way back in 1983. But
code is 9798. Please, can we hold on, please? Code is 9798203.
And I remain a huge admirer of the university's world-class. I invite all members who are listening in to our podcast to please listen. Please listen to.
Yes, we know, but don't start yet, please.
And an African prayer. But that's enough of promoting the University of Stellenbosch and its choir.
Oh, okay.
Let's knuckle down and let's start. Because Africa faces a severe crisis that undermines economic growth and the well-being of all citizens. According to the World Bank study, Africa has made considerable progress in boosting primary and lower secondary school enrollment, and the figures that I use are prior to the COVID pandemic. But some 15 million children remain out of school. And most of those who attend school are simply just not acquiring the basic skills necessary for success late in life. The World Bank argues that learning levels across the region are alarmingly low. Let's look at some of the statistics. Among second grade students assessed on numeracy tests in several sub-Saharan African countries, 3/4 could not read beyond 80, and 40% could not do a one-digit addition problem. In reading, between 50 and 80% of children in the second grade could not answer a single question based on a short passage they had read, and a large proportion could not read even a single word. Progress in the region has been mixed, and some countries, including South Africa and Zimbabwe, have universalized access to basic education. So we speak about primary and lower secondary education.
Third, ensuring effective management and support of teachers, increasing financing for quality education, and finally, the fourth, boosting institutional capacity. The report urges countries to focus on student progression and the traffic jam in early grades, where children are stuck for many years with little learning and are often taught in a language they don't fully understand. Ensuring regular student attendance, reducing repetition and class size, and implementing a language of instruction policy are factors critical to ensuring foundational learning. The study also calls for the elimination of the high-stakes examinations between primary and lower secondary schools to ensure student progression. There is also need for better teacher support, particularly around issues of recruitment, preparation, deployment, supervision, and support at school level. Policies need to address high rates of absenteeism and a lack of teacher knowledge and skill, with a focus on better and more effective teacher preparation programs, on-the-job support, and incentives. According to the study, African governments spent an estimated $204 per student for primary education. This is less than half of the amount spent in South Asia, the region with the next lowest level of spending. But the authors caution that more spending needs to be complemented by smarter and more strategic spending on learning materials, infrastructure, and teacher training. Countries in Africa need to design policies that fit their local context and educational needs, while building their capacity to implement dynamic programs that are open to improvement and feedback. So I would like to now address the Brand Africa Summit's network of professionals, because we can share lessons from the region, what works and what doesn't work. And for this, to all the Brand Africa panelists, allow me to say thank you for your vision and your thought leadership. But you will agree that nice words and platitudes will just add to all the noise already out there. So what to do? Let's lock arms to start this important discussion, and let's create a solid partnership with the Africa Brand Summit to deliver smart objectives and goals focusing on education. For me, brand and education belongs to the opposite side of the same coin. It is the combination of the value of the brand and education that will provide the monetary value of that coin. Countries need to design policies and programs that fit their local context and educational needs. This includes the need to be done with coloniality of the curriculum and the subject knowledge and paradigms taught. Let me ask you a quick question. Why then do we continue to import the predatory economic and business models? Today, more than ever, we need to stand up and show that African lives do matter. But let's be honest with each other. There is no freedom without economic independence. At the same time, let's breathe life into the range of international and regional human rights treaties guaranteeing the right to education. Let me just mention the most important ones. The UN International Covenant on Education, Social and Cultural Rights, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the Convention for the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, the Convention for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, And finally, the UN 2030 Agenda, the Sustainable Development Goals, and specifically Goal 4 that deals with education. And this Goal 4 states to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. There are then 4 key targets, and let me quickly go through them. So by 2030, ensure that all girls and boys complete free, equitable, and quality primary and secondary education, leading to relevant and effective learning outcomes, focusing on skills development. By 2030, ensure that all girls and boys have access to quality early childhood development, care, and pre-primary education so that they can be ready for primary education. And then finally, by 2030, to ensure that all youth and a substantial proportion of adults, both men and women, achieve literacy, numeracy, but also soft skills for development. Solly Moeng, convener of the African Brand Summit, we salute your steadfast commitment to the development of our beautiful, diverse, and oh so complex Africa. Thank you also for your commitment to education. To conclude, without learning, education will fail to deliver on its promise to eliminate extreme poverty and to create shared opportunity and prosperity for all. Professor Janssen and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
That's a good one from Dr. Johannes Kotze. I'm sure I got it right. Yeah. Thank you so much, Doc, for sharing that with us. So guys, please let's not forget to go into the mentee.com, www.mentee.com, to answer those questions. Very, very important. So based on what we're dealing with in this session, the role of education in Africa's development, I will give the panel to introduce or respond to my questions or the questions of the role of education in Africa's development as an opening comment from them. Here I have Dr. Johan Kotzer, Benim Van Roy, and Clau Mikai Misakabo and Metsi. Yeah. Okay. So she's not here? Okay. All right, no, that's fine. So we'll just talk to the panel that we have here. So should the first question would be, should our education or education curriculum change completely, especially considering the nature of jobs that won't be around in the next 10 years in Africa?
I fundamentally believe that Africa as a continent and Africans should stand up and should start making decisions in terms of the continent and the type of businesses that Africans need for Africa's development. So many of the standards and the quality assurance processes that defines Africa's learning experience, be it primary education, be it high school education, be it university level education. We still import so much coloniality in the program that looks at economic models, which I call, and I use it with caution, which looks at taking the resources and the know-how out of Africa, and then you have other people and other continents benefiting from it. Africa is so rich in terms of traditions, in terms of the knowledge of our elders, in terms of our community practices. And I think what is really important is that we start infusing the curriculum, the skills, the know-how in terms of Africa's specific dynamics, rather than looking abroad and importing and infusing into the curriculum and the learning. One final comment is, let's also look at how we can educate for life skills that we are going to move towards after the COVID crisis, rather than simply looking at STEM skills only, because it is so important, as we heard before, that there is the social contact that is so important, and that needs to be richly infused in the diversity of the learning processes to include all of Africa's community, not that you're privileged few, not just those in urban centers, but to ensure that we leave no one behind. And specifically when it comes to primary education, those are the foundational concepts, and this is why it is fundamentally important. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jan Hans. And let me take this time to congratulate you. We didn't congratulate you earlier for receiving the 2020 Influencer of Influencers Award. Can we give him a round of applause, guys, in the audience? Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm blushing.
Thank you
Thank
for
you
that
very
brilliant
much.
answer. I will go to Benny Van Roy, but before he answers, Benny is the CEO of Grow. He spoke yesterday for those of us that were at the agricultural discussion yesterday. One of our sponsors, his specialty and skills is in the agricultural sector. So, and I'm sure we can tie agriculture to education, especially if we want to grow the agricultural sector in Africa. So, over to you, Benny. Should our curriculum change in Africa, educational curriculum?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not remotely as qualified to answer this question as some of my fellow panelists, just to be quite clear. But practically, I've got two teenagers at home. My daughter is writing matric this year, and my son is 2 years younger, grade 10 in South Africa, so high school education. So I'll make a few observations in that regard, given my personal experience of having children in secondary school and my older child soon to be starting a tertiary life at university. One thing I'm prepared to say is that they are theoretically very, very well trained. Theoretical knowledge about these various subjects that they chose, quite adapt to. But I doubt whether, and John Hans made the point about life skills education and something more commercial in nature, whether that is astute in that regard. So I would want to venture an opinion that education in our country, South Africa, and maybe in other geographies in Africa as well, is way too theoretical at this stage and not practical enough to ensure that children are well equipped to handle life skills issues, and specifically from a business perspective, commercial issues. In our discussion about the agricultural space and why the continent is battling to become a net exporter of food and still a net importer of food. Few observations were raised about agricultural schools and why it's important to have agricultural schools, but also understanding that every agricultural business is a business, exactly that. It's one thing teaching somebody to farm, it's one thing teaching somebody about how to sell cattle or how to grow grain or how to grow fruit or vegetables. It's a completely different skill to expect somebody to operate a business. A farm is a business. A small retail store is a business. A small medicine store is a business. Um, we need to educate our children about the realities of income and expenses and why income should exceed expenses, not the other way around. So, in summary, I do think that we have to slowly start moving away. And John Hans was very passionate about what the potential is on the African continent, and that we should change the curriculum to something that's fit for purpose, for what's fit for the African continent, and understand the realities. But that we should slowly start moving away from strictly theoretical education to more practical education, life skills education, and incorporate commercial rationale and commercial skills into our education, especially at the secondary level, that when our children leave school, at least they understand the basic fundamentals of how to operate a business. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My, the, and I hear what you just said. Back to you, Benny. Do we need to implement some of the technologies that we're hearing about in the world into some of our programs that we have now? Because and what kind of technologies are we going to be looking for that we improve the status quo or improve the educational system?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the answer is a unconditional yes. There are a number of barriers to entry. And if I can start with something simple, if I look at how technologically sophisticated my children are and how well they operate any form of device, to a much better level than I can ever dream to operate a device. In fact, if I have problems with my device, I ask my children to sort it out. So the generation, and if I look around the room, I hope we're not all in the same generation, because hopefully some of us are younger than others, but the generation that of our children are so comfortable and familiar with technology. When I grew up, technology was very intimidating to get used to. I mean, if I sat in front of a computer, the first time I sat in front of the computer, I almost froze because I got stage fright. How impressive this piece of machinery is. Now it's second nature for any child to work with devices and smart devices, and so there's so much more access to technology, and that must be utilized in our education. Technology will only be enhanced in future, become more sophisticated. And if I look at just the role that technology plays in the agricultural space and the increasing role that it plays in the agricultural space, it's critical that we need to um, use that interest and that exposure that the children at this stage have to technology and enhance their skills. There's so much interest in technology. It's so cool, if I can use a word that's used, or awesome, if I can use a word that's used by children these days, to play with devices and to use that as an enabler of education should in my view be absolutely promoted. So of course, the problem with technology and devices in general is that it's expensive. It's expensive from an education perspective. If we want to provide our children with tablets or smart devices, it will take a lot of investment by governments to achieve that. But we can't stop enhancement of technology, and we should utilize it to our benefit. We should use the interest that children have in technology, and we should use that to enable them to improve the quality of education.
Thank you. Jan Hans, do you want to add to that, please?
I just want to absolutely salute what Benny was saying. Benny, allow me to say you are a very modest man, because I think it's business leaders like Benny, who is fundamentally committed in sharing with us what are those important skill sets, not only for life, but what are those skill sets that we need to educate the young future leaders and the youth. We need to establish that partnership with the youth, because it is the youth that is going to take us all forward. And I think there is indeed, and you're absolutely right, we say there is so much of these paradigms and the theoretical underpinnings. That is all part of the international standards. But Africa, in partnership with its business, I don't think we should necessarily look only at Africa. I would like to quickly just illustrate a point. You have somebody that has been an extremely important mentor to me, and the name is Mandisa Kalaka Williams, and she spoke earlier. And we were working together in the late 80s when people in the communities were dying because of the onslaught of HIV. Business helped us way back then through the South African Red Cross, that we could create community health centers, and there was this amazing partnership with business and with the communities to find solutions. And again, I would call on and really say thank you, because individuals like Benny is saying, you know what, let's have this discussion and see how we can create partnerships, so that in terms of what he mentioned, technical, vocational, and agricultural education. Let's see how we can, based on what the market needs, what the market wants, what businesses out there, what they need, and let's try to, together with the African Brand Summit, let's start those discussions and let's see how we can, in our own way, let's start small and modest, but let's create these partnerships with business, with the with SA Brand Summit, and let's see how we can take this discussion forward so that we can really deliver valuable outcomes.
Thank you so much, Hans. I think for me, COVID-19 and during this global pandemic has really opened our eyes. I mean, our kids were at home for the longest of times before they go back to school. But then when you hear conversations around the future of work and even, you know, things that were happening during COVID, you will wonder whether the curriculums and the normal way of schooling is really the best way to go. So I will go to this one. How does one get African government? And I will not leave it to government alone, because we need business, private entities to also jump on this. How do we get them to lead in investing in the right skills for the future? Jon Hans, can you go first, please?
Thank you so much. And another excellent question. I think there needs to be targeted discussions and conversations. I think for way too long, we have continued to accept that governments continue to play party politics and that populism is the only sense of government. And the panelists before were saying how it is important to make sure that the important social contact based on development, inclusiveness, is embedded in policies and laws on a national and a regional level, rather than, and forgive me for the populist party politic, as soon as you are elected, and we have the responsibility to remind these electorate officials, they should serve the people, all the sons and the daughters of the African soil and all those countries. But unfortunately, what we tend to do is we stand back and we allow them to continue to have the party politic dynamics. Africa's business and the business community in South Africa has a very strong word. As I mentioned, they were able to help us to set up really important life-changing community based health centers. And I think we can do the same. So where companies can take their corporate social investment programs and they can lock arms with the Africa Brand Summit, and we can start creating these training programs focusing on TVET and agricultural skills, because Africa is so rich when it comes to traditional practices of how to work the land, which we've learned from our elders, but we don't validate it because we keep on looking at what the United States is doing, what Europe is doing, and the needs and the dynamics. I think we need to start validating, and that can only start when we start looking at these important life skills and these professional capital development that is underpinned by appropriate academic knowledge. But it's about the life skills and it's about the professional capital, but it's also about integrating African scholarships and African seminal authors. Their voices remain mute, and we have no more an opportunity than ever before than right now in partnership to take this and to reactivate these important conversations. And maybe also, and I will conclude there, to have a little bit more confidence in what we can do, rather than always importing the solutions. Because at the same time, what we actually doing is we are exporting the know-how. Thank you.
Benny, do you want to add something to that?
Maybe just a few observations. I think we sometimes, in addition to what John Hunt said, I think the education is a basic human right, and we sometimes tend to forget that it's not a privilege, it's a right. Every child has a right to education, and that's we're making motherhood statements, but an uneducated community and uneducated youth is a very dangerous sign for the future sustainability of any country or any organization. And I think the last focus area, which I think we also tend to forget, is the status of educators. You know, I grew up in a home where both my parents were educators, one at the tertiary institution and one at a primary institution. And in first world countries, educators have quite a status attached to it. It's seen as aspirational to become a lecturer at the university or a tertiary education or a teacher. In Africa, unfortunately, we create the impression that teachers are troublemakers. Don't think we look after our teachers very well, either from a monetary perspective or from a status perspective. There's little job security in being an educator in my country and in other countries around the world. And if we don't fix the status and the role of an educator, we don't acknowledge the basic human right that every child has to education, we are heading for difficult times. And those are aspects I think we definitely have to focus on.
So much. Can we have on the screen no, not questions, but the ratings, because the audience here are participating as well. And I think in terms of the curriculum change, a whole lot of the audience are saying, yes, there should be a curriculum change. So there's a new way of how we should be educating an African child, obviously. That's what we've spoken about as well. Then there's a question here, and I want us to discuss this because not all African families have access to gadgets, maybe computers or a tablet or an iPad for the kids to to enjoy their schooling, whether at home or in some arranged programs. But do you think the mainstream media has a role to play for especially the rural community in Africa when it comes to education? Jon Hans?
Possible channel at our disposal to provide education and to improve the quality of education. And clearly mainstream media would be one of the channels that we should more progressively use for education purposes. To an extent, attempts have been made in South Africa during the COVID-19 pandemic to start using mainstream media more as a media to enhance, improve education. And our governments also have a key role to play in that regard to ensure that we can make it accessible to the general population and to children in rural areas. A number of role players will have to participate in making this possible, but I firmly believe that it is a very practical way to enhance and improve the quality of education.
Yes, Johan?
Benny? Thank you. Benny, I would like to build on what Benny was saying. And he mentioned his own children, how academically literate they are and how technologically wise they are. The African continent, children up to 14 years, 70% of the market, children under the age of 14 have access to mobile phones. So I fully endorse that popular media, mainstream, community media should all be part of it. But then again, what I think we can start doing is amplifying the power of mobile technologies, because so many of you sitting in the audience listening to me, when we all grew up, and specifically we talk about the rural communities, I think we should also acknowledge these are sometimes superheroes because they walk tens of kilometers every single day during summer, during winter, during the harshest of conditions to try and have an education. Then they get to the school, which may not necessarily be the safest environment, but the way that we can, when we partner with business, the way that we can partner with the local media, that we can create and embrace mobile technology where we can create micro lessons that's focusing exclusively on empowering individuals with these skill sets that would help to contribute to the technical, the vocational, and the agricultural knowledge to allow them. And again, where I would like to, I cannot stress it more, without any form of economic independence, there is no development, there is no education. So, and as I was saying during my opening statement, I think what is so important is any community, any village, any nation's brand value. The flip side of the same coin is education and those skill sets, not the theoretical underpinnings, that is a given, but more importantly, those life skills, those professional capital that is going to individual the confidence, and that they can find a way in which they can actively contribute to their community, to their village, and overall to the national economy, so that a lot of the know-how is kept and benefit the continent Africa, rather than it always, as we see, generation after generation being exported. Thank you.
Much. We'll still dwell a bit on curriculum, skills development, and all. So this next question is, should our curriculum or skills development program then reflect the developmental space of the continent? For example, South Africa has got the National Development Plan. Africa has got the Agenda 2063, the transformational agenda. So should there be an alignment on how we want to achieve the plan with the kind of curriculum that will make us achieve the plans from our schools? I don't know if you understand my question.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. The problem with so many of these highfalutin, articulated position papers and strategies is that it has no roadmap and that it has no clearly defined partnerships with the community, with business, and somehow it very good, very positive ideas, constructs, but it remains strapped in the paper in which it's printed. And it's all about partnership, 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 and clear, specific, measurable, achievable, and targeted objectives. That is specific to the needs of the African continent, rather than us, which is very often the case, is that we look at international standards, which is relevant to possibly the tradition of higher education in Western Europe, and then we somehow try to compete. But the reality of the dynamic of the African continent is fundamentally different. And I think there is that recognition, is that let's look at what is the skills and what are these dynamics that are specific that's going to help the development of Africa and Africans based on African business and the economic dynamic. And that is where we need to then focus, have a plan of action, and create, again, these partnerships that we can continue. But unfortunately, so many of these strategies is very often a political, there's a lot of spinning, there's lots of political mandates, and fundamental issues like this should be free from the political color, because it should be for the development of Africa and Africans and the diversity of everybody. So that, and again, the 2030 agenda is to make sure that primary education needs to be free. How many of us have children in primary schools where there is a fee to be paid? And automatically, you have a large sway of the population that does not have the same economic means, that are deprived from that, as Benny said, that fundamental human right. And this is why I listed at least 10 fundamental covenants and human rights charters that just about every single African country has signed to. And yet we do not deliver because the political rhetoric takes over. And it is time that we deliver for the people and in partnership with the people, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Benny?
John Hans's response was very comprehensive. I mean, I also want to emphasize the importance of whatever initiative we take, that it should be devoid of political influence and trying to gain some sort of political benefit from it. Unfortunately, that's been the reality of a number of educational initiatives that have been taken in the past. And if it's outcomes based and the objective being to increase the number of commercially active, or the commercially active part of the population, then we're achieving something. I can just take, again, if I can refer to the South African agricultural sector. Just if you look at the numbers, we have approximately 2 million subsistence farmers in South Africa, approximately 200,000 small-scale farmers, and only about 45,000 commercial farmers. 45,000 commercial farmers employ approximately 900,000 farm workers. If we just look at this pyramid, and most economies in Africa would be represented by some sort of a pyramid with a very broad base of um, almost uneducated, low income earning consumers at the bottom, and a very small peak of affluent participants in a particular industry at the top end of the triangle. Um, the reason why we have so many subsistence farmers and smaller farmers in the country is the inability of these farmers to become commercially sustainable and commercially viable. In order to achieve that, clearly education plays a big part. And the big part of that education, and I'm repeating myself, is how to provide the necessary skills to an individual to become commercially viable and sustainable. Now, that's the agricultural space. We can replicate that to each and every industry. So the more practical skills we provide that's not politically motivated to enable consumers and the population to become economically viable, the better chance we have of survival as a continent.
I'm seeing a whole lot of questions here that, I think we're going to stay on this topic because someone is saying if we are going to change the curriculum, if we're going to bring in new skills development, what about the teachers, the educators that have already been taught and trained to teach the old curriculum and the old skill programs? What's going to happen to them? And how are we going to reskill or reteach or retrain them to be able to adopt these new curriculums and skill development programs?
Very good question. And you should not be asking me that because I am now going to throw a challenge out there. What very often happens in summits like this, of course, we highlight and we say what needs to change, but let me throw out a challenge and say, Benny, you clearly work in this agricultural space and you work with a lot of rural communities. Solimwen and other members of the Africa Brand Summit, why don't we try to put a proposal together where we can start working in a technical, vocational, and agricultural Pan-African center, which we can start to try working on together with key partners, Benny, such as yourself, Africa Brand Summit. And then when we come back next year, that we, instead of us talking through the same discussions again and saying, and giving our ideas of why don't we see and work together to start this conversation, to start putting the wheels in motion? Because I think what is really important, and here I almost want to say, let us not simply scrap what is taking place right now, because we are not going to change the fundamental structure that is, let's be honest, which comes from the dark days of apartheid in South Africa. But the fact that it doesn't deliver so many years afterwards is not an excuse. But we know that it's a highly flammable discussion. So rather than us continuing on that frame, I almost want to say, Benny, would you be ready that we work in partnership with the Africa Brand Summit and some key partners to see if we could put a plan in place for we will start very modestly, but let's see next year when we come together again, how we can report back on delivering on these wise words and these informed discussions that we've had. Because I always just think it's when we raise these issues, I think let us also stand up and let's have the backbone and let's have the vision to try, because if we are not going to lock arms and try to deliver, nobody is going to. So let's stand up and let's see what we can do together.
I'm sure Soli will take the challenge. You want to say something? Okay, just let's allow Soli to respond.
Hi, gentlemen. Thank you. Look, following this summit, today is day 2, the last day of it. We're going to prepare a report, and in that report, some of these points, suggestions that you're making are going to come out. And once the report is out and it's very clear, these are the kind of things that came out from the education discussion. How do we take them forward? And then we can have maybe regroup and say, like, how do we play a role? How do we identify potential co-creators and facilitators that out there, maybe funders, because obviously you also go to need funding, but you also need policy people. So let's look at what comes out of the report and identify the people we can work with, so that when we meet again next year, we're able to say these are the things that we did to the best of our ability.
Thank you, Soli. Let's move on. Now we've spoken about skills, we've spoken about curriculum. Are there skills from the old economy that will contribute to transforming the fast-changing or ambitious Africa? Or are we to do away with the skills from the old economy? I will allow Benny to take this one.
You just repeat that question again. I think I missed half of it.
I said, are there skills from the old economy that will contribute to transforming the fast-changing or ambitious Africa? Or are we to do away with them?
Now, of course, John Hans made the point, we can't throw everything out and start from scratch. I mean, education systems are developed and shaped over years, decades, and in some instances, centuries. So there are a number of disciplines and skills that would always form part of any education system. We also need to recognize that it will take time for meaningful changes to be made. We're not going to start today, and in a year from now, we'll have a new curriculum that's completely custom-made for what we think would be successful across the African continent. But it will take at least a willingness to change and to adapt to circumstances, adapt to, I'm sure the reference to the phrase new normal must have been used a few times in the last 2 days in this summit. But that we have to be adaptable. I think if we had this conversation a year ago in the pre-PC or BC, before COVID environment, we would have been maybe more bullish and aggressive on how we think education should change and everything should change. The last 6 months have been very sobering for all of us in understanding how adaptable we have to be and how behaviors change and how a global pandemic can completely impact our lives. Would an education system have resulted in us being more flexible and more adaptable to the circumstances or no? I think it's a very good question to ask. But look, I think the point is there must be a willingness to understand that historic paradigms have to change, historic views on education have to change, and that we have to take meaningful decisions and start the journey on adjusting the education system in such a way that it can be more conducive for what we need on this continent.
Another brilliant contribution from Benny. It is so true. We're not going to change, and I think we should throw caution in the wind. It does not mean that the old economy, the fundamental pillars and the way that it is structured, I think we still need to understand and we still need to get that fundamental foundational knowledge. It's crucial and it's not negotiable. But what we can then do is supplement and build on it so that we can then create the opportunities and the market economy dynamics that is so unique to the continent of Africa. And I think it's supplementing the curriculum that we then look at infusing into it the skills, because we unfortunately, it's very often about passing exams, and then 2 weeks later, we have forgotten what we've learned. But if we're going to infuse into it again the knowledge, the application, that is a skill that you will have as part of your professional capital. Doesn't matter where you are. And again, I just want to share one experience with Mandisa Kalako Williams. We were invited, Mandisa was invited to address a international conference where all the governments at the level of Minister of Development and Minister of Defense get together and they decide, the governments decide on a plan of action for 4 years on the issue of human rights, international law to protect. And Mandisa came up with a brilliant idea where she said, on the agenda was the question of AIDS and HIV. And she was saying, look, this is something in South Africa that right now is a challenge. But how can we celebrate that we are proudly South African and that we are dealing with this based on community-based practices and how the communities are assisting one another? And we took a choir to open by singing South African traditional songs. We got the funding for it. So it's a question of, there are so many issues in that know-how and practices and cultural values that we can use to build and add to this traditional, or as you call it, the old curriculum. But it is time that I think we embrace the complexity of and the rich diversity, rather than looking at the silos of what education should be. It's all about those professional capital.
One of my mentors will say there are two forms of education. It's the formal and the informal. And I think we've dwelt a lot on the formal kind of structured type of education or kind of education. Now, if we have to go informal, because I have two questions here from the audience, and I think, I don't know if I should box it under or classify it under the informal kind of education or type of education, which is homeschooling. How does that play? How will that pan out? Is that going to help, especially looking at the global pandemic that just happened, looking at the high challenges in classrooms, high challenges in data, broadband data cost, looking at infrastructure, like you said, some kids walk from home to school in kilometers in rural Africa. If we look at all these complexities and all these challenges, is homeschooling going to help to drive a way forward to get better education for our children in Africa? Jon Hans?
If I can start with my response, I'm personally not a big supporter of homeschooling, because I genuinely and sincerely think that personal development and emotional maturity of children are critical elements in upbringing, and lack of exposure to children, lack of personal interaction um, emotional immaturity is a major problem that we face with in organizations and businesses. So I know, as you pointed out, that there are examples of where homeschooling is necessary for practical reasons, whether it be in a COVID environment or whether it be from a pure logistical perspective. John Hans mentioned earlier the example of children that have to walk 10, 15 kilometers a day one way to school and back to get education. So there are examples of, but I'm very cautious of lack of socializing, lack of personality development, and lack of emotional maturity. And those are specific levels of maturity that children get exposure to in a formal education environment.
I'm going to slightly uh, divert from what Benny was saying, because he did conclude where he said in a formal educational environment. And I think what we also need to acknowledge is that large swathes of the African population don't necessarily have access to this formal educational structure. So rather than as I mentioned in my opening statement, to have 80% of students who then, when they have access to formal education, is instructed at a language that they don't understand. And that just creates this the blockage in the learning. So the individual comes at the end of that learning and they've absolutely learned nothing. So rather, instead of learning nothing, let us look, and this is a perfect example where we can, what was discussed before, how we can use community radio to create learning. But learning, I think, let's look at the diversity of the learning so that we can deliver according to the geographic, cultural specification of each and every community. The way that education is structured is very much for those of us that are sitting in urban areas. But as soon as we start going and we look at large swathes of the population who live in rural areas and informal settlements, I think we need to have a different discussion, because they don't have access to any form of formal education. So rather than leaving them behind, let's then focus on some of these key skills that we can help. And in that process, so important what Benny was saying, that socialization and the value that everyone understands in how they can need to contribute to the well-being of their family, of their community, and that rippling effect will take place. So I would say education needs to be mutually beneficial, and we should embrace all forms of education and modes of delivery rather than just always look at the formal educational processes or delivery. It needs to be mutually reinforcing and conclusive.
Thank you, John. We have someone in the audience that wants to make a comment or ask questions. Go for it, Victor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Very important topic indeed, but for a moment, I just got excited when I heard that we will be taking these discussions further, and this will form part of the Africa Brand Summit Legacy programs, Mr. Mueng, which I'm excited about. But I think for a moment, we're scratching the surface. If not, we're looking at an abstract painting. Because when we look at education in South Africa in particular, we've got basic education, we've got higher education. But the challenges we're facing right now is that there is a gap between a person who is recently qualified, either completed matric or either completed a university degree with a degree. With that qualification. How do we get these people onto the world of work? There was a gap already, or there is a gap already, but COVID-19 has actually made the gap even bigger than ever before. So as we plan and forge way forward to look into the development of education, let us not lose sight of having a means to get these young people who have just completed education to go into some form of a program and training so that they then fit into the world of work. Even when they get to the world of work, there are still challenges. And some of them will have to start looking at other developmental programs which will form part of progression. And those will be the continuous professional development that they will need. So it's not just this discussion about education or primary, basic education or university education, but it's also about how do we get them ready to the world of work, because a lot of young people are sitting with qualifications, but they don't have work. Even if they do apply and they get jobs, we sit and interview them, they are not the quality to fit in the world of work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is it Victor?
Yes, it is, sir.
Thank you. I could not agree with you more. And I would just like to quote what you were saying. And you were saying the gap between somebody who finishes matric and then going to university or not going to university. And this is exactly where the role of technical vocational education and training has a key role to play. Within the South African context, the only an individual's success is measured in which university they go. And I am not wanting to question that, but what I am saying is you're absolutely right. There is the technical vocation, which is delivered by the model in South Africa is the technicons. But then I also want to take this opportunity and to salute Senior Academy. And this is Marx, Matibe, Sherry, Kilian, Simon, and Eunicia, because this is a very good homegrown solution in Cape Town, where they are educating the community how to do conflict resolution. So this is a simple example of a community-based organization that are providing some of these specific skill sets. When we talk about technical and vocational education, so the knowledge and the skill sets, but more importantly, the access, and this is where the partnership with businesses such as Benny, and again, Benny, I want to salute and thank you so much for being part of this discussion, because this is where business can create the opportunities and saying, these are the specific skill sets that we need. So then let's work together and defining this vocational training and that we can then deliver. And that was exactly what I was referring to when I threw the challenge out to Mr. Mwang, to Solly, to say, let's start doing this, let's start delivering. Because in South Africa, unfortunately, individuals who do not go to university, society still looks down at people who do vocational education. And I just want to give you the example of Finland. All of us know that Finland's educational system rates amongst the top 3 in the world. We have Sampo, who participated, who heads up an organization called Omnia Education, and they do all the technical vocational training for Finland, and they even take this know-how now across the world, not because they are more clever than everybody else, but what they've done is they've looked at the economic characteristics of, so what is the backbone of the Finnish economy? Not the American model, not the British model, but it's micro, small, medium-sized enterprises. And then what they do is they specifically on those requirements that the business need, that they then infuse into their curriculum these specific skill sets, so that the individual, when they finish the training, they have this professional capital to walk into a position. More importantly, I think there's the element of entrepreneurship. Africa is so rich in entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial ventures. The tragedy very often in South Africa when we go to an election, who are the very people that are being targeted because of orchestrated political violence? Is indeed the successful entrepreneurs. And I think this is where we need to, let's build on so many of these successes that exist, and let's integrate it and build on the traditional curriculum. And this is again where, Mr. Moine, you're going to hate me, Benny, you're going to hate me, but I think you have a fundamental role to play. Thank you.
I'm going to invite Chief Program Director, Mantwala. She wants to ask a question and say a word as well.
I know, gentlemen, good afternoon. A very interesting discussion. And I know because of unemployment, we may want to, our education must feed the economy somehow. But in Not-for-Profit, which is a book by Margaret Nussbaum, talking about humanities, I'm reading a paragraph here from her. It says, we increasingly treat education as though its primary goal were to teach students to be economically productive rather than to think critically and become knowledgeable, productive, and empathetic individuals. This short-sighted focus on profitable skills has eroded our ability to criticize authority, reduced our sympathy with the marginalized and different, and damaged our competence to deal with complex global problems. And the loss of these basic capacities jeopardizes the health of democracies and the hope of a decent world. I'm trying for you to talk to me about democracy as part of education, or education as understanding the democratic agenda.
Benny?
Yeah, I don't want to come across as if I'm bashing academic education, because that's not the intention. But I fully endorse that's the whole philosophy of that the purpose of education should be to increase the number of commercially, economically active part of the population, and that's what we need to achieve. And there are definite truths and in certain of the disciplines or faculties that we have at universities and importance attached to it. But I think we'll end at the point where we will have to agree that whatever we do from a commercial point of view, if we want economies to grow, if we want to increase food production, do something about poverty, food security, job security, and so forth, we need to be more commercially savvy and commercially minded in the way in which we approach education. So I fully agree with some of the sentiments expressed.
Thank you so much. And Benny, allow me to build on what you've said. Absolutely agree. But I will come back to say, where is the lessons learned from our elders? Community practices that are fundamental to the rich tapestry. And yeah, I'm not using it in terms of, as Victor was saying, this idea of an abstract painting that is unfinished. No, not at all. There is a cultural competence. There is a cultural know-how. And I think we need to embrace those. We need to explore it, and we need to integrate it. And that is how we can, as I was saying, that value that we can do it. First and foremost, that human value, that respect to help the individual to become comfortable, because if they do not have that belief in themselves, doesn't matter what 20 PhDs that they would have, but they would not be comfortable to take their responsibility and to plow back and to serve the community. Now, how will you serve that community is, again, there is where we need to look, what are those different means and skill sets, and the economic skill sets is but one of many. But I think this is a really exciting opportunity that again, and I forgive myself for repeating it, but I think that the Africa Brand Summit, with all these key partners and organizations and individuals like Benny, can really get together, and we can start these interesting discussions, because otherwise it will just remain a bit of an intellectual, abstract debate. But I think you all agree, let's see how we can deliver so that we can actually start showing we've identified these actions. So let's do it. Let's rise to the challenge, and let's see if we can come back next year and say, we've been able to educate and train, if it's 50 or it's 100. It's a modest start, but it can dictate and it can project our road for so many of our communities. So it's about embracing and celebrating so many of these skills and competencies that are out there, but that's just mute.
Okay, we have a very robust audience participation today, especially in this session. So I'm going to throw the floor open. We have Merlin. Merlin, please go for your question.
Yes. Number one, I want to say I want to advocate also mother tongue education. We concentrate so much on tertiary education. It starts actually from early childhood education, that we need to look at the different development that we look. So we concentrate so much. Everybody wants to go to university. We are lacking the skills of artisans, for instance. Everybody is looking down on becoming a boilermaker, electrician, construction, all of that. We now need to really start to advocate on the way, and our mindset needs to be geared to. We also so focus on a grade 12 outcome that we published even, and it's all Africa, all of us, we published actually the best schools for grade 12. But we forget actually what goes beforehand that is so important. My last that I would like to extremely agree with you is that, sorry that I'm mentioning your name, Sol and I, we're part of Chrysalis. It's like a bridging program that we are part of. And it is about identity. It's about confidence. It's about knowing yourself. How can you sell yourself to the world and to be economical viable if you lack the confidence of what is your purpose and vision in life? So it is not just the education, the formal education, it's also alongside the NGO side that also need to play a pivotal role. Thank you.
Life skills and all the. Thank you so much, Merlin. One more person, because we need to. Please stand up and use the one in front here. Yes. Please make it short, straight to the point.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? I really had to stand up here. I've been sitting here trying to remember my own childhood when I was actually at primary school and wondering what sort of skills were taught at that time, which I actually don't see now. So I'm just wondering where they would have disappeared. When I was at primary school, we did needlework. We cleaned our rooms, our classrooms rather, once a week. We did gardening. And the produce of that gardening taught us how to garden, one. And two, the produce we used to have them for soup for lunch at school. We did basic hygiene. That obviously informed us, keeping our surroundings clean. I now hear that schools now, they are cleaners that clean the schools. So when we talk about life skills, these are some of the skills that are not curricular driven, but they prepare you, and to Victor's point, they prepare you to the life of work. Because for whatever reason, if you don't make it academically, at least you get out of the system as a holistic person who can produce your own food, because you would have learned how to garden, you would have learned how to clean your surroundings. You should see some of our children's rooms. My good God, you won't even want to go into there. How they keep themselves clean, and you hope to go to an interview and make an impression. So I don't know, maybe from the educators, where all of these life skills, which were very complementary, where did they disappear? And how did they just disappear? Because I don't think we would have the sort of problems in terms of absorbing our youth, even if maybe academically they couldn't make it. Physical training, for instance, at 10 o'clock every day or every other day, we went and did some exercises, which instilled in us, you know, health values to keep yourself healthy. So those are some of the things that I was just really wanting to share as some of the skills that are not curricular driven, but that makes for a holistic education system. Thank you.
Thank you for that. John, please, can you and Benny speak to that? Please. John.
Fundamental questions that the last speaker just addressed is this fundamental misfit of how we seem to have an educational model that simply values the academic achievement. And as I was saying before, so how do we measure the success? We jump through the loops and the holes of exams, but then you can look at so many research that's been done. 2 to 3 weeks afterwards, the student has forgotten it. And then they go and they cannot work in a company, they cannot interact. And again, our communities are such rich treasure troves of cultural know-how and experiences. And let me just, what I very often do with my students when they go into a panic and I say, what do you and Einstein have in common? Einstein was rejected 3 times at the University of Geneva. Einstein never finished high school. Einstein was rejected 3 times at the University of Zurich and then the University of Bern when he applied. Why? Because they said, oh, the admissions committee said, but a prerequisite is that you finish high school. You have not finished high school, so therefore you can't be accepted. And yet he fundamentally believed in this one thing, molecular science, that he is today the champion. You mentioned the name, everybody knows who he is. And I think the last speaker said exactly that, is we need to fundamentally start by letting each and every son and daughter believe in the possibility of developing themselves and how valuable they can be, first to their community, to their family, and then to society overall. And I think if we don't start developing those beliefs, those fundamental beliefs, I think we will still have a discussion that is somehow misfitted to the formal educational curricula. And this is where I think it's fundamentally important that we do start with an action and a discussion about technical, vocational, agricultural education, where individuals who cannot finish matric, who doesn't go to university, society does not judge them. Society embraces them in a different way so that they can be equal, dignified contributors of society.
Your thoughts?
I've got nothing else to add. I think that's a very comprehensive answer.
Round up, but before we do, I would like us to touch on policies. And I mean, we just heard from the older generation in the room on how they were educated, and then we have some younger ones that are questioning even the kind of curriculum that are in schools now, and I wonder if they will want the life skills back. But as government really proactively progressed in how they have influenced education in Africa, have they added value to what educational system should be in Africa? Benny, please, can you?
Can you just repeat the last part of that question? I missed that.
I said, have we seen a proactive government in
Added value to the educational system in Africa over time?
You're barely audible, so maybe John Hans, if you can start with that answer. I didn't hear the exact nature of that question.
It's a very good question, but again, I will say let's be careful that we don't just generalize, because Africa and each country has such a unique context. So I think rather than us saying sort of, Africa in general, we have a Portuguese speaking Africa, we have a French speaking Africa, and we have an Anglo-Saxon Africa. And the cultural heritage and the benchmarks and the standards and all these different influences is still very much infused in how governments work. But I think it is really important that we are very careful that we don't just make these big brushstroke statements. I think we need to look again at the complexity of the social, cultural, and the economic dynamic of each and every country, and then we can have the discussion. But I think if you look at countries like Angola, if you look at countries like Rwanda, if you just look at the policies and the strategies that they've put into place to really advance their populations and their economies, the two go hand in hand. I think that we have so much to learn, rather than being locked down in the party political debate. Should we engage with government to say government is but one party to this partnership? And sometimes I think the way that we engage with government is that they are the all important decision maker. I give you an example. So I'm an independent consultant and I work for the United Nations Institute of Training and Research. And we develop master programs looking at elements from macroeconomic development, but we also look at multilateral diplomacy, we look at conflict and peace building. And one of the fundamental issues that we do is skill sets, practical application, so that we can enhance people's confidence and skill sets to add value rather than big academic theories. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll just give you
about 10, 20 seconds each to wrap up this session. It's been very informative. And I will start with Benny to wrap up and then just give your concluding statement and to speak to business education while you're wrapping up.
Look, education is such a critical part of society, and it should be fit for purpose, and it should be done in a way that advances a society. And we will constantly try and find those ways and means to ensure that we can achieve that, and to focus on the well-being of a society as a whole, and ensure that every single individual and every child has the knowledge that they can fit into an environment, they can make a meaningful difference, and they can be a viable member of society that adds value.
Thank you, Benny.
Education is not just formal education. Education is about learning, it's about skills development, it's about capacity building, and let's embrace all of those dynamics when we define education, so that we can make sure that we can roll out education for all without leaving anybody behind. But at the same time, let's make sure that we can infuse into the curriculum such of the rich cultural practices and know-how that is unique to the African continent. And let's be confident when we do so, so that we can infuse it and that we can actually lead the way in so many of this know-how, and we can share it with the rest of the world. The late Nelson Mandela taught us so much of humility and vision. And let us learn that lesson and let's practice it. So let's embrace and let's start that partnership to start that discussion and the delivery now. Thank you.
To our panelists, Benny Van Roy, CEO Global.
John Hans Kodzen from Portugal, we thank you so much for your contributions. We have no doubt that education plays a critical role in seeing a developed Africa and contribute to Africa's development. Thank you so much. Have a great day further. Thank you.
Okay, I won't speak for too long. Thank you very much. It's been 2 very long days, a lot of content to deal with, a lot of very diverse content to deal with. As I keep saying, destination brands require this. Actually, we probably haven't touched a lot of other stuff, but I think the key things we have touched on to make, and you know, what really makes me a bit unhappy is that the gentleman from Sampo, from Finland, had a very, very good video, and we viewed it before it was loaded. It's a pity that it wasn't shown. And what I like about the video that he shared with us, it wasn't played here, we'll put it on our platforms, is that it shows how you make citizens happy. You know, how governments must play their part in investing in in education, social justice, in ensuring that citizens can trust their governments. In South Africa, and maybe in a lot of parts of Africa, trust in government has eroded big time. And you know, if you look at just South Africa's tax revenue system, some of you, I'm sure all of you know this, but SARS used to be one of the most respected tax revenue systems, not just in Africa, in the world. People used to come here to say, wow, how do you do it? And there was a time when it even collected a lot more, it overreached past its targets. All right, there was a lot of money in the system to do great things. But money was not necessarily stolen from SARS. What was done is people were done favors. So and so is my friend, he's in trouble, he owes a lot of money to the tax man. I'm gonna make it possible for him not to have to pay that money. And they become punitive towards others. So the minute the system becomes, it loses credibility, as it happened with SARS. This is a very good example. People who have money will start saying, why must I put money into a system where the money is stolen? And I don't blame them. If I can take money out of this country, I'm going to do it. And people are still doing that. So what we don't know is that, you know, and it's an important fact, and we can have that discussion again yesterday. There are many people in South Africa, say white people, who, and I get invited to speak at events and stuff like that to address people. People who said, look, we don't know how to, we really feel bad about apartheid, okay? We want to find our own way to give back, and we think by paying our taxes contributes, puts money into the system, so that government has money to fund its programs to feed the poor, to build streets and infrastructure in poor areas. But we're not going to keep putting money into a system where that money gets stolen. I don't blame them. If I were them, I'd do the same thing. Why must I give money to crooks, to gangsters? So we defend people here because they look like us. But actually the crooks who look like us hurt us the most. So what SARS has lost is reputational credit. People used to trust that, you know what, I know that I have to pay tax, but at least it's going to the right places. So let me just do my bit. And that was okay. And it lasted for a good number of the 26 years, maybe 26 plus minus 12 or something like that, until people started saying, wait a minute, where is this money going? So reputation is important. Trust of the citizens is important if you want to have a system, a government that works for the people. And you can't, when you govern a country as diverse as South Africa, whether you like it or not, start favoring one group of people and not others. And we tend to say in South Africa to condemn wealth. It's okay to be rich. I think people must be as wealthy as they want. They must have 25 Maseratis, big cars, and 5 homes, as long as it's acquired correctly. And let them pay their taxes, but don't steal their tax. See, the things, when you encourage private entrepreneurship, when you encourage people to work hard to earn a lot of money, as long as you tax them. And we have a progressive tax system in South Africa. The more you earn, the more you pay. But don't steal the money. Okay? So if you're going to say, we don't like rich people, they are bad, so the rich people take their money to Mauritius and to other places. Okay? And then the tax base doesn't have the resources that it needs to help the poor. And this is the country we have. So we're too emotional in South Africa. We're too emotional. We're not rational. Even when we approach elections and politics, we look for love in the wrong places. People must go for elections as chess players. Think of yourself as a chess player when you go to elect people in a political. Anyone who says to me today, I'll always vote for X party, I'm sorry, you're a fool if you think that way. Okay? If you think that your vote belongs to a political party, and this is a problem we have in Africa, or maybe in America, but we're discussing Africa here. Okay? So we need to think, I have personally voted for several parties. No party owns Solomon Wing's vote. I can tell you. I voted for Patricia de Lille, and when she said some stupid things, I said, okay, not anymore. So when she was ID, I voted for her. And then one day, Tony Leon was leader of the DA, DP at the time, all right, and Becky was president. So she stood up in the National Assembly, this woman who was armed with my vote. She looked at Mbeki and said, don't worry about the Chihuahua, pointing to Tony Leon. I'll deal with him for you. Excuse me, I voted for you to oppose the big guy, not the other small guy. So why am I voting? What am I? So I voted for the EFF. Wait. I voted for the EFF when they were looking at Zuma in the face and say, bring back the money, when they were giving him a hard time. I voted for the EFF. Do you think I'll vote for the EFF again today? Never. They are racist. But then they were looking at Zuma. They were saying, you can't do this. You can't steal from us. Bring back the money. I gave them my vote. I'm going to, yeah? Yeah, you always say your opinion. It's okay. This is, yeah. So I voted for the EFF, I voted for the ID, I voted for the ANC. I mean, obviously the ANC got a lot of, I've never voted for the ANC again ever since Zuma became president, you can rest assured. And I used to have a membership card. So the ANC is the only party of which I used to have a membership card, no more. And recently, last year, I voted for the DA for the first time. It was the most difficult vote because I vote like a chess player. I say, who is the list of the devils? In politics, you look for the list of devils. You don't vote for the same schmucks who are going to rape you the next day. I'm sorry for the language. I hope this is not being recorded. Damn, maybe it is being recorded. Okay, anyway, you know what I'm saying. So point I'm making is that we need to, and I like the people, we had a really good discussion here yesterday about when you questioned earlier about the person who's president anointing a successor. I don't agree with that. And that guy gave you no, you'll talk. I'm going to finish. It was an excellent response. And I know where you're trying to go with that. But I think the people must decide who must lead them. Not if I'm president today, I can't say, okay, now my friend John is going to be the next guy. The people must decide who becomes the next John on the basis of the promise, of the conduct. You know what I'm saying? Why must there be inherited political power in Africa? It's nonsense. The people must be empowered to decide who must lead them. The problem we have in Africa is that political leaders think that they must choose the next one, they must stay in power forever. That's why these guys have been in power for too long, and they've done nothing. And the example they gave of the dude in the Kaunda, he was there for how many years? Look at the country now. How far is it in terms of development? Nothing. Okay? So we need to empower Africans to differ from with us. Okay? Real empowerment is not one that you do so that someone can worship you the next day. You empower them to think, even to differ with you. That's real empowerment. To become positive contributors to society. That's what we should do in Africa. So anyway, the Brand Summit is, okay, this is the end of it. We've had all these conversations. There's going to be a report that's going to come out, and that's going to be shared with the right people, all of you, of course, but also we took in terms of decision makers, and there's going to be media engagement around the report, what was said, how, why, etc. And then we're going to try and push as best as we can. We don't have the power to force people to do stuff, and and we don't have a mandate to. We're not the only ones with opinions. Okay, I'm not, but we are going. This is a good forum. It's been a good forum. You've seen the diversity of speakers. We're going to say, and I've received so many comments on social media. I was on SABC Live, Morning Live this morning. There was an interesting commentary after that. So we just have conversations about South Africa, about Africa, and try and get people to think differently, to be independent. The issue of life skills is a very interesting, it's a very important issue. I totally agree that, sources of it, there's formal education, but formal education that usually gives people skills to earn income. There's some very unintelligent engineers, socially unintelligent engineers. When I studied, some point I did a course I did both social anthropology and what's the other one? No, not French. Sorry, social anthropology, sociology, and I did sociology as well. And when I did those two courses, I thought, damn, everybody must do sociology and social anthropology, because what they do is they teach you how society functions. You can become all the engineer you want, all the the accountant you want, all the doctor you want, but you need to understand how society is a very intricate little ecosystem, or big ecosystem. And a lot of people fail because they don't. So you make somebody a president because they are a doctor. But being a doctor doesn't mean they understand social justice. They understand, or being an accountant, of course you want people to have the practical skills to do the job, but you also, how do you teach emotional intelligence to people? How do you teach emotional intelligence? How do you teach people to understand that they have impact on others by what they say and what they do, and they have to be mindful of that impact? Because a lot of times you take people, you give them too much power or too much money, and then you see the animal coming out. So how do we nurture a society where we build for ourselves? And we can still be wealthy, we can still do awesome things and succeed, but it's a long-term journey, and we're going to have discussions like this next year again, hopefully having some things to tick off and say, yeah, it looks like there's progress here, there's uptake in this area, in that area. Maybe we could have a minister like the minister we had yesterday, or the local minister of agriculture. I really, really loved his presentation and the energy and the things that he says he's investing in. Those are the kind of things you want to hear. Let's see what he comes back with next year. Is it still going to be in the same place, or is it going to come back and say, yeah, you remember I was building 2 agricultural schools, they exist now, they're over there. Who's going to make sure that those things happen? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's it. I don't know if you have any comments. I'm going to stop now. If there are any final comments before we go, questions. Do you want to take the mic? I don't know. So, please, do you want to give the mic to Marlene? Okay, you want to use this one?
I'm just going to do the cleaning up.
Do you want to give him the mic, the roving mic over there, or which one of the roving mics? But it's Okay, she wants the podium. She's a podium lady. I'm going to move to this side.
I just want to say just a few words. And we've been global and we've been local. But I want to say to you, Solly, you can have vision and it will only stay a dream. But you had a vision, you had a dream, and the action is the African Brand Summit. And for the 2 days, I was extremely overwhelmed, and it touched me deeply. Because you come such a long way. We're not going to go into that today. But you still push the boundary on so many levels, even sometimes to your own detrimental health. And I want to say that because you expose yourself for others and you want to give hope to our continent. And that is why I drove all around and I thought, what gift? And I did it for all of us. I'm just like that, with polio and all. I went around and I thought, what gift can we give to Solly? Because it is in our culture to say thank you. It is. We can't just leave this and not say thank you, Solly. And there's 2 gifts we would like to give you. And then there's 2 persons I want to call up also to say thank you to them. That's all the time with you. The one is Cregan. He's sitting there that said to you, he was on the plane last year when you wanted to cancel. Come, Cregan, I've got a gift for you. My polio leg is paining because I ran around like mad today. Yes. And this is a very special, and Victor, you next. This is a very special, and I just have 2 because I couldn't get more because he's still in producing. This young man is from the Eastern Cape, Paul Sitkau. And Paul bought a farm with his own money in Franschhoek last year. And is producing this klein goede rust. And he credits his mother. It's on there. He's crediting his mother because both his parents was farm workers. And the reason why I went all out to get this is because that is what you stand for. We must make it for ourselves. So I'm Solly's biggest fan, from Solly and I, this for you. To Victor, because Victor's traveling back. All the others, you must give me your email addresses. I will come and deliver. No? But you must support Paul. Because it's got a story. To Victor, I also want to cry when I see you. Because when I look at you, I look at how you supported Solly. And I think words just, I can't express it with words. And I thought, I must bring this to you. And Solly, I'll get you out there to Paul to get your box. But you are our protea. A protea grows everywhere. You can't control it. People try to sell it at outlets. They try to control us as locals, not to go and pick it, but we do. I'm from the rural areas where we pick it. And somebody very special went to go and pick this, because you are our Protea.
Yeah, I appreciate all of you having taken the time, those people who are here, who are not here, to be part of these conversations. And I hope that each one of you will go back home inspired. You know, having heard something, whether you, the cameraman, you, the guy behind there, you know, busy with the technicals, or you're here on the floor, you've been part of these conversations in your own way. I hope that you will walk away having had something that will make you look at something, anything, differently. And having hope that we can still push back against wrong, but we can also push forward for good. You know, a lot of times we don't have the money to give to others, but we have an idea. You can mentor a young person, you can give them idea, you can give whatever you give. Giving doesn't have to be expensive giving, I'm saying. And a lot of times when you give, you don't give for yourself, you give because that person at that particular time needs that thing that you have. It could be that idea, that advice, that contact. Somebody could say, listen, I see you have, you know, this so-and-so, I saw that person. I've been wanting to meet this person for so long. Please give me their number. And one day, 10 years down the line, that person might look back and say, wow, you know, had I not met that person at that function. So giving is like a smile. It doesn't have to be expensive. We give because we also get given. I mean, I was given a lot of things. I'm a boy who grew up in Soweto, you know. And then I had a Frenchman who was a diplomat in South Africa who acted as my father at some point. It's because of him. It's a French guy, you know, that I ended up in France, who opened my whole world out there. Had I not met this man, had this man not said, when his wife, you know, this guy has got potential, let's open a few doors for him, I would not have done a lot of the things I've done. I ended up living in Canada. I got a job in Canada. I was sent to Canada because I spoke French. It opened lots of doors for me. And this guy just said, yeah, this dude, actually, it's a funny thing, and I'm going to stop now. I keep saying that. So I used to be a ballroom dancer. Yes, in Soweto. I used to be a ballroom dancer. So when other boys went to play soccer, I went to dance. But then in the same community hall where we had the club, it was it's a community club. Then we saw this French guy, refurbishing the top floor of the building. So there was nothing happening in the top floor. There's refurbishments and what's going on? French school was open there. So, okay, let's go and do this bonjour thing. So I started learning French, and within a short period of time, people start saying, oh, this dude is making so much progress. He's going to speak very good French one day. And I believed them. Whether they were bullshitting or not, I believed them, and it's good that I believed them. Because they said they believed in me. They said, this dude is going places. I took them seriously, and I went places after that. It's just French. I ended up in France, little boy from Soweto, okay, the other stuff I can't talk here because this has been recorded. And I discovered a world I never thought imaginable for a little boy of Soweto. You know what I'm saying? And that guy opened the whole world for me. He taught me classical music. He brought literature into my life. He brought stuff that were beyond my little world of Soweto. Okay, so you believe in one little child who's in a little world and just give them opportunities. They become something big. I mean, some of you might have heard the story of our Deputy Chief Justice Zondo. You know, he grew up in a very poor family like most people here. And he didn't know who was going to pay for his studies until this Indian fellow who was running a corner shop not too far from his home said, no, I'm going to pay for your studies. I don't want you to be worried about your mother. I'm going to pay for your studies, and I'm going to bring you grocery for your family every month. This guy didn't know them. This is an Indian shop corner. You must read the story. And this guy started supporting this family. And this guy didn't have to worry about going to work in a little, to do a little job in order to be able to support his family. Now he's the Deputy Chief Justice of South Africa. And when he was confirmed 2 years ago, he told the story of this man who came in from nowhere and said, you know what, I'm going to help you. But we don't help, you see, the thing is we don't help other people so that they can help us or so that they can thank us tomorrow. That's a mistake we make. When you help somebody, it's not an investment in yourself. It's an investment to the world, to the community of nations, of humans that we can be. So that's why I don't believe in racism. I don't believe that blacks are good, whites are bad, colors are this, or I don't believe in that nonsense. Because I've been around, I've been so much around, okay? Humans are humans are humans. We are all products of the nonsense that we get given at home in the little communities that we grew up in, and we think that's all there is to the world. But when you go out there to face the world, you realize that actually humans are just humans. Okay, we all wear our masks when we leave our home. We want to give an impression. Nobody will convince me that humans are different because of the color of their skin. It's the culture. The culture forces you to become something you don't have to be. Okay. Anyway, so that's why I don't do ethnic identity. I don't. And so if you ask me, are you Zulu, Pedi, Xhosa? I don't do stuff like that. I'm just an African man, and I don't do religion, because those things. And my children don't do religion. I didn't force them. I think if they're big enough one day, they want to choose a religion, that's their choice. But I'm not going to impose a God or an Allah to my children. And I haven't, and I'm glad I haven't. So they are open-minded about stuff. So I'm not a Zulu man or a Sotho man or a Xhosa man. I'm an African man. I'm a human being. It stops there. Thank you.
For over 84 years, the SABC has been at the forefront of broadcast radio and television, bringing joy and happiness to the homes of many while continually redefining South Africa's media landscape. We do not speak with one voice. We let every voice in our nation find expression in language and in culture. We do not just bring the news, we provide content that is independent and impartial. We do not just broadcast sport, but we do it for the love of the game. We do not just entertain, we deliver local content, representing Mzansi for sure. We empower you with educational content that reminds you where you belong. With 19 radio stations and 5 TV channels, SABC 1, 2, 3, Education and SABC News Channel, we ensure that everyone in our nation is informed, educated and entertained. All the while knowing that at 84, there's still much more yet to come. Hashtag 84 years of SABC.
Total is a leading oil and gas company. One of the cornerstones of our corporate social investments is to ensure that we nurture long-term relationships with our partners. We have relationships that have lasted for 60 years with Sandparks and around 20 years with Cibiqua. We provide fuel to ensure that we are able to keep the Sandparks Airwing project airborne, to try and decrease the total number of rhinos that have been poached annually. What is special about Cibiqua is the fact that kids who would not otherwise have the opportunity, we have been able to provide them with the platform to be able to study arts, culture and music. We believe that we have made a real difference. We'll continue to ensure that we invest in these communities and make the long-lasting differences that we have made in the past.
almost missed it too. Now here's what I'm gonna do. I know a debt to love has been paid. I paid that bill.
At Total, we go the extra mile for you.
So today we are at the Tableview Police Station assisting CIC in the incredible work that they're doing, making sure that some of their survivors are receiving food parcels today.
During this month, we've been able to compile these amazing power packs, and we're able to help to give women agency and the power to protect themselves.
Very excited about the partnership with Total. This is everybody's fight, and it's very important that we just use the platform for the betterment of the country.
So Lady Florence Phillips started the gallery. She started the collection in 1909. It was originally housed at the Wits Art Museum up the road, but in 1915, when the building was opened, it was brought back to the Johannesburg Art Gallery where we stand today. The collection is the biggest in the Southern Hemisphere, and it contains about 10,000 artworks today. So we're at the Art of Comics exhibition. It's quite a fun exhibition. It's a collaboration with the French Institute and the Johannesburg Art Gallery.
So Total South Africa, together with the Gauteng provincial government, thought it would be a wonderful idea for us to have a number of school-going children visit the Johannesburg Art Gallery to see, of course, some of the comic exhibitions that are being on display here.
As part of our social development, Total sponsors the arts and culture. And the importance of arts and culture really is about teaching kids how to think independently, how to be creative, as well as allowing them just to be who they are.
Total SA has this partnership with us, Johannesburg Central, from last year, whereby they make sure that they give back to the community.
I think it's quite important for corporates to get involved with the arts, because the arts is a severely underfunded industry. I think there's so much need for arts within South Africa, within the world. I suppose corporations could help us reach our dreams in achieving education and I suppose arts within our daily lives.
So today we had about 120 kids at the gallery. We took them through the tour. They got time to draw. We did some general questions. They loved being here, and we're very excited for them as well.
I thank Total SA for all the experiences for our school and ourselves, so that we know that there's much more in art than only drawing and coloring in our schools.
Thank you so much, Toto, for allowing these kids to join us, and for your support. You really help these kids just come and really learn about art in South Africa.